getting set up for round number 4. And man, oh man, we just got a double dose of Dagon White, just dumpstering. Well, I say dumpstering. The first one was a little bit over the top, but the second one was a closer match. Now we've got a pretty spicy match again. We're running it back with Michael Fang, but his opponent, pretty good one.
Yeah, absolutely. And a very unique hero, somebody that we have not seen on the broadcast as well.
Yeah, look, I was trying to let you
I was just trying to
getting lost in my eyes. I know how it is.
I was trying to extend the anticipation, you know.
Okay. So I know I get it. You want to build the tension. It's cool. We're in Ohio. We want to make things, want to make it real hot and heavy over here.
So,
is basically
anyway, to end this, let's just get back on track, right? Fang is going to be piloting against the musical phenomenon Hamilton, right?
Yes.
And they're going to be on Lexi. And so this is going to be a fun matchup because Fang is essentially going to have to, again, fend off an aggressive output, but instead not the Rune Blade, not the traditional hybrid damage. Yeah. This is just going to be Lexi loading arrows like Legolas, firing them off. It's going to be a fun one.
I mean, if let's run down the list of all the best Michaels that have ever existed. Jordan.
Sure.
Bolton.
Absolutely.
Michael. Michael.
Sarah.
Michael Sarah, yes. Not to be confused with Jesse Eisenberg, who are probably the same person. Michael used to be a race car driver. Schumacher. Michael Schumacher.
About the Archangel?
Sure. Yeah, no problem. But we got Michael Fang and Michael Hamilton, which essentially are basically the top of the peak when it comes to the tier list of flesh and blood Michaels. If you're a Michael out there and you're not one of those two, sorry to say, maybe a notch below these two. These are multiple calling winners between the two of them, if I'm not mistaken. Michael Hamilton has got 2 in the bag already, and they're going to be facing off here in round number 4.
Yeah, this is going to be a battle for the best Michael. This is not Highlander format, but Highlander because there can be only one, so we will know who definitively is the best of the Michaels. But as I said, I'm really excited to see Lexi on the broadcast for the first time. Because I was on break the previous round, I also got to kind of walk the tables, get a better feel for the meta. You and I earlier were saying that it sounded like Guardian, from the reports we were getting, was a little underrepresented, but there are 5 Oldhams that I was counting at the top tables, so Oldham seems to be doing very well. I did also see some spice. There was one Kano in the field, a Bolton that had been doing very well.
Yes.
And it was not Combo Bolton. They were on Raiden. So all sorts of fun stuff still live in the tournament, potentially competing for, victory at the 10K. And we're going to see Alexi here.
Yeah, a lot of money on the line, and part of the fun of this entire weekend is frankly started yesterday. We were at Realm Gaming in Ashland, Ohio, and we had fun there. Some of the players went to just go and hang out. Myself, you, Dalen, we were just playing some Sealed and having a good time. But there was also a Uprising draft, and I was undefeated for the first 2 games, and then I went 2 and 3. But the different story here was that Charmer actually came away with some prizes. You went 4 and 1.
That's right. I finished top 4. Was piloting Fi. It was a wonderful draft. I lost in a mirror because sometimes even when you're playing Fi, you get Fi'd. But I did get some prize packs that Flake wants to open on stream. So we're going to dig those out.
It's called peer pressure, essentially. Because Charmer wanted to rip those apart the second that we basically, or he got a hold of them at the tournament. And I said, no, let's do this on stream. Let's do this for the benefit of those viewing from home. So we've got 2 prize packs. Now, which one of these precisely was the one that had the Fabled in it? Was it this one or was it this one?
Neither have the Fabled. It is me opening them. So we're going to have a yellow Rise from the
rub them
ashes
together, too, so they could just get all the luck together. This is what you do. Now, true story, when I was a young lad, many years ago when I was collecting Star Wars CCG, once upon a time, I bought about 4 or 5 packs, and one of them happened to just fall and smack on the ground. And the way it fell, it made a pretty loud noise, and I was like, oh. And I picked it up in that pack, Han Solo. So I always had a very strong urge that the superstition to me was that I used to always take one pack and throw it on the ground which then later became with me and some, the Discord friends from the Instant Speed podcast Discord. We used to, when we opened boxes, we would take a pack and literally over the shoulder whip it against the wall, and then that pack would essentially be blessed. Are you willing right now to throw this against the backdrop?
This?
This, yes.
The thing that has the cold foiled Fable?
Yes. Are you? You just said it didn't. But
no, I will not throw packs, Flake. Who does that? That's like
nobody
barbaric.
does that. But now they have been blessed. So when we get those packs back, they had basically the complete garbage that is in there has now transformed into cold foils. So I will go retrieve
Bent,
those.
Mangled, jacked up
Hold on.
cold foils because we threw them with reckless abandon. And I'm getting a wave. I think we're actually getting ready to jump to a game, which is far more important than these packs.
Impossible. Impossible. Not
so people
true.
are going to have to wait and see what is in these when we come back, because we have a game on our hands.
And it is starting out in heavy already. As you see, Michael Hamilton on your right. That is Michael Feng on your left. And again, we will keep the voices to a just above whisper, because I am now accumulating. I have a laundry list of judge warnings for random.
Because you're talking about stuff in their hand. If you said something like, "Is that an Anothos?" then maybe we won't get talked to. But
well, listen, I'm here for the benefit of the viewers, in order so they know what's going on. But there is, again, first of all, Brendan Patrick did an excellent job broadcasting, and we're very happy to have him here. But now We're very happy to have him on the sleeves of one Michael Feng. There is the first Pierce reality that is on the board, and so it begins when it comes to, auras and such. You start building up the base.
Absolutely, and one of the other things that we need to build up is our golf-like casting ability, so that we can continue. And we see the Command and Conquer come in, and this might connect. There is a card in the arsenal.
And
checking to see if it's worth saving.
It is definitely worth saving. In this case, saving a par is going to be very important. Now, again, golf tournaments last 4 days and something like 96 holes.
Right, that is a full block, and so well done.
And you can see, well done. Golf
we
clap
have to
on
do
that
the golf
one.
clap.
Michael Hamilton.
Back to the real casting.
Yeah, he's got to protect that. He wants to protect that arsenal. There's something in there that he likes, because typically if there's nothing in there, and you can also be sure that Michael Hamilton is perfectly comfortable taking damage if he means that he can, in response to that Command and Conquer, maybe cheat out an instant speed aura. But we know now that that's not the case. That is not what it is. Maybe it's a soul shield, and you can't play it against Command and Conquer. But here comes the Endless Arrow, and this is a very, very nasty card. And why is it nasty, Charmer? As it just keeps coming back.
It has the potential to keep coming back, but you can sometimes be cheeky and interrupt and stop this. Only 2 cards left in the hand of Michael, and so I don't know if Michael can stop Michael, but perhaps, yeah, I know. I couldn't help myself. I'm sorry.
And he took that personally.
Perhaps it does actually connect here. We also saw the press as well, so a lot of damage coming in, and then we're going to follow this up with a Surge. Arsenal this card. Good opener, right? Again, you need that aggression against Prism. We also got rid of the aura. One of the things that I find interesting about Lexi, specifically into Prism, is that yes, it's a go wide aggro deck, but you don't have the reliability of something like a Thorn, which is just a 1 resource repeat use. Because you load arrows, you still have to spend a card to clear these auras, and that is one of the downsides of Lexi.
No, that is definitely, those heroes that have weapons that are essentially there to enable or to improve upon the cards that are being played, such as, let's say, Luminaris. Luminaris alone doesn't do anything. For instance, if we're talking about new heroes, Dromai. Dromai's weapon doesn't attack on its own. So going up against an aura build can be a little bit expensive in terms of how you clean them up. It's going to cost you an attack, and sometimes throwing a 4 attack at an aura, it's necessary in many cases, but it feels bad because it's not like you're pitching a card to just swing with your weapon that's already there. But neither of these these players have weapons that really swing for damage. They're there to improve upon the game plan, upon the other weapons that are out there, which are the attacks.
Yeah, it is just something that I wanted to highlight because I think it makes the decision tree of the Lexi player that much more interesting. Normally, if you're playing against Prism and you're on, again, one of these aggro decks that has a cheap weapon activation, whether that is Briar with the Thorn or even just a Katsu with the Kodachis, it can be kind of a no-brainer. You spend that 1 resource, you pop it. But because Lexi doesn't have that reusable source, if it's not a really important aura, there is an argument sometimes that you just leave leave them on the board and continue to go face, continue to generate that pressure on the health total, because you don't have the continuous reliable ways. You're sacrificing a lot of damage in doing so. And so here we do see the opening shot. We see that kind of sideways bow, which means it has been activated.
So yeah, the first activation over here, and again, Voltaire is the weapon of choice for the most part here, mainly because of, well, you know, you can load twice, and when you're aggressive, Lexi wants to go ahead and fire those out, and we know that there's an Endless Arrow already there, and that is a card that, you know, on its own feels very pedestrian. It's a 4 attack, yeah, it doesn't really cost much, but the fact that it can recur means that it kind of demands an answer. It's not like all the other 4 for 0 attacks that, you know, you can just let loose. This is a card that demands an answer, and the more and more that you let it slide, the more value you're giving to the Lexi player to say, all right, it's like drawing a card, essentially. If that hits, it's like drawing a card, and you cannot let that happen. Imagine if Snatch was always like, if this hits, draw Snatch. If this hits, draw Snatch. You know, like that's basically what an Endless Arrow can turn out to be.
Yeah, and the thing specifically about Flesh and Blood is drawing cards is massive. If you come from other card games, you might be drawing 2 or 3 cards a turn pretty regularly. It doesn't seem like that big of a deal. But in Flesh and Blood, because your cards are the basis of literally everything you do, even a single card can be a massive difference in a turn. That's why we've seen cards like Plunder Run adjusted and so on and so forth. And here we do have
Haze Bending.
Another aura coming down that is Haze Bending. And
that's a good one. So Haze Bending is very important because what it does is it kind of leaves a little bit of garbage as it gets, you know, taken off the board. And basically all the other auras that get blown up will leave a little residual spectral shieldage onto the board. And that's basically it. When your whole plan is to develop auras, having Haze Bending is one of those priority 1A, 1B style things. And when it's on the board alone, it's not so devastating. It's when you pair it up with other auras and suddenly you have too many things to prioritize. But Haze Bending is very, very important to just eventually, you know, continue to just maintain a presence, to build a presence on the board. Aura Prism, we've seen this in so many past metas, Charmer, that, you know, you got to find a window to just continue those 2-for-1 turns, the instant and then the blue, the instant and then the blue, which it doesn't seem like Michael Fang has had a good shot at yet.
I will say the real nightmare is when it is multiple Haze Bendings on the board. At one of the calling events, I was piloting Star of the Show, but I got walloped by somebody who played all 3 Haze Bendings before I could clean them up, and then it was literally a nightmare, because it was nonstop spectral shields. Even just cleaning up one of the Haze Bends meant multiple in return. Just brutal to come back from. So you absolutely do want to clean this up. This is certainly worth a card. As I mentioned before, you kind of have to do that mental evaluation if you're the Lexi player, but this one I think is always worth a card at some point. You just have to decide when in the turn do you want to do that.
First Endless Arrow is played, and that's going to get a buff up. That is Art of War. Art of War is a fascinating card, not just because it's of how strong it is in general, but the fact that it used to be just, you know, intimately married to decks like Chain, because of how there was really no downside to playing it with Chain. You draw a card, you banish the card, you banish, it's still playable, etc. But now we've seen Art of War, it trickled into Starvo lists. It's now trickling into Lexi lists, etc. It has found a place in many other lists. So here we see it's going to go ahead and buff up an extra attack on the Endless Arrow.
So Lexi is an interesting deck because it is another one that can potentially offset the quote-unquote drawback of Art of War when you're choosing to draw the 2 cards. Obviously, Chain, very easy to offset it. You banish a card. Most of what Chain was playing, you could play that card from the banish zone. The reason that it works so well in Lexi is that even if you have a handful of arrows, you're limited by your bow and how many you can play. And so sometimes trading out that 3rd or 4th arrow to draw 2 other cards that might be better pitches, might be stings that you need for fusing, it can make sense. And so Art of War can sometimes turn an awkward hand into a more manageable one. I think that's why it's crept into these Lexi lists. And it's also just a instant speed combat boost. Again, the +1 to the attack of all of your actions doesn't have to be done ahead of time. It's not like a non-attack action. You can do it while things are on the stack, while the chain links are in play, and you can sometimes surprise people.
All right, there is one of the major pieces that Lexi relies on. It's 3 of a kind. It's going to cost you 1, but you draw 3. The downside to this Charmer, again, is that you're going to have to play out of your arsenal, which Lexi likes to do. However, if you don't have a method to put anything in there, if you don't have any arrows, this can just feel like a terrible, terrible turn. There's already a Lightning Surge in arsenal. That's going to be a 4-go again for Michael Hamilton. But what did he draw? That's the important part. Where are the arrows? You have no... you haven't had a single activation of Voltaire, so there's 2 potential loads and fires off of that, with the bonus of the Art of War, as basically Michael Feng here just has to say, all right, well, this is the big turn. What do you got? And he's taking a look. Let's just having a look at what else is in there. And but like, you have to play out of arsenal. So what can you do? There are bullseye bracers as well to load up a 3rd arrow if necessary,
as well as the potential for things like Snapshot, where you can get an additional bow activation. So the limitation of 3 of a kind is not super limiting for Lexi. And there is a fistful of cards over there for Hamilton. So we're going to see, looks like a pitch here in a boots activation.
Perch grapplers, little peach cobblers coming in. The old peach cobblers. So that's going to get activated over here again with the go-agains and all of that beautiful, lovely stuff. And is that another Art of War in hand as well, which you cannot play? That cannot be played. You cannot play cards out of hand, arsenal only. So I believe there's an Endless Arrow in hand. There's an Art of War, a Lightning Surge. So there's really, I can see 1 playable card. What else is in there?
I don't know. Can you say it louder?
I will not. Hey, Michael, what's in your hand? he just shows it to the camera. It would be ideal right now for us.
We do see the surge come, and it looks like with only 2 damage being taken there that this was a blue, perhaps. I thought it was a red that was down there, but I think that actually might have been a blue surge.
It's possibly it's blue. I mean, those are also decent for fusing as well. Okay, so Helix Shot. So, again, quick little read over here in terms of what Helix Shot does. But, again, keep in mind that that is also... getting the boost from the, Pathing Helix is the card. Sorry, it's getting the boost from the Art of War. And what this says is if it hits and you have no cards in your arsenal, you may put a card from your hand face down into your arsenal. What could that be? Could be the Art of War.
Could be, but again, if you can only play cards from your arsenal and you've already extended your turn with the bow, I believe there also was another Lightning Surge as well, and so that's something that you could put down there and then play. That would also have go again. I think there's a lot of flexibility here. The reality is it's a threatening effect. I was just going to say, and I think that if anything, this is a win if you can just force them to block it, because the potential is sometimes scarier than the actual outcome. And I think that's what we're seeing here.
No, I like this block as well. It's really tough to give up something like Command and Conquer against Alexi, given the fact that there's so much value that card represents. You're peeling cards out of the hand, or you're blowing up potentially 2 cards out of the arsenal as well. So there's a go again associated with this, which was given to the Pathing Helix by the bow, I believe. The Pathing Helix on its own is 4. Keep in mind that there is the +1 given by the Art of War as well.
Right, and so that's why there was the block with the cap and the Command and Conquer, because that equals 5. That's the first token going on. So you are stopping the effect, and I, again, believe that the goal here was to get that other Lightning Surge down, because you can't load it, but if you hit with the Helix, because it's any card down. That's the neat thing about reload as a mechanic, is that it doesn't have to be an arrow. It's just any card face down when you hit with the reload. So I think that was the plan, was to get that down and then end the turn with a strong arsenal. But we see the Art of War pitch, and this is the 2nd load. So no more activations from the bow, but we do have the recursive arrow coming.
And this is an important piece of this as well, is that Michael Hamilton has to direct the damage. As saying, no, this is going to you, Michael Feng. This is not going to anywhere else. It's not going to your Parable of Humility. It's not going to your Haze Bending. And again, Haze Bending, killing any of these auras will leave a little bit of that, that residual effect of dropping a spectral shield, a little Easter egg that it kind of poops out as it exits the battlefield. And we're going to go with the Bullseye Bracers, load up another card, and hey, why not? Let's go for one more shot. Let's make it happen.
I think that the goal of this turn is to generate as much pressure as possible on the life total. We do see more damage landing there as well, because with that haze bending, with the other aura at this point, you could spend time to clean them up, but that's going to give Prism a window to come back. I feel like this turn is your big blowout turn where you're trying to set up another big turn and get Prism to a point where they can't make use of those auras. But we did actually see one popped there at the end. There's the Spectral because of the haze.
Yeah, and I'm okay with that. I mean, Parable of Humility represents so much value over time, and if your goal here is to just go super wide, that Parable of Humility left on the table for one turn could potentially mean the difference of, 4 health that's lost or easier blocks that can be made. The on-hits they won't count. So cleaning that up is fine. We're going to go ahead and drop. Is that a second haze bending? And this is that nightmare that you're talking about.
It is, yes. So at this point, I feel like if you're Lexi, you either have to take 2 turns off to clean them up, or the rest of the game is just face. Like, you kind of have to, I think, make that decision now, because you have to clean them up before they're a problem, or you just have to accept, okay, I'm not getting rid of auras anymore. You do have a full hand. You have the Arsenal, which I believe is that other Art of War that we saw earlier. I'm going to lower my voice so that I'm not saying it too loud.
Stop saying it so loud.
But ultimately, I think that, again, you got them at 14 health. They have 2 haze bendings. It might be time to try to push.
Yeah.
Was not the Art of War, though. Looks like that was that recursive arrow.
So
the Art of War was pitched. My mistake. We actually saw them pitch it.
I do not forgive you. The thing about these, when you're facing against the Prism player, is that you will have to eventually make a decision of when is it worth it to continue to pressure face, and when do I have to make that decision. So that is an activation. There's a card if we've ever seen one.
And it's fused.
With the fuse.
I was making the lighted up puns with Prism earlier about the meta, but here we get the actual lighted up. And a little bit of reading going on. This is a card that does bonus damage based on your equipment, and because there are basically all of the equipment options for Prism still on the board, it's going to represent a lot of potential bonus damage. Sometimes late in the game, this will not be worth as much, because if you have stuff with like Blade Break, for example, et cetera, it won't carry through. But again, with the fuse, this does damage equal to the equipment that they control.
I see a lot of equipment, and that can be dangerous. And this is one of those situations where, again, the player playing against Prism will eventually face a fork in the road where it is no longer worthwhile to clean out the auras. Eventually, Prism will be at a life total where it's very attractive and viable for you to continue to go face to win the game, or they'll just have too many auras where it just doesn't make sense for you to address them, and you have to pressure face because that's your only avenue to victory. And I think that Michael Hamilton is probably at that juncture right now where the best option is just to continue to pressure. And, it's 2 haze bendings on the board is really nasty, but keep in mind, if you take out one, you're at a negative net. You're at a net loss for that because you're dropping 2 spectral shields to take out one of those. So attacking a haze bending is actually going to be negative value to a degree.
Yeah, so this was a wonderful turn for the Lexi player, because look at all the equipment you are kind of soaking up there. You finally got rid of the gloves. You want to get those off the board anyway. Now that you've read what Lighted Up does, you're realizing, okay, if I'm going to have to deal with this again, let's make sure that some of these equipment slots are gone. But you're also getting the skull cap out of the way for the future. You've got the footsteps that were at least put out there. You couldn't take advantage of it with a pump, sadly, to break them. But this is still a great way to suck out those resources, those defensive resources from the Prism player to negate all of that bonus damage. And then here, our second shot, which is the Fatigue shot, that's going to soak up 2 cards for blocking as well. Fatigue shot is, I believe, the one that reduces damage by half if it connects the first attack on the next turn.
Yeah, and against Prism, it's not very, effective, but it's still a 5 attack. It still, blocks for 3 if necessary. It's not bad. It's a good card that came out of Everfest that has helped Lexi, especially. It's a card that you want to play more so against, like, Guardians. Those big, the brutes, the ones that are really going to swing huge. In this case, it's not going to do a lot against auras.
Well, it doesn't do a lot against auras, but theoretically, if you do expect a few prisms to stick to the Herald game plan, you traditionally don't have a lot of arrows that are great phantasm poppers, and so being able to at least get them into a just regular blocking range, right? You fatigue them so those heralds drop in that attack value, they become more manageable to block the old-fashioned way. I could see some value there, but ultimately, as you said, this is really likely in the deck because it's, a 1-cost arrow that swings for 5, blocks for 3, and it works in other matchups.
An activation of Voltaire here is going to, with the pitch, is going to go ahead, load up another arrow. This that's a blink that's pitched away. Extra action points against Prism is very, very good tech here. So pitching that away, oh my, that a headshot. Haven't seen that card in a long time.
Yeah, that does indeed look like a headshot to me. We've got the die down there signifying that, yes, this is a 4 attack, and it does also have go again as well. Headshot is traditionally +2 if it was put into your arsenal face up. So I'm wondering why the 4 is there.
So it was loaded face up with the Voltaire. The mode that was chosen was go again. Yeah, I'm just curious as well if headshot was put into your arsenal face up, it gains +2 until the end of turn. That is the game text. Then, hey, who are we to argue with game text? Unless for some reason
it could be a blue.
It's possibly that it's a blue. We might just be missing out on in terms of what the color strip here is. We do not have the deck list for this particular matchup, unfortunately, but that is in fact a headshot, and it was loaded up. So I mean, all information says that that's probably a blue. And again, Rain Razors, aka Rain Raisins, is going to come through to make not only this attack +2, all subsequent arrows +2.
All right, so second bow activation. This one is firing. We see the die there as well.
That's a Bolton shot. That's a good one.
That's a Bolton shot. It's a Michael Bolton shot.
It's a Michael Bolton shot.
We have 2 Michaels.
2 Michaels.
And a Bolton shot. We have officially achieved the Michael Bolton shot. If there ever was one in Flesh and Blood history,
this is it. I celebrate the man's entire catalog, frankly. You think he's ever thought about just going by Mike?
No.
These are Office Space jokes, and they're going right over your head. Someone out there is going to rescue me. Anyways, that is a Bolton shot, which has the effect of if its attack is above the base, it gets natural go again. So with the benefit of Rain Raisins, we're going to come in with a 5 attack, go again. Let's go. And Michael is at 10. This is a critical juncture. As we see, we mentioned this earlier, Charmer, where you're going to be having to face a decision. Do I even care about the double haze bendings, or do I just go face? And it seems like Michael has, like you said, smelled the blood in the water, and he's hunting for lethal every turn now.
So this is rather interesting because that is, again, only a 5 there. So the glare, you're going to have to excuse us at home. I think this might be another blue.
It's a blue.
It has to be because if you already have the buff, you don't need to choose go again with the bow. So naturally, you probably would have chosen the +1 with your Voltaire there as well. But ultimately, we see the blocks go through, but a lot of damage, a great turn there off of the back of the Rain. And so even with some blue arrows, you've managed to get Prism down to 7. That's got to feel good.
Now, at this rate, Michael Hamilton will lose in 23 turns. So he's got a little bit of runway to convert here. But that was an excellent turn by Michael Hamilton, only pushing through 3 damage. So Michael Fang on the back foot here. But again, swing with the haze bending. But Michael Hamilton here does not care one bit about those haze bendings. He'll take the 1 damage all day long. But the important part of here is loading up the arsenal. We're going to get an activation of that beautiful cold foil Voltaire. And what happens next? We're going to pitch a headshot. That's a blue to load up the bow. Method, I'm guessing, is +1 because that's a Bolton shot. So that's going to get the natural go again. Is that red? If it's red, that's coming in for 5.
Yeah, I think that's either red or yellow. That one is definitely not blue. I can tell that much. But the exciting thing here is that I feel vindicated. Back when we said, hey, you have to make a decision, do I now just continue to go face or do I worry about these haze bendings? And I said, I think once the second one comes down, you go face. That's all we've seen since then.
Yeah, but how much of that is PTSD from that experience you had?
Well, a little bit of both. But the point here is that I like to feel like I know what I'm talking about.
That's the best way. Fake it till you make it.
That's why I felt good about my top 4 draft yesterday with my victory against Dalen. And don't forget, folks, we have 2 packs to open as a result of my amazing play.
Yep.
Here, however, in the current game between actual good players, we have another aura getting created. This is kind of, other than the pitch, a no-risk response because you can't block with these instants anyway.
But this is a huge move because what did we see here? That if that Bolton was given the +1 to get the go again, sneaking in the Parable of Humility puts it back to 4, which means that it loses go again. So this is just going to come in for 4 for. Oh, so that might have been a yellow. That was a yellow because it did connect for 3. Oh, no, he chose go again off of it.
No, he didn't. But the activation from Voltaire is an instant.
Right.
And so what you're doing is you're activating it the second time to just load a face up and then arsenal the other card so that you still have both cards in the arsenal and then a full 4-card hand. That's actually a very heads-up play by Hamilton to understand, okay, my turn got cut short, but I'm going to come back next round with 6 cards available. So, yes, you stalled. It was a great parable, but this is a dangerous spot to be in if you are Michael Fang because you have 4 health and your opponent is going to be coming with 6 cards at their disposal.
That is beautiful. Good play there by Michael Fang there to cheat out. Good timing on the Parable of Humility. Again, you're going to eat some damage, but at least you got cards to play with now, and that is big. Nothing in Soul, and that can be devastating. Again, finding a way to generate go-agains. What do we have in hand there for Michael Hamilton? It looks like a Soul Shield, I believe, and a Herald. So there's going to be some yellows there to pitch in order to activate the go-agains and start maybe coming back. It's quite the intimidating hill to climb here, especially against a player of the caliber of Michael Hamilton. But if anyone can do it, it's Michael Fang.
Yeah, intimidating hill, not an intimate hill.
No, it's an intimate hill.
Prefer the.
That's where we're staying. That's our Airbnb. Charmer and I are staying at Intimate Hill. I love you, buddy.
This is so much fun.
It is.
I just love that we finally get to talk about Flesh and Blood, see some great games, and share our Intimate Hill stories.
Yeah, but we talk about this all the time because you and I are, we speak like multiple times a week about this game, about things that we love. You're actually coming to visit me in Toronto next week. Life is good, man.
Yeah, that's right. We are going to go to the zoo together.
We are going to go to the zoo together. We're going to go to
take photos and share it with the community.
Yeah, we're going to go to Intimate Hill. And
okay. So this is a relatively big deal. We have another aura coming down, so we have some damage coming in. And that was an ode. So that essentially doubled that. That's what you saw. 8 come off the health total there. Now, I know you might be saying, okay, not a huge deal. You had all that health and you have a 6-card hand coming. But if you somehow survive this as Michael Fang, now the game is within reach, right? That is a lot of damage that you can churn out with the auras. But right now, 4 health against a essentially 6-card hand. Can you do it? And we start with the Rain Razors into a 3 of a kind. Nightmare fuel if you are the Prism player.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Prism, even if you're on 20, you're worried about this turn. You are on 4 with no arsenal and no way to generate anything. And you know that these are all going to be UPS overnight straight to Michael Fang's face.
This is a tale of 2 completely different board states. On the one hand, you have a Prism who has no soul, no arsenal, no health to spare. On the other side, you had somebody who had 2 cards in arsenal, and they open with the 3 of a kind after the Rain Razors. Absolutely bonkers what the card and the just overall economy is going to be for this turn. So here we do see the opening shot, but again, this is just going to be the first of many, and already threatening lethal. That's the other thing, right? All of these arrows, especially the red ones that are traditionally 1 for 5s, even more with the Rain Razors, you're going to have to block kind of throughout at only 4 health. Each one of these threatens lethal, which means you have to eat at least 1 card per to stay alive.
Yeah, and the bad part here is that if Michael Fang is gripping anything that is at instant speed, you cannot block those. So we're going to go ahead and that's going to be a Command and Conquer, so that's 5 block. That's going to be a full block on that. But if any of those cards in Michael's hand are blocked for 0, which there's plenty in the Prism build, then this could be dangerous because, I mean, Michael Fang needs 2 things to happen here. He needs to make sure that his cards block and can do so, and he needs to make sure that Michael Hamilton did not just draw an absolute devastating amount of arrows and ways to generate and reload. As it seems right now, that might not be the case, but hey, let's go Bolt and Shot +1 again. That is a red one. That's coming in for, is it red? So he goes +1. No, that's going to be yellow, I believe. Am I making sense? But either way, it's 6. We're going to give up, and now here comes the Pathing Helix.
And that's going to be it.
Good games all around. A Michael stands tall. We knew a Michael was going to win this one.
Congratulations, Michael.
Congratulations, Michael. We could have said that. That could have been a recording. You'd never know because we were all aboard.
Pre-recorded. Congratulations, Michael. Well done. Well played. You navigated it beautifully. You made no mistakes. Just totally generic without mentioning either deck or last name whatsoever.
You don't know if this is pre-recorded because we could say, and the winner of this match was Michael Fang Hamilton. You don't know what we said there. I have no clue. We just blocked the,
Yeah. All jokes aside, very well played by Michael Hamilton. As I said going in, Lexi, pretty good into Prism, but it's a little bit more awkward than it is when you're piloting Briar because of the lack of a weapon. Didn't seem to slow them down. It does help that you had 2 3-of-a-kinds, so when you're kind of talking about things you want to do, right? Prism player, if you want to establish auras and you want to get those tomes going, you need to play them. On the other side, it was Michael Hamilton who was playing multiple cards that let him draw 3 and pop off. We also saw the Art of War. It was just a lot of gas, and unfortunately, the Prism player could not keep up.
It's tough, and again, aggression is really Prism's weakness. We saw what Briar can do against it. In this case, Lexi's just a different beast. It's not as easy to put things together when you're Lexi, but if you build the deck correctly, you fish for what you need. I mean, we saw a couple 3-of-a-kinds, a couple Art of Wars. We drew into some gas, and then suddenly it's just pew pew. And the difference here was the fact that I think if Michael Fang had a little bit more health total, he was on the warpath to really equalize that game. Double haze bending really pumped the brakes on anything that Hamilton wanted to do to start addressing the auras. Once you see that second one, it is no longer really in your best interest to perhaps start taking those out, especially when you have somebody at 10 or less. And I just feel like if Michael Fang had maybe 5 to 10 more health, then the game could have shifted for sure.
Absolutely. I think the second haze bending came down when he was at like around 14. So if you're at closer to 20 there, a bit scarier of a board state for Hamilton at that point because that's a much harder decision. If your opponent is within striking distance of a single turn, and so with Lexi you're thinking, okay, I can usually present somewhere between like 12 and 15 with any good hand, then I think you go straight face every time. Was the right call there, obviously, resulted in a victory. But if your opponent's at like 20, that's a much tougher call on the double haze bending. Do you just continue to go gas or do you clear them? But
yeah. The beautiful part is, as a Prism player, you don't have to make those decisions. You have a game plan, you stick to it. You put the onus on your opponent to have to make these critical decisions. And we've got some decisions to make because we got 2 prize packs, both of which were absolutely yeeted against the wall so that they got the transformative effect. It's a replacement effect. When you throw a pack of cards against the backdrop, a transformative effect occurs that turns one of the bad cards into a Majestic or better. So go ahead and crack that open. Again,
I'm going to use one of my action points to open one up.
Sure. You haven't made good points in all weekend, frankly, and here you go.
All right, so the first is Helios Miter. I don't know if you guys know.
This is actually Spanish. It's a Helios Mitre.
All right, so here's something that I was talking about yesterday. It's always the biggest bait when you're in the second token slot and you see this.
Correct, Bobble.
And you're like, oh, I'm going to get something good. But no, for me, it's always Phoenix Form.
Yesterday, I opened my pack. It was the checklist. Yeah, Phoenix Flame. Nice. It was the checklist and the cracked bauble. 2 of the most useless things ever.
All right, so here we go. We're going to slowly go through. We have it in Flame.
Mm-hmm.
That describes Flake's Rash. We have Sash of Sandakai. Rise Up. Look at that beautiful art.
Wonderful. Great in foil as well.
In CC. And we have a dampen, like what we do to the mood of this broadcast. So those are our 2 rares, and then an Oasis
foil
Respite.
Red Oasis Respite
foil.
is really good. I mean, that's a playable card, absolutely.
The Rise Up is already better than I thought I would open in either of these.
So what's your pack 1, pick 1 in this?
So if we were drafting, my pack 1, pick 1, just kind of going through here, right? Mm-hmm. We've got the Renegade, Dust Up, Skittering Sands. But for me personally, it would either be the Rise Up, because that's still pretty flexible and it's a very solid attack if you can pull it off, or if I'm being entirely honest, I would gravitate toward the Sash.
Yeah, the Sash is really good. I just want to see, usually I commit before I even show up, so this is probably going to be a blue Ice Bind is what I'm taking, mainly because I am all about...
If you have a favorite hero, et cetera, that's fine. The reason that I really like Sash in particular is because it lets me decide between both of the Draconic heroes, and the Sash is just a fantastic piece of equipment overall. I think it's the second best equipment in the set that's not legendary anyway. I think Heat Wave is slightly higher priority for me personally, but...
I mean, any kind of equipment that gets you resources is usually pretty strong.
All right, so we have a couple of weapons in our token slots.
Nice, not even a hint of like any kind of...
And a couple of heroes.
Perfect.
So the cold foils, we yeeted too hard. They just kept going.
There's a red brand with Cinderclaw on this. I mean, that's not a bad pick one.
All right, so as we're coming through, let's get to... We have an Eisenhowl Weathervane. An Invoke... I believe this is Wuvia? And then another Eisenhowl Weathervane. So if you were playing Sealed at home and you wanted 2 red Weathervanes for your Icelander deck, this was the pack for you.
Yeah, Eisenhower was like one of my favorite presidents, frankly. I think Eisenhower was really, pretty
I have
good.
fond memories of the Eisenhower administration.
Yes, the Eisenhower administration was pretty good. So there it is, ladies and gentlemen. These were the wonderful packs. Again, maybe they were legendaries and fables, and when we yeeted them into the backdrop, we don't know. Again, replacement effects. It's all part of the rules, ladies and gentlemen. You can blame Josh Scott for those.
The problem is that we flipped it, right? It was already on the dragon, and we went back to...
Okay. My pack, all foil flakeouts. All foil flakeouts. That's what I got. Again, friends, if you got foil flakeouts and you don't want them, you send them to me. My mission is to have 1,000 of these by the end of the year, decade, 2 years. I don't know what a good timeline is that. We're in Ohio. Charmer, Flake, round 5 is around the corner, so don't go too far, friends. We are in Ohio for the 10K presented by the Realm Gaming Network.
Welcome back to this 10K tournament put on by the Realm Games. I am once again Charmer, aka Derek, and I am joined by Brendan once again. We have a great matchup on our hands coming forward, and you were saying just before the broadcast how excited you were because of the player and the hero. Give me a little bit of info about what we're about to see.
Absolutely. So we are going to see Yuan Ji, the winner of the Calling Krakow, native to the U.S. He's from New York. But he's on a pretty fun deck. There was a deck that used to be really popular at Charmer. But then LSS went and they banned a key card. Hasn't seen much play. But Yuanji's on Viserai.
Yeah, that is fantastic news for us. We haven't seen Viserai on the broadcast. Also, have not seen much of Viserai at all since the LSS changes. And I'm very surprised that not only is it here at the event, but that it's doing so well. Now, if you kind of go with the aggressive or mid-range game plan, I could see where it's very good into Prism, just like the Briars have been.
Oh, yeah.
But I think that the hybrid damage could also potentially be very good against like some of the Guardians that we might be seeing.
Yeah, so Viserai lost Bloodsheath Scalata. Its engine that allowed it to do this OTK combo against defensive decks like Oldhim, or just really any fatigue deck. It was able to kind of be the premier aggressive deck at one point, which is effectively the premier mid-range deck too in Flesh and Blood. But at the same time, when someone would try to fatigue it and try to play against them with that sort of that strategy, it could develop this OTK and inevitability, and was very consistent. But it lost its key, it lost the engine. Bloodsheath Scalata was the key to that combo. Nevertheless, Viserai is still powerful, and it's powerful enough. Using Fiendal Spring Tunic, it's definitely more on the aggressive mid-range side now, but I still think it has the reach to get over Oldhim. It's definitely a lot harder. Before, it was easy. Oldhim was effectively a buy, right? Because you could always just divert to that OTK game plan. Nowadays, it's harder, but still a very strong deck. Like, Viserai is just super powerful. Runeblade cards are good. And yeah, I'm really excited to see what Yandri's got for us.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned the quote-unquote Runeblade cards are good because, again, we expected to see a fair amount of Prism. Walking the tables, there's a ton of Prism out there. And a deck like Viserai, very strong into Prism when you are going aggressive because you can still run Runic Reclamation, helps you deal with those auras, get you those big attacks, has the poppers, but again, all of that kind of incidental damage from the Rune Chants can maybe keep the Spectral Shields in check and then end with the poppers. You can also still run Thorn. We've talked about how good that is into those auras as well. So I think just overall, a great way to surprise your opponents. I know that if I sat down across the Viscerai today, knowing that there's no Blood Sheet, I don't know that I would feel confident in like my testing, right? I haven't put in a lot of game testing for that matchup.
It's pretty interesting. The deck list actually looks quite similar, but what it's really trying to do is play something like Malvern Skies, Shrill of Skull Form, and Swing the Blade. The value off of doing that is incredible, and it didn't lose that play pattern specifically when it lost Bloodsheath Scalata. So even in the mid-range games, even in aggro v aggro, Viscerai always just had this little cheat code where they would just do a mini combo, right? They would pop their Blood Sheet, they would maybe hit you for 9 with the 9th Blade or something like that, and it was just like, it's just a little bit unfair. So it's lost that aspect, but still very powerful cards, and just like the synchronization. So I know a bit of Yonji's list, and he's running 9 Malvern Skies. He's only running 6 Shrill of Skull Form, but we're going to see a lot more of that sort of, play a go, get go again, play an attack, and then go ahead and swing that blade. I think it's predicated off Rosetta Thorn. Like that weapon has unlocked this deck.
Absolutely. I love the 9 Malverian Skies game plan. My brain was going faster than my mouth, and so it came out as a non-Skies, but that's the exact opposite, right? It's 9 Malverian Skies, and you have to assume they're running Mordred Tide as well.
Absolutely.
Because you have all those great ways to generate the rune chants as Viscerai. Mordred Tide is always one of those cards that even without the OTK game plan, it's just so scary powerful, when it's played. So it does sound like we're getting ready to go to the game. I'm excited to see what we are paired up against. So we have Viscerai, and it is in fact against Oldhim. We have not seen Oldhim on the broadcast yet today either. So this is going to be a real treat, and we will see whether or not you can get over the top of this defense.
Yeah, so this is going to be the test, right? You bring this deck to the tournament, you're beating up on potentially Briars, definitely Prisms, but your test is Oldhim. Yonji actually has a really interesting set of cards in his deck that he has brought just for Oldhim. He's brought Remembrance and Last Ditch Effort. He has a bit of old school flesh and blood thought behind how he's going to execute that combo. Some people would say it's a bit outdated. Nevertheless, we could see a looping of Last Ditch Effort in order to get over the top of the end with this Oldhim Fatigue. But starting off, we do have Rude Mud Incantation. That's exactly where you want to be, as well as a Shrill of Skull Form, what I think will be a marquee card for this match.
Yeah, now if you are maybe new to Flesh and Blood or you're just not familiar, Last Ditch Effort is a blue pitch card that gets an attack bonus when there are no cards left in your deck. And so essentially you get to a point where you're drawing your entire deck, you're down to your last 4 cards or so, you can play the Last Ditch Effort and then use cards like Remembrance to kind of loop it. It's something I've done in Bravo and Fatigue matchups as well. And so we'll see if it goes that kind of a distance, but here on the other side of this attack, we do see a defense reaction and a shield soaking some of that damage.
Yep, and we do see a Enlightened Strike out of the Old Himiram, likely to be played on this following turn. Important to note the chest armor that has been chosen by Yuanji here. It is not a Fjendal Spring Tunic, but instead the Aether Iron Weave, being able to get 2 resources when you've played a non-attack action and an attack action. Looks like we're going to do an E-Strike for E-Strike for 5 go again. I guess we're going to be swinging the hammer after as well.
Yeah, that's got to be telegraphing a hammer swing. Otherwise, you would just take the 7 and the Arsenal. And we are seeing some blocks going out. I think that this is a pretty safe round of blocks given what I'm seeing out of the hand here, because that wasn't going to be a very impactful turn. Looks like mostly non-attacks there. The hammer did connect for at least one, so we see the Frostbite token generated, but I think this is just going to be an Arsenal pass.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, finally getting a look at this Oldhim list, by the way. It is reasonably aggressive. We do have the Enlightened Strikes. We have 3 red pummels. We've got Spinal Crushes and Zealous Beltings, as well as 2 Art of Wars. So I know a lot of us have come off the Blitz season here. We're used to Oldhim fatigue, but this deck is packing some spice.
I think that this is not too much of a surprise. If you're expecting to see a fair number of Prisms, obviously cards like Zealous Belting help quite a bit in that matchup as well. The Art of War is spicy for me personally, just because it's very flexible in Oldhim. You can use it to block from Arsenal, for example, if you still want to go defensive, or you can use it to just kind of mess with those breakpoints, because it is an instant speed thing, and Guardian not known for their attack reactions, so you can catch people off guard. But this is a big fuse.
Yep. A Glacial Footsteps fused with the Blizzard is going to be coming in for Dominate, and it has Go Again from the Artivore as well. That's quite a swing turn.
Yeah, this is looking like shades of the star of the show, a big dominated Go Again attack that might be followed up with a hammer. This Artivore coming in very clutch. This, again, is Dominate, not Intimate, so no hugging here, but this is not where you wanted to be if you're Viserai. You're saying, okay, wait a minute, I'm the one who's supposed to be sending all of this. We do see a block with the equipment there as well.
Pretty impressive. It's funny to like see the Oldhim player work so hard to get that Dominate and Go Again win. In our previous format, you would just reveal your cards and you could get Dominate going. You got a +2 for the effort as well. But there's our first Modern Skies. It is going to be a red one, so threatening the hit trigger of +3 rune chance. Man, Modern Skies into Shrill Skullform is just so much value. It's ridiculous, because even if he Ice Reacts him here, he still has the Rosetta Stone in the follow-up, and this is coming in for 7.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so glad you mentioned the Ice React, because I think some players sometimes kind of key in on that 2 damage prevention, but the Ice React is so pivotal against these aggro decks because it very oftentimes blocks way more than the 2 damage that the Earth would. You put a card back in your hand, and even if that's a 0 for 4, that's 4 damage you didn't take. So we'll see if they go with that activation, knowing that the Thorn is still coming, just because that would prevent an Arsenal.
Exactly, yes. So that is the key here, is like, he's going to Rosetta Thorn, right? He has the 1. Viserai, maybe he has something that could go in between Swarm and Gloomveil, but that's not even that impactful, right? So really, he's denying the Arsenal, but we do see double for the money with this this Pulse of, this is Voltaven. Eisenloft, yeah. Eisenloft.
We're not star of the show in that Voltaven, no 8 damage hammers anymore, but yes, this is a Pulse of Eisenloft. That means you prevented 2 damage, and you got the ice part, so really helping with that Thorn damage that was coming as well, just overall well navigated by the Oldhim player, and quite the back and forth we have going here, 31 to 33, and now we have a Frosty Hammer coming in the direction of Yuanji.
It's reasonable damage that Yuanji's gotten out so far, 31 to 33, like close to parity here, and we're not going to see a lot of life gain or just heavy defense reactions out of this Oldhim. So I think we're going to see a pretty back and forth game, and I feel like if you're Yuanji right now, you're sitting pretty. You're sitting decently well, I should say. But I don't think he's going to be executing this last effort, which he just pitched to the bottom of his deck.
Yeah, one of the interesting bits that I'm seeing here as I look at our Oldhim players' deck list, I am noticing that they are very heavy on big dominate attacks. I feel like this is an Oldhim player who says, I'm going to rely on the mystique of being defensive, but if I can keep things close, but I close things out with unblockable damage through dominate, then I can close out the game, because I am seeing copies of Macho Grande. Obviously, we saw the Glacial Footsteps earlier, so multiples of those as well. As you said, Spinal Crush, things like that. This is a far more aggressive Oldhim list than I think most players are accustomed to seeing.
What we really need to watch out for is going to be these 3 pummels. I think that's where the pivot turns are going to come. Obviously your Oakenfold fuses, those are big turns, but they're going to happen. But a pummel is something he can set up in Arsenal and really swing, causing the Viserai to discard a card, potentially adding an additional hit trigger onto that, maybe with something like a Spinal Crush. That's where Viserai crumbles, right?
Absolutely. There's obviously the threat of Oakenfold. If you're playing Oldhim, you have to worry about that. But the pummels are a big deal as well, because it's surprise damage, and the discard is huge. I like to say my favorite thing in the game when I'm playing Flesh and Blood to do is make my opponent discard. Because if they're trying to hold on to cards in their hand, that means that they had something good. That's why they're choosing to not block. And so when you get that extra damage and you interrupt them, it's just so satisfying.
Absolutely. So, starting off with another Modern Skies here. We've gone through 2 reds so far, but into, here's Spellblade Assault. Also a pretty consistent play pattern we will see. Just a lot of value for the Viserai player. Going to follow up with that Blade, most likely. The 1 resource floating. It also synergizes so well. You have these 2 costs that come after your Modern Skies, lead right into your Rosetta Thorn. We'll see if the Oldhim player opts to potentially Ice React that final card onto the top of the deck and prevent the Arsenal for the next turn.
Yeah, doing so has been very beneficial up until this point, but it does look like we might see the Earth, because that was an Autumn's Touch
and
that
a
went
punish
down.
As well. Look at that. That doesn't happen all the time, that the Rune Flash follows up with it instead, because usually that could just be another non-attack that's planned for the 5-card hand on the following turn, but Rune Flash is actually the ultimate punish to not having the ice there.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be a nice turn for Yuanji, and One of the other interesting things that I'm kind of noticing about this Oldham's play pattern is we haven't seen very many Crown of Seeds activations because they've been so aggressive. There has not been any opportunities to Arsenal.
Yeah, not many arsenals.
And we did see the Macho that was pitched there, so I'm going to assume that was to soak some of the rune chants with the Arcane Barrier. We do see the Null Rune boots down there, so stopping some damage, but still all the way down to 22.
Yeah, and if you wanna really point back to a point in the game where that was shown off was when he had E-Strike, and instead of doing E-Strike for 7, he did E-Strike go again so he could swing the hammer, rather than arsenaling and potentially activating the Crown of Seeds. And we're going to see it again. This is not even an Ice Hammer. This is Macho Grande. So rather than arsenaling this card, he's opting to go for the 4 damage to try to, it looks like he's trying to effectively race with this strategy.
Yeah, like I said, when I look at this list, I see a lot more aggression than traditional, and I see a lot of big dominate attacks. And specifically out of Oldhim, it's not something that I think players are that prepared for. When you're playing against Showstopper, Bravo, the ability to turn it on demand, essentially, means players respect it more. But here, again, if you can kind of keep things at parity until you're both sub 10, being able to throw a giant like 8 dominate is a really big deal at that stage of the game. So it does look like this is a very aggressive Oldhim player. Again, we saw the E-Strike with Go Again, et cetera, et cetera. This might be over much quicker than I thought it was going to be.
Definitely. And so the Swarming Glue Veil is actually be coming in for 4. We do see a block on the arcane damage. Yonji getting out this Runeblood Incantation is actually really, really good because I think we're probably going to last about 3 turns till we transition to a different game style where one player will be blocking more, we might be grinding out, but really trading damage, getting out that Runeblood Incantation. He's pretty much had one for the entire game, exactly where he wants to be. I think now the biggest thing on his mind needs to be these pummels, right? Because if he gets pummeled at the wrong time, that can really pivot him, and at 23 as a life total or potentially when we're lower, it can be hard to come back.
One of the things that I want to keep an eye on as we start to get low, and this matters very much with the Dominate, is how the Grasp is used in terms of blocking and whether or not they can get full value out of that Skull Cap. Because these big Dominate attacks from Oldhim, only 1 card available from hand. I do not suspect this is a list that's got many defense reactions for Visceri. Yeah. So those equipment are going to be key to surviving those kind of clutch turns when we get to the sub 10 area of the game of health is what I'm referring to if you're watching at home, sub 10 health. But here we have a Frosty Hammer coming, threatening that Frostbite token.
Yeah, and we'll see how Yuanji decides to block this, right? I think sometimes some of the big traps are blocking through armor too early on hammers like this. Depends how it will affect your turn. I mean, and kind of old school Viscera, when you did have the Blushy Scalata, you might do it early because you're popping off, you're doing like a little mini combo. But nowadays, he is going to save his armor for critical hit triggers that will come later in the game. It can potentially lose him the game when the margins go a bit thinner. So is going to opt to take that Frostbite. The Oldhim player did arsenal a card here, and that is Channel Lake Frigid.
Yeah, Channel Lake Frigid has the potential to be a massive interruption if you can pull it off and keep it sustained. And you're going to need to slow down Yuanji because that is a lot of rune chants coming over the next few turns. And then we have this Flash, it looks like, again as well.
Yep, Rune Flash again. I really think Yuanji has cemented himself in the driver's seat with this double Runeblood Incantation sitting here when we're at that 21 life total. This is very, very good. Exactly what I want to see. He's actually seen all the Runeblood Incantations. So things that you're going to rely on you having those rune chants, like Swarming Gloom Veils, like these Rune Flashes, like you're in business.
So now the Oldhim player, again, trying to figure out how you can block this and then maybe save yourself enough room to at least play the Channel Lake Frigid. Ideally, you'd like to be able to follow that up with something else, but I think that getting that out to slow down the opponent during these incantation turns could be a pretty big deal. And we see a Seeds finally get activated as well.
Yeah, there's actually a couple Oldhim players on the tables right now that are not playing Crown of Seeds. They're actually playing Arcanite Skullcap because they've opted for a more aggressive build and aren't using the Arsenal. So I believe that one of the motivations behind that was I think that he expects to be blocking quite a bit, and I don't know if he had the ice card actually for the Channel Lake Frigid there. I think he drew the Blizzard off the crown.
Yeah, the Blizzard draw was off the crown. I did notice that, so I think that was probably the right call if you're trying to prevent the damage there. You give up the channel because you didn't have a way to keep it around, and waiting turn after turn is probably not going to get you there either, but we do have just a regular hammer here, so just 4. But honestly, doing a good job of keeping things close with just threatening this hammer. A lot of pressure the last couple of turns, and yet you're still at 21 to 19 here. So Both players going blow for blow, keeping pace. Nobody's really running away.
So one thing to think about is that as the life totals get lower, especially when we have 2 permanents on the board or pseudo-permanents in the form of Runeblood Incantation, it's going to be very hard, much harder in this stage of the game for that Oldhim to effectively use a pummel like you would in the beginning, because you won't be able to take that huge attack. And so that the sort of window of opportunity for that, if they're sided in, they could actually be sided out. I assume they would be in. The window of opportunity does start to shrink as we go deeper into the game.
Yeah, and we have another flash. I think that's the 3rd flash now as well.
Mm-hmm. That is the
So,
3rd Rune Flash, yes.
This is just a lot of pressure being generated by Yuanji. And I will say the Ultim player is doing a fantastic job of navigating this, because it has been pretty relentless due to the incantations and due to just flash after flash, et cetera, et cetera. And yes, you're not generating a whole lot of pressure back, but if you can kind of survive through the incantations, you might see a moment where the window reopens up, right? You were talking about how it's harder the later it goes, but if you can stay, I would say above 15 health even after all of these incantations are done, then you might have a window for a big dominate swing or a big pummel turn.
Absolutely, and we can see that his sort of play pattern here has changed from the first 2-3 turn cycles. Like now we're activating Crown of Seeds. Yeah. Now we're blocking.
This is the Oldhim we expected.
Exactly, right?
Not that haymakers that we saw early on.
But how long can we hold on to that? Because a significant portion of our deck is actually red, and we're geared towards an aggressive game plan. And once Yuanji starts playing these 5-card hands, I'm interested to see where we go. But we still have significant pieces of armor available as well in the form of Spellbound Creepers and the Aether Ironweave.
Yeah, absolutely. So the creepers for the activation, Ironweave, again, it was used to block earlier, but still can generate those 2 resources for a big burst turn. So the moment that Yuanji kind of takes a breather to set up a good, as you said, 5-card turn, there might be a bit of a falter on the Oldhim side. They're doing a great job of just staying pace now, but we do finally see some damage get through. The Thorn is going to be coming as well. I expect a little bit more damage to leak through here.
Yep, 5 down to 13. So significant. I mean, we're getting into those numbers, right? 13. It's not super unlikely that Yuanji will be able to present lethal with a normal 4-card hand, or at least get very close to it. I see a cracked bubble, but I do believe that is a proxy for a Arcanite Shard in Yuanji's hand here.
Oh, yeah, that would make sense. Judges, if you're unfamiliar, they can issue a proxy for certain cards if the request is made. In the case of the Arcanite Shard, because it's only available in certain foils, and if the rest of your deck isn't foil and you're worried that warping might make it a marked card, then you can say, hey, can I swap this out? And that's a judge's call. So,
yeah.
We do finally see the Skull Cap in with a block to prevent the Frostbite, so token goes on that, and we do see the Arsenal from the Oldhim as well. So it's interesting, they took 5 damage to set up that turn with the Frostbite Hammer and the Arsenal. I wonder if that is just because they wanted Crown active or because they have something really juicy in that Arsenal.
Yeah, so, well, at least on Yuanji's side, he opted to see that the value he was going to get was a 3-card hand. Like, right, he could have kept that card and not blocked, maybe pitched in addition or something like that. But maybe set himself up for more of an ice reaction, lost a little bit of life. So he sees that he has the 3-card hand that the Viceroy wants, right? It's Moth Skies, it's Shrill Skull form, and then it's the Blade coming in after that. Oldhim can't really interact with it. Of course, he can Earth React, but he can do nothing from the start of when you play that turn to Ice React, the ability for you to play this game.
Yeah, on the Oldhim side, like I said, that's the thing that I'm really curious about is what was it that was arsenaled when the Oldhim player took the 5 damage and chose to come back with the hammer? Was it because they had something juicy? But we now see the crown go.
Yep.
So it was not that. It was just them saying, okay, I'll take the 5 now and set up more defense for the future. I had just wondered if maybe they were trying to piece together an Oakenold to set up a pivot turn. But now we are back on the defensive.
I do see the first sync below the game in hand. I think I maybe see a pummel as well. But I'm going to go ahead and block this with a disable, and I think we might go to reactions and block with the sync below.
Yep, there's the sync below. And as you said, that's the first. We did see some Fate for Scenes earlier, but this is the first sync.
Yes. and now coming in for 6 damage. The value behind this simple play pattern right here is, I think, what makes Viserai particularly powerful.
Absolutely. All of the Rune Blades, it feels like it's Rune Blood because they're just bathing in it. All of the Rune Blades have that very particular play pattern where they want to do, non-attack, attack, Thorn. But when you go with Viserai and you're really just jamming the full 9 Mauvrian Skies, right, the Rainbow Skies,
Yeah.
it really does wonders for Viserai specifically because you're already generating those rune chants with his hero ability, and now you're compounding it that much further. So I think we might see Viserai become a little bit more popular if they continue to show so well.
Yeah, something incredible to see, too, is we have not seen a Mordred Tide yet. It was actually just drawn.
Yeah, we haven't seen a single one
That
until
is
now.
a critical card. Yonji has also played almost no 5-card hands. He's just been blasting 4-card hand to 4-card hand. Obviously, Oldhim has contributed to that with the Ice Reacts, but we've seen our first Mordred Tide, which can be a key piece to really going tall over what Oldhim is able to block turn by turn. Speaking of that, too, going into this next turn, Oldhim will not have an arsenal, so no Crown of Seeds, and he used his Tunic on the last turn.
Yeah, this Frostbite is really crucial. If you're hoping that you can slow down your opponent and you know you don't have the arsenal, no crown, etc., you really want this Frostbite to stick and hope that it will interfere with their turn, or at a minimum, maybe you eat a card here just to kind of slow things down. I think that right now the math is being done about what can I do if I just take it and then push through, because as you said, we did see the first Mordred Tide.
Yeah.
That's usually a big deal. Turns where you have Mordred Tide into something like a red Mauve Skies, where you're just threatening, generating a bajillion rune chants are always critical and satisfying, but it does look like we're going to see a block here.
Yep. Just going to take one. I think he's just realized that he cannot utilize every card that is in his hands here. Interested to see what the exact play pattern will be. The thing about the Frostbites is, it's pretty unfortunate on the Mordred Tide specifically. Oh, okay, he's just going to come in for 6, play the 5-card hand off the Mordred Tide next turn. But we do have Aether Ironwave available. So he's really going to spike when he pops that, if he draws the correct cards following this. But Mordred Tide in Arsenal is exactly what you want. If you get Ice Reacted, yeah, it's unfortunate. But, that 5-card hand, I believe, will end the game.
Yeah, no, I think that's a very good game plan going into this. We'll have to see if the Ice React comes out, because even if you are trying to block this, you have to be thinking about ice reactions just to prevent the 5-card hands. And we are going to see a double block, but no ice react. So that's going to go to the arsenal, and this is maybe a window for the Oldhim to do something, but they only have the 2-card hand, so I can't imagine that you're going to be able to get any sort of meaningful swing, and it's not even a Frosty Hammer. This is...
Yep, Snap takes the 4. Yes, sir, no problem, anytime, right? Because we got Mordred Tide in Arsenal. I saw him draw the Mauvrian Skies as well as some attack actions. This is it. This is really the pivot turn. It might not end the game exactly, but we will put the Oldhim in a place where he will be blocking for dear life every single turn to follow this.
Yeah, and... right there, because that's the second one. So that's Viserai's hero ability that was triggering, and then we have the Assault coming down. So more tokens generated. Mordred Tide means that it's now jumping up to 5, and we still have the 1 floating there for the Thorn. This is going to be a massive amount of damage.
Absolutely. This is, this is it, right? This is sort of what we were talking about with the Mordred Tide. Doesn't even really need that last card in hand, although I do believe it is a meet and greet. So if we don't get ice reacted here, we have Aether Ironwave. I think we're going to town.
Oh, absolutely, especially with that Mordred Tide there as well. But you have to assume that one of these rune chants will connect, so the meet and greet will be live and active in that regard. And yeah, this is exactly, like, we literally said, hey, Mordred Tide, and then I said, with the Mauvrian Skies, it becomes extra threatening, and you're seeing it in action. This is going to be an absolutely brutal turn against arguably one of the better defensive heroes in the game. So they started at 11. Will they make it all the way through? I think the answer is no. The question is, how much are you taking? I think that they're still going to end up taking somewhere around 6 to 8 damage from this before it's all said and done.
Yeah. Might have to Arsenal the meet and greet. After, because we did block all of the arcane damage so far, but we're looking at a Rosetta Thorn for 9 following this.
Yeah, I was going to say all the arcane damage so far, but You do have those rune chants and the thorn coming.
Okay, does play the meet and greet, so he's asking the question here. He's going to make him dump his hand to block all of the rune chants, or he's going to take the rune chants, give it a go again, get hit by the blade. We have Aether Iron Weave available, obviously. And if he doesn't, right, he's going to get hit by the meet and greet, which is going to generate 2 more rune chants because the Mordred Stride is still active. So no good answers here for the old him. It looks like we're gonna take it. So I think we're gonna see an Aether Iron Weave activation post this.
So we have another. So we had seen no syncs, and now we have seen all 3
Yep.
in very short order. But there is still a threatening amount of damage potentially, but they are just going to end it. So I was wrong. I was expecting them to take a massive amount, and then somehow the old him survives and only takes 2 damage. Now, they did burn through essentially 2 sinks and a number of other resources. This turn is, I was going to say likely Arsenal Pass, but I've been wrong every time.
Yeah.
It's just hammer, just keeping the pressure.
Which is, really interesting, too, because you lose access to that crown. I was particularly surprised when Yonji didn't pop Aether Iron Weave to Blade for 6 there. I guess it was just not high value enough. That's not too bad. That's probably the best thing. The best 2 cards I think you can play in a row for this. So we got the Mordred Tide into the Sworn Glue Veil, which will generate 2. So this will be coming in for 4, and 2 Rune Chants coming in with that. So we got 6 damage presented in total here.
And it's worth saying so far. Because we still have multiple cards in hand and the extra 2 rune chants that are created as a result of the kind of conclusion of this as well. So the rune chants that are being triggered are the ones that are forward, kind of in the combat chain area, but once the attack is declared, others are then created as well. So a lot potentially coming. I will say, the more I think about the kind of consistent hammer game plan, the more it kind of makes sense, because if you get them within range of even just a single dominate, if they stumble, right, if the Viscerai player has even a single off turn, then you have a window of opportunity you've created yourself that would not exist otherwise, but it is at the expense of potentially more defense, right, more protection, so we'll have to see how that plays out.
Interesting utilization of this Fandel Spring Tunic. Both of the last activations, which might be all of the ones of the game, I'm just hedging in case I forgot about one, have actually been used to block arcane damage. So they've been used on Yuanji's turn to block a single point of arcane damage. So we are going to see the Aether Iron Weave here, and I think this is going to be a Spellblade Assault. Oh no, it's a Sonata Arcanix, okay. And we find, well, maybe it was just a bit of serendipity on my side.
Oh, wow.
That's pretty good.
So the exact beautiful 2-2 split that you get on a 4 there, so 2 cards going into the hand, 2 arcane damage threatened by the Sonata, and a shuffle to boot just in case. I do want to revisit what you were pointing out. I actually really like using Tunic just to block the arcane, because it ensures that you're always getting value on the Tunic, right? You're never just sitting waiting for the right time. It comes up, you use it, you get some value, and then you start getting counters on it again. I actually think that's pretty clever in this matchup.
Yeah. So, I believe, does he still have the... No, I don't think he has the 2 floating. So he has to decide here between the meet and greet and the blade, or, of course, arsenaling the Spellblade Assault. Because he did pay, I think he paid the extra.
Yeah, he paid the extra to get to 4. That's why he was able to do the 2-2 split.
Interesting. Yep, so we're just going to come in for 4, and we're going to go ahead and arsenal that Spellblade Assault. I'm sure he did a count of how many Mauvern Skies he has left in his deck, because that's really what he's going to look for to pair with that Spellblade Assault.
And, this is still a perfectly acceptable consolation, right?
Lethal.
As you talk about, like, oh, well, he doesn't have 2 resources floating, and he's only going to be able to do this. Well, I mean, you're still threatening lethal, right?
Yep.
Your opponent has 2 cards in hand, and they have to answer. That's a pretty good place to be in. So you can see them talking over the fact that it's, the rune chance and the 2-2 still from the Thorn, because we had the attack and non-attack.
Yeah, so we are down at 1. I think that the game is probably locked here. That is as a result of having 2 reds in hand. We saw a lot of blues in that sort of late to mid game where the Ultimate player switched to a more defensive game plan, and we did eventually kind of draw the reds there. So we'll see if Yuanji can close this out. Really, what he needs is he just needs to draw a single instance of Go again, to be honest. No Crown of Seeds available, so any sort of AB2 not available. Oh, but he does have the Spellbound Creepers though. So I think I might see a Tome of the Arc Knight in hand, and then you can creep that in.
Yeah, that would be the, beautiful, sneaky game plan. But yes, any non-attack so that you can turn on your Thorn is where you want to be, because only AB1 and no Crown available does in fact mean that a single Thorn activation will close this out.
Yeah, it might be a Read the Runes, though. The thing is like the Thorn only really closes it out. Okay.
I was going to say, there was the opportunity you could preemptively stack the Earth defense reaction and take the kind of like floating protection.
Yeah, you're right.
But they didn't do that. They did the one defense reaction and then they moved, and so this is likely going to be it.
Should be by all accounts, unless we have some sort of. Well, no, because he's just saying. So he's poking at it, saying, "I'm stacking the instance of 2 arcane first, and you're dead."
Theoretically, Guardian has access to a few like instant cards that are just like general protection options, but none in the list, things like that. And that's a well-navigated game by Yuanji on the Viserai. This was our first time seeing both of these heroes on the broadcast today. I'm glad that it was a close game. I was kind of shocked that we saw such an aggressive early game from the old him. I mean, they just came out swinging between the Enlightened Strikes and, the big dominated footsteps. But congratulations to Yuanji, again, moving on and undefeated up until this point.
I think it brings a lot of hope to Viserai players out there that saw their class lose a few cards, very important cards. And, the matchup that you theoretically would have suffered the most in is Oldhim. So there's game plans out there. There's ways to beat it. And, Viserai is still a very legitimate threat. I actually expect him to make a bit of a comeback in the upcoming meta. So we also got note that the pairings are fixed on the website at realmgamingnetwork.com for the 10K Brawl standings. So if you're interested to see who's going into a win-in, who's live for top 8, go check it out there. Again, that's realmgamingnetwork.com. But yeah, congratulations, Yuanji. Good to see our first Oldhim. I thought there would be a lot more today, but there wasn't.
Well, it's just not on the broadcast. I mean, there was quite a few out on the tables when I was walking around. I counted 5 in the top 10 tables when I did the walk. But first one on the broadcast, not what I was expecting to be so aggressive. Not shocked by some of the inclusions, because I think some of that is Prism tech, and if you expect a lot of Prism, I think that's the way to go. But still, into the Viserai, I was not expecting to see, Enlightened Strikes with go-agains into hammers so frequently. But fun all around. And with that, I think we're going to be taking a short break as this round wraps, but we will be back, and don't go anywhere. More Flesh and Blood when we return.
This is the final round of Swiss here in Ohio, and I think that, frankly, look, let's be real. I'm joined by a legend, okay? The guy with the second best podcast in Flesh and Blood in general, but really, dude. It's just awesome to have you here in the booth, and I know this is something that I think you were mentioning that this is something you kind of want to get more reps into and just sort of transition to, but what is the world going to do without a Brendan Patrick loss on camera?
Yeah, who will lose on stream?
You can't lose on this camera, that's for sure.
Listen, I had to come up with a strategy on how to go undefeated on stream. And if becoming the person that's narrating other people's losses, that might be the best way.
Dude, I'm ecstatic. When they mentioned that you were going to be here, I was like, drastic upgrade to Tanning Grace. Let's be real. Let's get a real actual player.
You don't have to sit next to that ancient fossil.
The thing is now I think I'm the oldest person in the booth, but it's fine because, let's be real. Silky smooth hair, apparently, which is falling all weird today. I don't know, man. Let's just do this and say that that's my hair. You see that? Nice. All right. Round 6. We've got basically a what may seem familiar. It's going to be Charles Dunn. We do not know necessarily who his opponent is yet, but what we heard was when we were looking through the matchups, we're like, let's just skip past the undefeateds. We just saw one on stream right prior to this. Yeah. So let's go to see who's down there. And I saw Charles Dunn. Charles Dunn in, I believe it was Indianapolis, brought old school Bravo, but here it is. That's Oldhim. But hey, all right, Oldhim into Prism. You feel like this is probably leaning Prism's way, right?
But this is a different kind of Oldhim deck, right?
This is a nasty one. We're going to get the deck list here, but what we heard, and I'm going to be very, quiet about this, is that Charles is packing 9 pummels. He said, you're going to see, he's like, no Crown of Seeds.
Nothing.
None of that nonsense, no Rampart. I am going just full-on face sauce on this, and 9 pummels is one hell of an awakening.
Well, if you're going to... if you're gonna beat Prism, that's definitely a pathway to do it. What's also interesting is both these players are 4-1. We could be looking at winning in contention. They might both be locked, but still, we've got something on the line here. It's not 2 5-0s, and this Prism player maybe not privy to the same information as us, just licking his fingers at this match pairing for his winning in.
For sure, the Prism player is probably looking at this and saying, "Hell yeah! How did I get so lucky? I'm going to be facing D-reacts that are going to get no value against all these auras I'm going to drop in, and suddenly, kaboom, baby! You're going to come in with, all right, you're hitting me with an Okanold, and there's a Pummel Chaser on top of that bad boy. Like, what the hell is going on here? This is going to be nasty."
Yeah, would be very surprised if the Prism still has D-reacts in the deck, particularly Unmovable, which would actually be decent against that, but has been likely cut by most Prism lists because Bravo Star of the Show is no longer in the format. Some Prisms do play Sync Below. I know in our list, particularly, we choose to play Command and Conquer over that. So we might see some D-reacts, which could help with the pummels, but I don't know. Would he side them in? Would he not? I feel like I'd rather play the D-reacts against like a Bravo or something and hold him, especially if it's unscouted, which it might not be,
all right,
to be honest.
Keep an eye on the Prism player's face when the equipment gets settled, because I think that's going to be the first indication of what the hell am I up against. Again, no Crown of Seeds is what Charles said. He's like, when I asked him, I'm like, what are you playing? Like, do you want to go on camera? He's like, I'm playing Oldhim. I'm like, oh, okay, I don't know if that's... He's like, no. This is a different breed. So here comes the flip. Keep an eye on Charles's opponent. Yeah. Okay, Stalagmite, sure. Skullcap, Tectonic Plating. What this is? Look at him. He's like taking a look. He's like,
what are those booties as well? No time skippers? What's going on here?
Yeah, I think that this is like, I got no time to deal with your aura BS. We're going face, baby, and that's what we're gonna. So keep in mind, as soon as we get the deck list, we're gonna give you a little bit of a clearer picture. But with Charles, basically the sell job, the elevator pitch he gave me was 9 pummels, put me on camera, and I'm like, let's go.
Yeah, just tall Oldhim here. We're not going to see a double aura, though, so we're going to come in with a Herald of Protection first. Likely, I assume it will get popped, and we're going to go ahead and follow up with a zero-cost blue aura. I'm not sure which one yet. But
is that a Mangle?
That was I thought it was a disable. Could have been. A Mangle would be. That would be something else.
All right, so there's, the first order of business is we're just going to drop a Herald. Again, recover the action point, come in and drop a Passing Mirage, if I'm not mistaken. And now we're going to see. This isn't your grandma's Oldhim list. This is going to go.
There we go.
Oh, rouse the ancients. There we go. 7 go again, showing the big Macho Grande. A lot of gas in there.
Yep, so coming in for 7 go again, and is going to be able to clear that Passing Mirage with the hammer, which I think he will opt to do. Even though he's more aggressive-oriented, Passing Mirage is one that you will want to clear. But it takes away Phantasm, so important to get rid of that one. But yeah, 7 and change for being able to clear the permanent on the board is not a bad place to be.
Not a bad place at all, and you're going to have to protect this out, as this is a completely different ball game now.
We're going to see a double block, too.
Yeah, and still poking through for damage. Again, I believe that's 2 that went through. And here we go. So it's, again, clearing out the aura. So still a little bit that's happening here. All right, so drawing up, we're going to make sure that we can get the scorecard on the board for you guys to see as well. And just make sure that, you're paying attention here, because this is going to be this is a match that otherwise, Brendan, I think would be very heavily favored. The more traditional Oldhim defensive lists,
oh my gosh,
it would have been just spinning its tires against.
People would honestly throw out the word unlosable. Like that is kind of the contention that we are at, where this is one of those 90-10s in its traditional build. Is it favorable for Oldhim at this point? Maybe not, but this build would be significantly stronger than some of the more defensive builds.
So in this case, again, at what point do you think, if your Oldhim build is a lot more aggressive, what are you really looking at in terms of blocks here? Do you just kind of take it and say my clapback is going to be so much more significant? And not only that, but Charles Dunn, who's playing Oldhim, is going to have a lot of opportunity to just pop these heralds.
So this doesn't surprise me, although it's going to open him up to eruditions if there's a way for him to get rid of Phantasm. For the Prism to get rid of Phantasm before, whether it's for your Passing Mirage or something like that. That being said, by blocking that out, he is denying Soul. And Soul is critical for a Prism to be able to sort of sustain herself throughout the game. We do see a Pierce Reality coming at the end of it, and boom, Thunderquake.
Thunderquake is another fat one. Again, lots of, and I believe Thunderquake also has the Heave ability.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, Heave is one of the newer keywords that we got from Everfest, which is kind of like pay now. It's like putting a card on layaway kind of thing.
Interesting, too, with Heave, you actually can't respond in the end phase. So if someone does try to heave against you, you cannot drop an aura in response. I do see a Command and Conquer in our Prism's hand as well.
All right, so at this point, they're just contemplating the block here. But, yeah, it's a tough build. Again, these are decisions that Prism doesn't typically have to make. All right, so the decisions are made again, just putting that Prism in an awkward position. And this is one of those rare cases where the Oldham player is kind of in the driver's seat.
All right, so we're just going to come in with a Command and Conquer. No Crown of Seeds, so Command and Conquer is actually much more effective than usual here.
Command and Conquer, again, without the Crown of Seeds, you're going to have to rely on, but it's like it's give and take, because the Oldham player, typically, the defensive Oldham is going to be littered with defense reactions.
Defense reactions, yeah, but I still think that like the value off of Crown of Seeds and gaining the hit trigger makes me, I would side out Command and Conquer as Prism every day of the week, right? But Command and Conquer here, he's actually going to force out a block, and I've seen like more than 1-2 block from our Oldham player there. He currently has Polar Blast in hand, so may just be blocking and swinging Hammer on the way back. Don't have a current read on what the arsenal is, but I know he wants a way to present damage and then clear that Pierce Reality, because even if he's going Tall Flick, he has to be able to clear auras to some extent, or he will get overwhelmed. That's the thing that Oldham suffers with. You can pummel, you can have hit triggers, but especially if you're not playing Time Skippers or Lead the Charges or anything like that, Prism gets a nice set of auras on the board. You're going to fall behind.
Another set of equipment blocks there, the Tectonic Plating with the Battle Worn ability, or the Battle Worn keyword means that it can stay on the board. It's going to block 2, take a counter. There's another Thunderquake. Big attacks, and just want to let everyone know back at home on Twitch, etc., that the score sheet, the iPad or whatever that we had with the score, slight malfunction. So we're using our calling the Apple Care hotline to get that sorted, but they're going to get that back soon enough. If I can't mistake, it looks like it's 40 to 35, 25, I believe. So damage is being dealt.
It's definitely 35. So it's just been the leak overs from the Thunderquakes here. I sort of have it written down.
Oh, okay, perfect. See, someone's paying attention. Brandon, this is why we need you here. Tannen would just be so lazy doing nothing.
I actually usually have their pitch stacks, too, just in case. Even though
excuse
that's
me.
old school Flesh and Blood, though.
Yeah,
we haven't been there in years.
Brendan shows up and flashes his Mensa card and says, yeah, we got this all ready to go. So that's a Herald of Protection. That's the clapback here. Again, with the Pierce Reality, that's going to be a little bit taller than we're used to.
Yep, depending on what color it is. Nevertheless, it is +2. I can see that Charles does have a popper in hand. Whether he wants to use it, that's a different story, but I think he's going to go ahead and do it. We see Endless Winter in hand as well.
All right. And, yeah, let's just go ahead and pulverize that out of existence. And, even if Charles's turn is merely pitched to swing a hammer to clear an aura, I think that's all right. But I think his whole mantra here is probably you can do some blocking, but you can also go ahead and actually swing back, make the Prism player sweat a little bit.
So, I'll tell you though, if you're Charles Dunn, if there's going to be an aura that you're going to let sit on the battlefield, it's probably going to be Pierce Reality, because most of the time you're going to have a popper, and Pierce Reality in a vacuum is not going to be extremely impactful.
All right, so we did just get the deck list here. Yeah, that is in fact 9 pummels, and there's a lot of big stuff in here. Spinal Crushes, obviously, 2 Pulverizes, Oakenolds. There's a lot of gas in here.
So we do see him go face instead, right? He attacked with an Oakenold face, not fused. The Prism does start out with this Miraging Metamorph. I think that's 1 card in hand off of Tunic, so the only thing you're risking is getting the Pierce Reality copied, which is obviously quite bad. I could see our Oldham player just opting to take this. It is coming in for 9, which is a significant amount of damage. That being said, you're going to lose scenario if you got a Pierce Reality sitting on the battlefield.
Yeah, and again, lessons learned from previous games. How much do you really want to? It might be an enticing endeavor to go ahead and just trade 1 card to just get Miraging Metamorph out of existence. But again, you're copying Pierce Reality, and imagine like an erudition coming in for 9 dominate when you'd have no more equipment. Like that is just nasty.
Honestly, I don't even think it's that. It's that what you're doing is you're copying what I like to call a sticky weapon, right? So these spectral shields, they're liable to get destroyed via these tall attacks or via pummel, stuff like that. You leave Pierce Realities on the battlefield, you've got a Kadachi, effectively, that's going to keep hitting you. And you're playing Oldhim. You don't have action points to clear these things. So, I mean, that's probably going to net more damage than the +2 will, because you're going to... So by the looks of his deck list, he should have a popper in most hands. But yeah, you can't be copying Pierce Reality, I don't think.
So this is like a new build of Oldhim. Again, everybody's so familiar with the defensive Oldhim. There's the pummel. That's going to come through to beef that up. And, hey, let's sink it. Why not? And it's another fascinating selection.
What
here.
an interesting turn of events. We have Prism versus Oldhim, and we just watched a Frostfang get played, blocked with a Herald, pummeled, and then synced below by the Prism. This is so just the opposite of what you would expect.
Yeah, I know. Like just the opening salvo of attacking with a Frostfang as an Oldhim, you're like, okay, that's fascinating. And then the block, the pummel, the D-react. It could be a good call, and we're going in with now a CNC.
Another Command and Conquer that is actually effective. It can't be crowned away. Has a real on-hit effect that's going to affect our Oldhim player here. It's so funny how in Flesh and Blood you can kind of tweak decks like this, and the entire sort of play sequences and turn cycles that are happening are just very atypical for these two type of decks.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, one piece of equipment has essentially completely changed the dynamic of what this attack looks like. If that was a Crown of Seeds, no problem. Pitch, recycle away the arsenal, draw a card, and then that Command and Conquer is a lot less effective. But this is not the case. You got to block this the old-fashioned way. There goes the rest of the equipment too.
So that card you just blocked with? I had to refresh myself because I haven't literally never seen it. It's called Seismic Stir. It creates Seismic Surge tokens. I don't know if you've ever had that played against you, but I definitely have not.
No, not since Limited probably, but isn't that that's an Everfest card?
Yeah, it's because he has so many cards that are so expensive that he's actually playing 3 red Seismic Stir.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look through what else is in here.
I'll tell you that elevator pitch was, he wasn't lying. His deck is spicy.
He absolutely wasn't. Basically, he just said 9 pummels. I was like, sold, let's go. 3 of each as the life total. Give us the count here.
Looks like I'm at 31 to 35 here, but I would like to get more clarification.
All right.
And going off of...
Yeah, I see that too.
We got Pummel CNC, classic, bringing it back from Arcane Rising there. And we are going to pitch and play a Prismatic Shield at instant speed. Not going to be too effective, but at least we can dump our hand. He did a Fate Foreseen hand. So look at this. This Prism has Sync Belows and Fate Foreseens in against Oldhim. Yes, you can do that. Maybe it's because they potentially knew about this type of build, but that's very, very atypical.
Prismatic Shield, and you want to talk about, Prism list. This one has more. I guess that's 27. So it has 28 red cards.
Yeah, 28 red cards.
Over 27 yellows. This is the first time I've ever seen a Prism list where the predominant color is red.
Yeah, so we have 18 blues to complement that. That is a lot of... Wow, that is... So there's two red Sigil of Solace in here. And Chain has been banned. There's 2 red Phantasmaclasms. Heal the Triumphs reds. Obviously we've got the usual suspects in unusual reds, I would say. Like, these sort of reds, they're not always played, but if you are going to get played, like Herald of Triumphs, very paletable.
Yeah.
Sigil of Solace, Phantasmaclasm, a little bit less so. Fate Foreseen and all that, of course. So we do see it, by the way. We got our first D-React. First big D-React. That's not a 0 cost. We have the first Soul Shield. I think it's important to probably keep track of these. Critical resource in this matchup, especially for getting pummeled.
Yeah, and it just fits in perfectly against something like Spinal Crush coming in for 9 because it absorbs the 6. You don't get the crush effect. So you're going to take some damage, but it's an effective block nonetheless, and it loads up the soul. There is a Herald of Rebirth. Yellow, again, if that hits, I believe you get to go ahead and put another Herald on top of your deck.
Yes, you do. And it's probably going to be, I can't remember if it's a conditional, but I think it would be Miraging Metamorph, but I don't know if it has the word light, as a prerequisite as well. Looks like he's maybe pushed that War Tune Herald to the top of the graveyard.
And, you mentioned Sigil of Solace. I was talking with Charmer about this and just saying that the old school way of playing, Prism, where back when Tyler Horspool won in Vegas and playing against Chain, and, you take that slow approach, that block out, that fatigue approach, and, after his first turn, he was up 43 to 40, and I'm like, okay, this is how it used to be played. You used to see Sigils of Solace in these really long, grindy games, but here it has been making a comeback, and Justin Price on Prism has opted to really load up on reds. Half the deck is red, and it feels like an aggressive list, but so is the Oldham list. So is Charles Dunn's Oldham. Both of them have kind of shifted gears and tried to accelerate the pace of the game.
Yep, going toe-to-toe. And we've seen, this is now the second Oakenold, by the way, that is just getting played vanilla. I think we're going to see that a lot out of his deck. But another 3 for 7, I believe he might have another Oakenold in hand as well. The opt to not use the Crown of Seeds is particularly interesting. The Skull Cap, getting that block value. I feel like Crown of Seeds is just one of those cards I feel like is just a little bit stronger than the rest.
No, it's definitely on top of and when it was printed and everyone saw it, it's like there was not a real realization right out of the box of just the sheer potential of what that card can represent, and eventually you see in how powerful it is, not just the cycle, but how much you're absorbing over the course of a game. That piece of equipment can sometimes account for 8 to 12 life, and that is significant. So I believe that was a Prismatic Shield.
Yep.
Again, dropping 3 Spectral Shields, and that's a good way to just establish board presence.
Perfect. So we do have the Life Tools back, which is great. But yeah, being able to use the Tunic and cast that Prismatic Shield via the Celestial Cataclysm there is going to allow him to activate Luminaris and have go again on these Spectral Shields is really important. Because, pitching a blue and playing Prismatic Shield, pretty weak. Playing Prismatic Shield and swinging for 4, a little bit better.
Yeah, worth noting as well, 3 unmovables, yellow in Justin's list. So we haven't seen those come up. And again, when you're talking about tracking important resources, we've seen 1 Soul Shield be played. We've seen 2 Oakenolds not fused.
Yeah.
Again, vanilla damage. Again, a 3 for 7 feels kind of, on par. That's like an Autumn's Touch or anything else like that. But in case, you do find it with the right groove, you can fuse that with a Pulse of Eisenloft and really make things hurt.
Yeah. So we also have 2 CNCs played out. So it's like it's funny because Command and Conquer would usually kind of not be on my radar as when a Prism would play. Okay, then we have Pulverize coming out, but because these 2, they've been so effective against this Oldham deck. I gotta track the phase. Look at that. And you see the pummel there displayed at the front of the pitch. But that is a Pulverize for 14.
When was the last time you pitched 4 cards to play 1?
I thought you were trying to be cheeky and saying, what was the last time you got hit by Pulverize? It was when David Rude knocked me out of Indianapolis, actually.
No, that was not at all. That was completely unintentional, but good nonetheless. Still.
Was paid for? Oh, gosh. Honestly, it was against Starvo, but back then, sometimes I guess it would happen without Awakening. Very rarely as well. Usually I don't see a pummel in that pitch. In tandem with this Pulverize. But wow. Giving some premium cards away with the Herald of Erudition, the Miraging Metamorph, and of course just kind of a replacement level Herald there as well. But the Miraging Metamorph, pretty critical, to be honest, in like how you're pushing damage.
Certainly, and like you did kind of squeak through for a little bit of damage there, but you bought some pretty significant cards, and
drops a Haze Bending.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, Justin's gonna say, all right, Haze Bending, which is a good one to drop.
That one he should clear, I think. I think the Pierce Reality is not threatening because he has so many poppers, but I think the Haze Bending he should probably clear because the level of incremental advantage that he will consistently get out of that throughout the game. I mean, if he pops no auras, then it's a different story, but. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and Spinal Crush. Spinal Crush. I don't think you should dedicate a Spinal Crush to clearing something like that. So he's gonna go face with it, 9 damage, and have an Arsenal on the back of it.
I mean, if this does come through, it's pretty significant. Shutting off Go Agains is gonna be pretty important. All right, look at that. He's just gonna blow through all the stop signs and say, I'm just gonna double pop this. And what's fascinating here is that he knows that Charles is running pummels, but there's no resources to play it or anything. There's just the 1 card left, so he knows that he's pretty much free and clear, that he doesn't have to worry about it.
It's just like I think it's more of a question of like what do you want in your arsenal, right? So I think he has a 0 cost here, which he's just going to plop down. And I don't know what he's putting in the arsenal here, but I think a D-React would have been a good option. He has 2 of these actually. So if I was him, I definitely would have I would have taken the extra couple damage, and I would have blocked with the 0 cost aura that's in arsenal, and I would have instead put the D-React in because we've seen pummels, right? But I think that Justin's sort of keyed into like how do you win this game? Well. He doesn't have time skippers. He doesn't have lead the charge. If I just drop enough auras, I can get to a state of the game where, yeah, he's pummeling me, but I'm at 28 life, right?
Yeah,
and
definitely.
I've developed enough of a permanent board state that I'm just going to grind him out, and there's no way he's coming back.
Yeah, like you mentioned, Pierce Reality, not a threat. Haze Bending, somewhat of a threat. Shimmers somewhat of a threat, and those are going to start compounding on each other, and eventually this is going to divert Charles away from his game plan of going face and trying to, cheat out cards with pummels. Like the surprise of the pummel game is over. Not only that, but Charles also realizes, like, Justin's packing some D-reacts up in there. Like, there's sync belows. Is he running fate? So 3 fate for scenes, 3 sync belows in prisms in this prism list.
Yeah, so I believe we played all 3 sync belows. We played 2 fate for scenes. I haven't seen the unmovables, the yellow unmovables. Those are interesting. But yeah, we're just going face with Endless Windsor. So I really feel like Justin has a clear path to win, especially when he starts he starts swinging with these auras in particular, and maybe drops like an Ode to Wrath on it as well. That's like what is Charles going to do about that?
Charles is going to have some trouble here, and because you know what, if you're going face at this juncture, when you're looking at 3 of these auras on the board, one of which is haze bending, which is pretty powerful. Same thing with shimmers. You kind of, when you blow past that stop sign, when you just divert and say, no, we're just going face, you want your opponent to be at like 10 to 12. You want to make sure that it's very critical for them to start blocking, especially with pummel threats. But you're at 28. Doesn't matter if you come at me with 10 with a pummel on top. I'll come back at you, and eventually I don't have to worry about it. Here's passing Mirage. It's just...
He just mono blocks his hand and then plays out a 0 cost, right? Because it's not that Charles Dunn can't... Because if we're dropping 1 aura a turn, Charles can keep up with that. Like, you can keep parity with that with your weapon, but he's shown that he's just going to play out threats and try to pressure his life total. So Justin has responded by blocking with his hand, blocking all of the damage, and then just dropping the 0 cost aura. This is very threatening, right? The passing Mirage, I think that Charles literally has to clear it, or he's in deep doo-doo, per se. But behind that, as soon as he gets a yellow card and pitch, he's swinging with all this, and we're in a great spot if we're the prison player.
And if I'm Justice, I'm Justice. His name could be Justice. It's Justin Price, so I mix the two together. Either way, if I'm Justin, I am actually feeling very comfortable here. 2 Oakenolds gone, pitching. Okay, well, Terra Sunder is now information that he has, and he's seeing. He's like, all right, make your seismic surge, but you ultimately, if I'm as long as these things aren't dominated,
cranial face, yeah. Like, tell me, there's not too many threats that you could tell me in Charles' deck that would they're actually scary if you're the prison player at 28 life. Like, they don't really matter. A lot of the hit triggers are also kind of just whatever. We have 1 Oakenold left, and we know that it's at kind of towards the bottom of the deck. So, yeah, I think he's in a really good spot. That Oakenold actually could be an Arsenal. I don't remember how long that Arsenal's been there. He doesn't have Chrono Seed, so he's not turboing through it. But going to double block this Cranial Caution, there's a pummel. Okay, so we got a red pummel. It's going to take a card, but I still think you're fine. I mean, the on-hit effect of Cranial Crush here, it doesn't really matter. And as long as he can find a way to get go again.
And yeah, something you can do here too is, I mean, depending on what's in your hand, you can pitch those cards. If you're rocking like a 4-cost instant aura, I mean, that pummel is just damage at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that maybe Justin might try to do this as well. Is he might just play another 0-cost aura, because this level of board advantage, as soon as he keeps any reasonable amount of cards in hand, and he's at 22 life, so he can probably choose to do that at some point. Yeah, I mean,
exactly, every time.
Yeah. So as soon as it's not a pummel, as soon as it's not like a discard effect, I think that Justin is going to be in a very, very good spot.
So what avenue can Charles take here?
Oh, he's priced himself into going tall. There's no way he's clearing this, right?
No.
Like, maybe if you somehow find some extra go again and you just it's laying around, right? You clear the passing Mirage. But everything else, you're done.
Yeah.
You are priced in to going tall here and trying to...
This is absolutely devastating, because the second that Charles does not have significant pressure, not even mild pressure, the second that you're giving an opportunity to Justin to keep at least 2 cards, it becomes pitch yellow, go Herald, and then bang, 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 bang.
Honestly, he could, if I was playing Prism, he could present a Pulverize right here, and I'd be like, thank you. Because the amount of board advantage that Justin has right now, it's going to be hard to lose, right? And you know what's funny is that we've been playing this entire game. It looks like Justin actually doesn't have the yellow immovables in. He has all the red D-reacts, but has opted to take out the yellow immovables.
That's a fascinating... you know what? I think that those... you could be right, because between the... he may have had him on Control Oldham, which means that all of those Fate for Scenes and Sync Belows were merely just a block of Winter's Wail.
Well, I think that, this late into the round, at the top tables, I think it's pretty reasonable that he can know what build, because you can't really walk by Charles Dunn's table and not notice he doesn't play Crown Seas.
That might be an unmovable in his hand, though.
Oh, you're right. I do see the key of the... Yep, so it looks like he's got the full D-React package.
All right, so we're going to block this one out as well. Sure, why not? And, yeah.
It's a pummel and Arsenal as well, unless it was... Nope. Maybe it was the pitched card.
Look, I mean, Charles is just at a situation here where he's been throwing everything. He paid full price for a Pulverize and has very little to show for it.
So, pretty much now, Charles kind of loses. So, basically, we've pitched a yellow. It does not have Phantasm. It is +2, and we have all of these auras coming in. Double Shimmer of Silver's trigger. Like, there's maybe one more turn that this can happen, but I don't see 3 turns of him presenting a Herald like this and it being okay. It's really that passing Mirage that just... It's too much, right? No Phantasm. This is coming in for probably 8. Yeah.
It's an 8, which brings you to 12, and then you generate a Spectral Shield, and that means that 6 more is going to be leaking through that, which basically brings you to 6. And then you have all 6 damage already presented on the board as basically permanent threat.
Yeah, so, I mean, Charles is at 30, so it's Justin at 20, but still, like, I think that there's...
Right, my bad.
We have this turn, and then there's going to be one more, and if he presents a Herald like this, there's nothing Justin can do. He could opt to next turn, maybe clear the passing Mirage, because that's really what's hurting him right now, but I think it's too late. I think it's too late with Double Shimmers of Silver, Passing Mirage, and Pierce Reality.
Oh, and the Double Shimmers. I mean, yeah, so you're probably swinging in, like, start with the Pierce Reality, go with that for 3. Next turn, you're swinging maybe with the Passing Mirage or the Haze Bending or one of the Shimmers or whatever. Like, every turn is just compounded worse and worse and worse. And this is where the strategy against the Aura Prism is so clutch. We've seen how, when you play against this, we've seen how Starvo would basically go face, swing hammer at Aura. Go face, swing hammer at Aura. That's the importance of having a go-again strategy. Without things like, we're looking at the list, there's no Zealous Beltings in here. There's none of that go-again potential. So it's not a matter of you can both pressure face and clear an Aura. You have to pick and choose. And Charles has been very adamant about just going face the whole way. And with all these pummels, they've been getting stuffed by D-Reacts.
Yeah, so it's pretty interesting, right? So he does have the... something the Ancients, Rouse the Ancients. So he has that, and that's like it is it is an effect of Zealous Belting. It is similar, right? That being said, he paired into the Prism that packed like 9 D-Reacts. And to put in perspective, I think that some of the other Prism lists might have 0. Yeah, so probably not the easiest one to pair into. This Pierce Reality, by the way, is going to be coming in for 3 because it's a Double Shimmers of Silver trigger, and then we got 4 more on the board here.
So he's just going to go ahead and click himself down to 23, and I mean,
I think he's going to hammer. He's going to hammer the Passing Mirage. I think.
I think you have to.
Yeah. But I think you have to. But I still think you might be in a losing position. It's just
nice call.
Too much. But he has denied. So here's something. Okay, so the Prison player has 1 card in Soul. So yes, we can attack with all of these auras. We can drop another aura. But after that, like Charles has done a good job of denying the Prism Soul. Unfortunately, when it comes to Soul Shield, that's a little bit out of your control as the Elden player.
All right, so again, right back to work. We're going to pitch an Erudition to come in with another Herald of Protection. This is going to demand a response if necessary. Again, 6 damage, but it's going to drop a Spectral Shield. And that's not just a cushion, it's also a threat. And with 2 Shimmers of Silver on the board, each one of those auras that Charles has basically just kind of brushed off as insignificant early on. I think Charles was going into this thinking, with 9 pummels and a lot of gas in this deck, I don't need to worry about these because you should not have how many? 3, 6, 9 D-Reacts in this, or 12 D-Reacts in Justin's list?
Yep, 12 D-Reacts.
12 D-Reacts in the list. I don't think that Charles was anywhere on the radar for how many he thought was going through.
Yeah, and I did say that some were packing 0, but obviously they all pack 3 because Soul Shield is sort of just standard at that. But yeah, if you're playing tall Oldhim and packing pummels, and it's not good. It's
nasty, and I mean 9 pummels just absolutely get just dunked on by 12 D-Reacts. So Charles unfortunately just kind of found the antidote to his poison.
Yeah, and also pummel in general is actually. Usually, it's less effective versus Prism versus other decks because Prism can play at that instant speed and just respond and drop an aura, to the trigger.
No, you're absolutely right. Absolutely right.
By the way, that hit. That was a Herald, and it had Phantasm, and it hit, and it went to Soul, and it generated a Spectral Shield. All right, so I think that this is effectively the last turn of the game. We might go to a bit of for show. We're going to another one and have him close it out, but him not having a popper there, which is I'm assuming what happened because that was such a swing, is devastating.
Yeah, that's an icy encounter. That's not going to pop anything, unfortunately. And if you look at this board again.
Okay, so here's what he's going to. Oh, he has one card in hand.
Yeah. The day started off with like a Prism player wet dream against Ethan's Levia, where you just had 4 on the board, and like now here we are in the final round, and it's closing out very much how the day began, with Prism just masterfully controlling the board. And look at that, double shimmers of silver are coming in. Each one of those auras is going to get an extra +2 little hat on top, a song for that dance. And I mean, we're going to start throwing pummels just to block now. This is not where you want to be. Charles is unfortunately.
And there's a haze bending. So, yeah, clear the aura now. So, I really feel like I haven't seen a lot of light illusionist auras. Like, where are my Ode to Wrath at? Where are my Versal Retributions? I'm wondering if they were sided out. At this point. No, seriously, like, I honestly wonder. I haven't seen them.
Think about it. I mean, it's a smaller style tournament. There might have been information and a little bit of, scouting out. And this could be a situation where Justin may have said, like, I know that this is an aggressive build. I know that these auras are never going to block and they're never going to do anything. Blues is the way we got to go here.
And I'm just going to mono block my hand, drop a 0-cost aura, and we're going to do that for 5 to 6 turns. And then I'm just going to have an incredible board advantage.
Yeah.
So the thing is like, even at 1,000-person tournament, I'm not going to walk by Charles Dunn's table and just like, it's going to catch my eyes not playing Crown of Seas. I'm like, what is that? So it's a little spicy because it's probably the best equipment in the game, right?
Like like he's mentioned, even in bigger tournaments, word of mouth is a thing. And everybody likes to talk about what the spicy tech is. Like, I saw this happen, I saw that happen. And once you go in there, like, Oldhim with tectonic plating and Arcanite Skullcap, where's the Crown of Seats? Where are the stuff? Like, these are the bread and butter cards for this hero. Unfortunately, that's not the case. And once you see the pummels roll through, you know how to play this properly, as Justin is doing a great job of sideboarding here. I think that the proper deck construction was the first key, but also knowing your opponent and siding in and out the right pieces is also what led to this being such a landslide.
Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't get judge called for playing Seismic Stir. People thinking it's an uprising card because nobody's ever played that card
what
since
the hell
Everfest.
Is that?
Yeah. What is this? It's from it's not even from Everfest. It's from the next set after.
Yeah, Charles just rocking some side events in between games, picking up uprising cards.
Yeah, so this is the beginning of the end, right? Not much that Charles can do. He can block, but obviously inefficient against all of these auras. And I think we're going to see down to 2 here.
Yeah, it's all just formalities at this point, and both players played well, and there's another prismatic shield, I believe.
We are going to see probably a shield block out, but it's going to be it's effectively a fist bump at this point.
Feels like it. That's a card in hand as well, if necessary. If he doesn't want to block with Stalagmite, you could create the Frostbite. You just pay through it and then punch through.
I think he has to actually probably stay alive.
Yeah,
he's got 1 card in hand, so he's going to go to. He's got this as well, so he's going to go.
He's going to go down to 1, give another card up if necessary. I don't think so, but that's the end of the Bastion Horizon Loft. That is Gonzo. Look at the score, ladies and gentlemen. I think that Prism player, Justin, has been on 20 for essentially since about 3 or 4 turns ago, stabilizing at 20. We mentioned this earlier. Prism will go down to 20 and then basically shift the game in the other direction.
It's really interesting. Justin clearly had a game plan for this, so he had a lot of clarity with the way he was playing the game at the beginning, right?
Yeah.
Not taking damage, blocking with your entire hand. Arsenaling 0-cost auras is actually not incredibly popular. It's usually not your target, but he would block with his hand, arsenal, and he would just play them back to back to back, and that was the only thing he was doing during the turn, and then just mitigating this damage with defense reactions and things like that.
Yeah, definitely. Patience was essentially one of the best skill sets to have in that matchup over there, and even under extreme pressure, the first few turns, again, crippling crushes, pulverizes, pummels out the wazoo. It was just constant pressure, but Justin, very poised, and like you mentioned, just knowing the matchup, knowing how to play it is so clutch in this case.
That's just Flesh and Blood in general. Everybody can have a good deck list, but to have a good game plan and be able to adapt that on the fly, because we saw a very atypical Oldhim build, but obviously knew exactly how to play against it. We saw light illusionist auras get cut. I can't remember the last time I played a Prism game. I mean, maybe you cut Genesis against the aggressive decks, but I mean, we were talking about cutting all of them because he knows how he's going to win, right? And that's the question you have to ask yourself. It's like, how do I win this game? It's like, well, I don't get, Oaken Olded plus pummeled and like take a bunch of damage I don't need to, because that's what my opponent's trying to do. He's just going to try to go over the top.
No, definitely. And again, that's prep, it's knowledge, it's scouting to a degree as well. It's just being aware, and that's such a key part. Again, there's so much criticism about stuff like net decking and whatever, but if it's not just about printing a list and bringing the cards, you have to understand what the matchups and how they work. And kudos also to Charles Dunn. Charles Dunn in Indianapolis was on camera because I'm not going to lie, part of the appeal of putting Charles Dunn on camera was because he was on Old School Bravo, and he was paired up against Katsu. And I was like, this is great. Let's bring the people a little bit of the old school spice. Let's bring some Welcome to Wraith action going on. And he played it really, really well. He went up to 4-1, if I'm not mistaken, 4-1 to start off his Indianapolis journey. That was fantastic. And here he is again, just kind of reimagining how Guardian can be played. And that is just in itself a great, great part of what he brings to Flesh and Blood.
It's pretty funny, too, because I feel like we saw a microcosm of reimagining how to play Prism. We cut our Light Illusion Swords, we blocked with our entire hand, and then we dropped 0 cost until we had a board advantage that we couldn't lose from.
Love it. It's just such a good game, and it's so amazing how one little change here and there just reimagines everything, and just how people envision how certain heroes can be played. It is the culmination of the Swiss rounds here in Ohio. This is the 10K presented by Realm Gaming Network. We're in Ashland, Ohio. I've never been here.
Me neither.
No. I gotta say this. Drove through a lot of farmland, saw a lot of horse enclosures and gates and fences and stuff. Didn't see a single horse.
I almost hiked to the event. There was no Uber and Lyft. So we were in Starbucks, and I was actually trying to convince locals. I was like, do you guys have Uber or Lyft? And like, no. I was like, can I give you some money to drive me? And they're like, we don't know you.
Yeah.
So we called the taxi company, you were doing a Yellow Pages.
Yeah.
And they sent somebody. It wasn't even in a taxi. They sent somebody in their car to come pick us up and drive us here.
That's insane. I got a message from Brendan Patrick this morning. How you getting to the event? Oh, we drove. Okay, do you mind because we're kind of a little out of the way. I was like, yeah. And I'm like, so the car was myself, Dalen Mack, and Charmer. And I mean, Dalen's a big dude.
Yeah.
Let's
So
be
you
real.
had 4 dudes.
It was essentially 3.5 dudes in the car, right? And then I'm like, we can squeeze you in, no problem. And then I think you said, yeah, otherwise we have to walk. And I'm like, I'm like, how many people are there? Like, 4. I'm like, all right, we can make it work. We'll figure this out.
I kid you not. I was looking at that map. I was like, it's a 30-minute. I was like, it's an hour walk. That's probably a 30-minute run. How you guys feeling?
Yeah. Who are you with?
I was with Yongji, and Michael Fang.
Yeah, I don't. No offense to them, they don't look like the prime athletes that.
I'm not the prime athlete that wakes up at 8 a.m. and runs 3 miles to this place.
I mean, hey, if I had to make it to a tournament like this where there's 10K on the line, I would probably haul ass too. But the one taxi in Ashland, Ohio, managed to wake up and go pick up our good friend Brendan Patrick. We've got the top 8. It's coming around the corner. I believe we're going to be squaring that away today. It's still early, dude. It's 3:30? What time is it? 3:30. 3:30.
I feel like we just started.
Yeah, man. I got to go for days on this stuff. So we will take a short break. We will be back and let you know what's going on. But I believe the top 8 is around the corner. So stay tuned. This is the Realm Gaming Network 10K in Ohio.
Hello, and welcome back to the 10K at the Realm Games Brawl, I believe it's called, right?
It could be
the
a brawl.
10K Brawl outside.
It could
Here
be.
in Ashland, Ohio. I am Charmer, once again joined by Flake, and we have the amazing Mr. Dunn with us as well. We just got to see them on camera, and it was a wild match, and so we wanted to ask them their thoughts on how that played out, because it was a non-traditional Prism.
So I was playing Oldhim, and the matchup into Prism is never good as a Guardian. You struggle to clear out the auras very efficiently, and I felt like for the first half of that game, I was pretty well ahead. I was hitting some big attacks. I was pummeling, keeping him on the back foot, but he was just building up, one aura here, one aura there, and at some point he was able to turn the corner, and it was too much for me to come back from.
Yeah, these matches against Prism, typically for the Guardian player, is that you have to essentially generate some type of go again. This is something that Starvo was very, adept at doing. In your list, no Zealous Beltings. There's no real natural go agains other than perhaps using Rouse the Ancients, which you packed 2 of.
Yep.
But your strategy was not necessarily to clear auras, was it? It was just to make sure that you can connect for as much damage as possible?
Right.
Or what was the strategy there?
Yeah, so I like I said, I have a very non-typical Ultim deck, and like you mentioned, the Zealous Beltings and other kind of go-again effects that Guardian would typically do into this kind of matchup. I pretty much just looked at, well, this is what the core of I want my deck to be, these pummels and these aggressive attacks, and I just said, well, I'm probably just going to lose to Prism anyway, so I'd rather dedicate the sideboard slots to something else and say, well, this might just be a bad matchup, and it's not worth trying to fight the fire because it's way too hard to put out.
Yeah, so you're in the 8th seed too,
Yes.
and I mean that's not bad, especially since you've basically conceded that.
I conceded to Prism twice. Yes.
Yeah, you've pre-conceded to Prism, which is very potent out there right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So also congratulations. It hasn't really been announced on the broadcast yet, but we do have our top 8.
Yes.
Mr. Dunn here did make it. We also know a little bit of the spread. There's a couple of Oldhams, a couple of Prisms. The Viscerai that we got to see on the broadcast earlier, Yunji, number 1, which I would not have predicted. It looked great on broadcast, but number 1 after our Swiss rounds is Viscerai.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a blast from the past again, especially since some of the key elements, like the old, OTK Vis is no longer a thing, as Scaletta is it's illegal and you can't do it anymore. But for yourself, Charles, again, I was mentioning to Brendan and mentioning to Charmer as well. You're somebody who I had the pleasure of casting a match for in Indianapolis, and your match. I mean, I did not know you prior to that, and basically the way that kind of came out is Tannen came through. He's like, Flake, I got a gift for you. I said, yeah, talk to me, buddy. He's like, all right, I got you a Katsu match. I said, nice. He's like, who's the opponent? And they're like, Bravo. I'm like, all right, another. He's like, showstopper. I was like, make it happen. And I mean, you are somebody who has kind of turned Guardian a little bit, I don't want to say upside down, but you've taken your own unique approach.
Yeah, I really enjoy Guardian. I think that I like the card pool. They have like some of the best armor in the game. They've got some of the best weapons in the game, and just the consistency that they bring. Some decks like Lexi or Briar sometimes have these really dud turns where they just draw all non-attacks or whatever. Even in Guardian, your worst turn you can swing a hammer and or swing Anathos in old school Bravo. And just like that level of consistency and the good armor just makes me feel like I'm always in every game. I'm always able to play. And I feel like I'm a pretty skilled player so that I'm able to outskill some opponents as long as my deck doesn't completely shut down on me. And so, yeah, that's why I love Guardian so much.
I want to follow up on this because Guardian was the first class I started playing. When I got into Flesh and Blood, I opened a bunch of packs, Tectonic Plating.
Yeah.
I saw it and I was like, all right, I'm going to play Guardian. We know in our Discord that doesn't exist that I am a Rainbow Pummel advocate in Showstopper and then also in Oldhim. I've said on the broadcast today that making my opponent's discard is my favorite thing to do in the game.
Sure.
And so I am just refreshed to see somebody else understand that it's okay to attack with Guardian.
Yes.
I look at Showstopper and I say his hero ability says nothing about defending.
No.
This is an offensive
He's a very
ability.
offensive character.
And so I build it that way, and I just feel a little bit vindicated that somebody much better than me is finding success with these aggressive Guardians.
Yeah, that's how I came into this Oldhim in this new meta, this kind of weird in-between meta, thinking, well, Pummel, great card. Frostfang, great Pummel target. Those two can be played in Oldhim, and I had kind of experimented that back in the Starvo meta, but it didn't quite pan out as well as I'd like. So it was always in the back of my mind, and I'm like, okay, well, now this weird meta, let's give it a try. And then after that, I'm like, well, if I start with 9 Pummels and at least 6 Frostfangs, what else do I want to do? Well, I want to reduce the cost of my other attacks so I can pummel them too. So you got Tectonic Plating, you got Seismic Stir, and the other kind of cards just to make my stuff cheap so I can pummel it. And worked pretty well for me.
No, it's not bad. And again, speaking of offensive characters, Charmer, Flake, we're here with Charles Dunn, who is the 8th seed at the, I guess it's the Brawl. It's the Realm Gaming Brawl, 10K here in Ashland, Ohio. And what's really, I guess, I mean, we can call it luck, we can call it just fate or destiny, but the way that the top 8 has essentially broken down, that you had mentioned, is that you've been having a lot of trouble with Prism, but they are on the other side of the continent, essentially. They're in another hemisphere when it comes to the bracket. You have dodged them. The only Prism you may face is if you get to the finals, and they do too.
I think so, yeah.
Your game plan against Prism versus other ones, I mean, you're going to have the matchup against the top seed. You're going against Viscerai. How are you approaching that particular matchup?
So truth be told, I didn't test against Viscerai. I don't think too many people did.
I don't think anyone did.
But I did test quite a bit against Briar, and they share a lot of similar concepts, right? They try to do non-attack into attack action into arcane damage, maybe into Rosetta Thorn. The specifics are different, obviously, But a probably pretty similar game plan and sideboarding approach where I'm just looking to utilize my massive armor advantage because I've got like 12 or 13 points of armor, and just kind of use that to let me take the tempo and attack with big on hits, force them to block. And Viserai doesn't work well if they're being forced to block because they don't have much of a hand. And so we'll see if that ends up working out.
Hey, fun fact, even if they're not blocking, Pummel is like making them block.
It does, in fact, make them block.
It is a great way to interrupt combo pieces. So if you're watching at home, make your opponents discard. Yes, that's my advice.
Yeah, make a lot of friends with Pummel. That's
Yeah, a lot of
number
friends.
one way to do it. Hey, you ever play Mill in your life? Yeah, I'm sure you're the most popular
Listen,
person.
I know that I'm probably going to catch some flack for this, but as somebody who used to be a land destruction player,
Oh, you-
discard
Oh,
and
man.
Flesh and Blood is the closest
Oh,
thing.
this guy.
Yeah, I made a lot of friends.
Oh, definitely. Esper control, my jam. Any control, frankly, has always been my style of play. And, you know, the problem is like you're playing the decks and it's like, how do you not, like, Prism feels like control, but it's not really control to a degree because you're kind of
No,
taking your
it's-
licks, you're dodging some of the damage here and there, you're blocking out, but is it really control in that regard? Like,
Yeah, the traditional notions of aggro and control get really muddied in Flesh and Blood, and
Yeah.
I think that's a perfect example of why. Is so many decks, you know, they have their game plan. Prism wants to, well, at least the auras Prism wants to build up auras, and then eventually just kind of win through this death by 1,000 cuts. Is that aggro? Is that control? It's not mono red aggro. It's not Esper control. It's its own unique breed in Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, I was going to say, for Flesh and Blood, me personally, I actually like to think of it, instead of it as like aggro, control, combo, mid-range, I traditionally just think of it as you're either aggressive, defensive, or balanced.
Yeah.
Because the way Flesh and Blood plays, you are either trying to prioritize attacking. Essentially, you're evaluating your cards and you're saying, I can do more damage than my opponent each turn, and so that's where I'm going to get value. The defensive ones, whether that's Oldhim or whoever, they say, okay, I can get more value from my activations than you can generate, and that's where I'm going to get the advantage. The balanced are a bit of a mix. So that's the way that I like to think of it, but
Yeah.
Prism is an interesting case because I think that she is closer to combo. Now, it's not a big flashy combo like old Viserai, but you are putting pieces together, right? You're kind of assembling a puzzle, and then you fire off those big turns. We saw that with you, right? Where they just kind of slowly got those auras, and then all of a sudden there's a bunch of shields, and they're, you know, pinging you for 7 or whatever a turn. And I think that that's kind of its own beast, but ultimately I agree. I think Flesh and Blood is not a game that you can think of in terms of like aggro, control, mid-range, and that's the beauty of it. It's its own thing.
the way the 4-pack you mentioned there, are you aggro, are you control, mid-range, or combo? I mean, in Flesh and Blood, it used to be, are you Prism, Viserai, Starvo, or Concede? Like those were that was the 4-pack that you could choose from, and it's nice to see that this tournament is unique in that it has literally wedged itself between this kind of no man's land of bans and new cards. So, you know, did that? It's hard to even kind of approach people when they were really geared up for this tournament and their deck building, you know, procedure and how they approached it, because a lot of people were looking at Uprising cards and really building around that prior to this delay in the cards and the shift to this particular tournament style and format, where we're not at Uprising, but we're past where we were.
Yeah.
What were you looking to play should Uprising have been legal in this tournament?
Yeah, if Uprising was legal, I did a little bit of testing with the new stuff. And, you know, tried out a lot of the new heroes, and nothing really stuck out to me at the same level that Starvo stuck out to me, right, in the previous set. Thank God, right?
Yeah.
But so I wasn't really sold on anything in particular at the time when I kind of shifted my focus. That being said, I was really interested in Ninja. I think Fi and just the generic Ninja cards helped out Katsu if you wanted to play some version of that. Knowing that, of course, the best Guardian got removed, which was one of Ninja's worst matchups. So that's probably where I would have landed, is some kind of aggressive Ninja deck, I think.
But would it have been Fi?
Fi or Katsu? It's hard to say. I mean, Fi's got all the new stuff, so.
I don't know, man. I want to live in a world where Katsu's back. Partially, it's also because, I mean, like, I want a Living Legend format. I want it, like, tomorrow. You know, like, I know that it's not that I miss Starvo, but I want to play where there's, like prison rules, man. Everything goes.
Everything
Nothing's
goes.
banned. Everybody's OP, and it's just crazy.
We've already had some of those discussions. I know even just between me and you, where we say things like, who wins? Is it the completely unrestricted star of the show, or what happens when you have Chain, but he also has seeds? Or take it a step further, Chain. We never got to say Chain with Duskblade, for example, right?
Oh, right.
So how
Oh,
powerful
God, with
can we
Duskblade.
get?
Yeah.
Right. How powerful can we get when we start talking about an alternate format where we get to use Living Legends or use some of these cards that have either been, straight up banned or restricted, suspended for some time? I don't know, but I'm with you. I think it's going to be a cool format when we get there. But even that format might need some adjustments. I shiver at the thought of Duskblade.
You'd have to see. I didn't have the joy of playing way back when with a lot of the now banned cards like Seeds of Agony or Drone of Brutality or other things like that. So I would be very curious myself. I have no idea how busted those cards really, really were.
Well, they didn't even make it out of the pack before they were just completely torn asunder. Either way, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back shortly. This is Charles Dunn. He's your 8th seed here at the Brawl at Realm Gaming, the 10K here in Ashland, Ohio. Flake and Charmer. We're going to let Charles go ahead. He's going to go take a look at his opponent's deck list as basically the players have a little time to sort of get a quick breather, catch their breath, and now they're getting their opponent's deck list. So all the information is out in the open, Charmer, and it's... like the doctor said when I was born, Charmer, it's going to get ugly.
Yeah, absolutely. I have no refute. Sorry, I can't refute it. I have no response. That's just fact.
Right, fine. Okay, fine. That's it, friends. Don't go too far. The top 8 is around the corner, so stay tuned. We're back, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to get fired up for the top 8 here at the Brawl in Ashland, Ohio. It is Realm Gaming Network. I am Flake. This is Charmer. It's good to have you here, buddy. We've got one hell of a matchup to dive into. Their players are just getting set up, but let's get into this right away, man. I'm real hyped about this. Again, like we mentioned, a very unique circumstances in terms of deck building and meta.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to be seeing Travis McDaniel take on Dakota Hawks. This is the 2 seed versus the 7 seed. It's going to be Oldhim versus Prism. But again, as you were mentioning, a little bit non-traditional. The Oldhim still pretty aggressive as far as the list goes. Also has some anti-Prism tech in the form of the Command and Conquers. And this one is one running the Zealous Belting package. And we had mentioned that earlier on the broadcast. A way to get that go again, help clear those auras and make sure the spectral shields are out of the way. On the other side, this is a more traditional Prism. We're not staring at one with 20 some odd red cards.
28 red cards ain't on the menu today. No, this is a little bit more of a Dalen approved list. Still, 16 reds is probably about 13 more than Dalen would really like to, really get a grasp on. But in this case, cards like Prismatic Shield rolling back in, the 3 Miragic Metamorphs, War Tune Heralds, Command and Conquer seeing some love as well, Sink Below's Fate for Scenes. These are all in here for a reason. The problem is that Prism versus Oldhim, we saw earlier on how Prism is, some would say as close to an auto win as you could possibly get is a Prism versus a control-oriented Oldhim, but Oldhim's not looking like he's going to take this one too lightly with cards like, you have three Terra Sunders that are in there. That's, that really just smacks of aggression. The Pummels are in there, Zealous Beltings. Cards like this really do kind of warp it more towards, if you're going to give me the window, I'm going to take it.
Yeah, there's a couple of things that also stand out to me specifically about this Oldhim list. We've got cards like Blizzard that can potentially help turn off the go again. It makes some of those big, wide aura turns less impactful. But as I'm looking at the spice here, we've got a Heart of Fyendal. So if you drag this game out, you can get to the point where you're pitching that and getting a fair amount of health back. This is very plausible. I've seen times where Oldhim has been through their deck 2 or 3 times if you go through the cycling very, very quickly. But also there's the Exposed to the Elements here to maybe target some of that pivotal equipment and maybe get rid of the footsteps or something like that. That could be a bit of a game changer as well. So a little bit of spice there. Again, as you were mentioning, aggression, Zealous Beltings, Enlightened Strikes, all of these ways to get go again, continue to pressure. The one thing that does stand out to me, you mentioned the Terra Sunders, but only 2 red pummels. So not as much discard as I would hopefully like to see. And the other reason that pummel can be very important in this matchup specifically, as I stutter, I'm just so excited to talk about it. The phantasmal footsteps, you can sometimes use pummel to catch the players off guard and then break those footwear with a pummel. But again, only 2 here. So a little bit different from both the Prism and the Oldhim list that we just saw at the end of Swiss. This will be same heroes, but likely a completely different matchup.
Yeah, when the game is ready to go, we will take you straight to the action. The players are just shuffling up. Again, the deck checks were done. Everybody had a good look at what their opponents will be bringing in. And like you mentioned, seeing an Enlightened Strike in an Oldhim list is kind of a little bit awkward. But again, we are in that kind of no man's land between bans and uprising. So players are kind of all over the place in terms of what they want to bring to the party. But again, Heart of Fyendal is a card that I remember when we were preparing for the Blitz event in Vegas. This is something that when everybody was preparing, someone like Buddy of ours, Tynan Grace, was on Oldhim in terms of their Blitz option for the team Blitz, and he said, I'm bringing in Heart of Fyendal in here, and because if the game does go to a mirror, having that extra life gain to just allow yourself to keep going when the deck gets real dwindled, that is an advantage. Being able to pitch that almost every turn to life gain, and eventually that's how you win. So small little pieces. I mean, I say small piece. Heart of Fyendal is not by no means a small piece. Which
It's just a tiny little gem.
see this right here?
Could be in that pack.
Now it's a Heart of Fyendal. That's what we're getting with that.
Oh, so another thing that is actually kind of funny, you mentioned you're not used to seeing Enlightened Strike in Oldhim. I see it a lot, but I play a lot of Blitz. Oldhim is my go-to for Blitz. This is actually a very Blitz-like Oldhim list as I look at it. This could very well be somebody's Blitz list that they just pumped some of these numbers up to 3 ofs, because again, I'm seeing like 2 of Pummel, 2 of Zealous Belting, 2 Blizzards, 2 Sotamaros. There's a lot of stuff that are 2s and a lot of options that I would personally play in Blitz. And so this could very well be a situation where somebody went, well, I do good with Oldhim when I'm in Blitz, so maybe we'll just bring it to this constructed event as well. And I think we're going to see it in action here. I think I saw the wave. We're cutting to the game now. And yes, we have the Oldhim versus Prism. Everything is shuffled up. Waiting to reveal the equipment and see who is going to go first.
Oh, and at the top of the screen, I don't know if you guys can check it out. It says, Go Again Intimate. Love it. That is basically the words that are on my Tinder profile. So the sleeves, it's the Oldhim sleeves, very apropos, as it were, as it is Travis McDaniel on Prism, still shuffling up, getting a good little bit of RNG, just, blessed within those cards versus Dakota Hawks on Oldhim. Oldhim here listed as the grandfather of Eternity on the
Yeah, he just recently graduated. He is a single father, unfortunately. He had a family tragedy, widower. But that means he's going to star in a Lifetime special and find the woman who lives out on the farm, and he will choose to end his city life, and they will live happily ever after.
I'm pretty sure that was like partially the plot for Rambo. The newer Rambo movies.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely Rambo. They drew First Blood, single father.
Yeah, angry old man, dragged into the fight, only wins at the end. That's usually how that goes. Rips out the Heart of Fyendal of his enemies. Okay, fist bumps to start things off, Charmer. I'm ready to rock and roll. Let's get it started.
Okay, we're going to start with Aura coming out, and that looks to be Merciful Retribution.
Love that card. Again, a great one. Again, not necessarily the most powerful in the just kind of like your whole list of those big, kind of very present, those they're threats in themselves. Again, they're going to swing for 1, but ultimately it's what they represent. In this case, what it represents is kind of something that is going to absorb damage. Again, the game plan for the Prism player in this matchup is to just generate as many auras as possible, and for the Oldhim player, it's to clean them up. If you had a Zamboni just to pass over and get them all out of the way, that's what you want to do. But the good thing about Merciful Retribution is, well, it goes straight to soul, and you got to start packing in that soul.
Absolutely. The other thing that it does is it forces you to deal with it. So we saw that hammer attack go there. If you had more of those instant options in hand, then at the end of the turn, you could pop them in. It looks like we actually might see that that's going to be the case. And then a swing, but as long as you can keep generating auras, you'll eventually find a window to start exploiting things. Does look like we're seeing a crown activation because the card goes down. We draw another one. It's going to prevent some damage here.
Yeah, do float, block it, and the beautiful part here is, again, you're maintaining the float on that crown of seeds and just blocking with that ram part of the ram's head. And I want to make note here, talking about sort of awkward and odd and unorthodox metas, look at that horizontal deck configuration. It's not the vertical top to bottom. They got them sideways there. The 90-degree shift, that allows for very clean ripping of the cards off the top.
I heard that when you turn it sideways, it's a kill shot.
Oh, is that what it is?
Like,
yeah.
Welcome to America, Flake. I
Oh,
know you're from Canada, but that's
love
how
it.
it works. You turn it sideways, it means
I would have
business.
never guessed. I think I passed 468 American flags on a 2-mile drive here, but we are here in Ohio, and there it is. This is going to be a grindy one, folks, so buckle up. It's this is your 2nd seed versus 7th seed, if I'm not mistaken. I could be incorrect.
This was 2 versus 7, and we've got the standard play a bunch of auras, get that chip damage in approach of the prism. Again, this is I think the more traditional way this matchup plays out, right? We've seen the aggressive Oldtims earlier today. We've seen the red-heavy prisms, but this is usually the way it goes. The prism player plays auras. The Oldtim player continues to get rid of them and kind of survives until they can find their window of opportunity. Here we're seeing a big attack coming, and Oldtim will have the option to potentially pop this, but we're going to see a crown activation first. You want to have all of your information available.
Dangerous pop here because it's a miraging metamorph, and if you do pop it, it gets destroyed. You get to copy a aura that's already on the board, but maybe you don't want to pop the Parable of Humility. Maybe you got something in hand that you want to cheat out and decide to duplicate that. It could be a Genesis. It could be another Merciful Retribution. That's even an Ode to Wrath. That's where it gets nasty. So we're blocking here. That looks like a blue. Is that Autumn's Touch? A blue Autumn's Touch, which is legal again. Again,
Yes.
We're in that weird little sort of window where something's legal, something's banned, something's a living legend, and new cards are a few days away.
So has the Go Again tag here. We see them very kindly for us on the broadcast putting that there. And you are correct. That was a blue Autumn's Touch, so it's not going to actually pop the Phantasm. Damage gets through, but you soaked a little bit of it, and now we're going to see the Tunic activation so that we can go up to the 2 resources, and that's going to then get us into the Ode.
This is a nice play here by Travis because you do present a situation, and perhaps this is a scenario where Dakota on Oldham is like, you know what, if I pop this, do I really care if there's 2 Parables of Humility, because I'm not really attacking much. My hammer's not going to be affected by it, so is that big of a deal? But he sneakily held on to that Ode to Wrath, and in this case, letting the Miraging Metamorph actually connect, not popping it, is usually the right play.
There is something that is a bit interesting to me personally that I want to point out, and that is...
Is it my shoes?
Your shoes.
My socks, my neon green socks?
Phenomenal. They are fantastic.
Thank
I was
you.
going to say, the equipment choice for the Oldtim, I happen to notice there are no time skippers there. So when you stare at all of these auras, and the Prism player has already kind of got out to a bit of a lead, and they're just going to continue to tack onto that, you're not filled with a number of ways to get actual action points. Yes, you've got your Go Again options, again, in the Zealous Beltings and things like that, but when I think about cleaning up auras specifically, I think about action points, and I'm not seeing the lead the charges, the time skippers, none of that.
Yeah, I'm looking at the list, and you're absolutely right. No time skippers, and it's not like this is the Starvo build where you have access to Blink, let's say, where you can generate an action point just out of thin air. No. This is a different situation. So how do you effectively clean up this mess? And as you can see, they're doubling up. There's a Haze Bending on there, Pierce Reality, Genesis, Parable of Humility, 2 Spectral Shields. It's turn 4, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, and we're already in a scenario, Charmer, where it is getting just overwhelming. The onslaught of these little auras are going to become too much for Oldham to handle, but you're going to have to do something here, and a 6-attack Command and Conquer with nothing in the arsenal that Travis has threatened here, this could just be a situation of like, sure, yeah, no problem.
Yeah, I think this is just trying to clean up these spectral shields because that represents getting rid of 4 damage. There's the Ode on the board, and so those 2 shields attack essentially for 2 apiece. You can go directly toward the face, clean that up. We do now see the pummel come down as well, maybe get rid of one of the cards in hand. That's assuming there's not an instant aura you can play. That's always the danger with pummel, right? Sometimes it doesn't get the card that you're looking for, but it does look like it's going to be successful. He's writing that down and choosing to discard here. So
yeah, so that's a red pummel. That's +4 if I'm not mistaken. So 2 of it gets greased out by the spectral shield. So Travis will be down to 32, loses a card if necessary. But you're right, pummel in against Prism can be. I mean, sometimes it just turns out to be extra damage, in which case you're paying 2 for 4 damage because of the fact that you can just cheat those out, those auras at instant speed, and that's a lot of the appeal of playing Prism, playing within those margins, those little greasy, shadowy areas that you don't typically, most other heroes don't have access to. So at this rate, 36-32 in favor of the Oldhim player, but frankly, on board, this looks like a completely different story.
all right, so we saw the attack with the aura there. Didn't have go again at the moment, but then we saw the activation at instant speed, which then turned on the go again. So we're seeing all of these auras now coming in, threatening a bunch of damage, and they are resolving them again. It's 2 apiece because of the Ode. Now we're going to see the spectral shields come as well.
So Ode to Wrath is gone, if I'm not mistaken. But I think what he double tapped there mainly to say, like, it's shortcut play a little bit, saying like, I'm swinging with all of them. That's Parable of Humility's out there, Genesis. I believe that's Pierce Reality, Haze Bending, and Shimmers now. So
yeah, the Parable was covered, and the top part of that art looks very similar. So that is my mistake.
It's
nonetheless still getting a lot of chip damage in. And here we have a belting. This will maybe help clean up some of those shields. You have the go again, so you're gonna come in for 4 with the belting. Actually, I think this is 5, right? Because it is a red. And then after this, you can stop because it's hammer time.
Yeah, I love it. And if you are going to remain relevant in this matchup as the Oldhim player, the go-agains are going to be what provide the pressure, what cleans up some of those spectral shields, and then you'll be able to actually double duty, swing the hammer like you mentioned, and clean up one of those auras. Which one do you take? You've got, Genesis seems like the obvious choice. Shimmers is very good. Haze Bending as well. I think that the first one you're going to take out here, look at that, double Zealous. So go again, a card in hand, and 1 floating. So this is the turn, but that basically is all the Zealous beltings.
Yeah, that is the 2 that are in the list, and that means the belt will be stripped away. No more belting will occur after
It is
this
no
round.
longer Zealous.
I know it's not listed on the equipment, but that's because the belt will be stripped after this. But we do get the 2 attacks plus the hammer. I do think this is a tough choice. Personally, I'm between Genesis and Haze Bending. My gut says Genesis because it generates resources. But Haze Bending you'll want to deal with at some point because you don't want to keep giving the auras back. And it does look like they chose Genesis only to see another one. Oof.
Oh, yes, call an ambulance, but not for me, it says Genesis. It just shows right back up. You know those games like you play on Sega or on Super Nintendo, you beat one boss and then like the other one with like the other color palette shows up. It's like, I got to do this again. It's just exactly what happened here.
First of all, how old are you? You said Sega or Nintendo?
I said Super Nintendo. First
Same
of all,
thing.
I'm 36 years old, okay?
I'm right there with you. But
Thank
I just
you.
happened to point out the generational gap.
No. You want this is one of those like you want to sling mud at me, but we're basically,
Oh, I'm older than you.
Yeah,
So it's not like it's not even close. But the other thing that I think is rather funny is that you went with the boss and boss. The one that always terrifies me is when you're fighting a boss and they have the big health bar, and when you get it to 0, you see that like a tiny sliver of a second health bar goes away, and then it refreshes, and you realize, oh, that's actually the first bar of like 10, and I'm in for a slog. That's like the old Final Fantasy, switcheroo.
Dude,
gotcha.
I've played Turtles in Time on NES. Like I know all about that kind of like random boss BS that comes out of nowhere. It's like I just beat like Bebop and now I gotta beat Rocksteady. Like what the hell? Like one thing at a time. I just want to get to the Technodrome. Anyway,
Yeah, Oldham just wants to get to a board without auras, but unfortunately there are 7, 8 in counting. So we have 3 spectral shields and just the 4 on the sides plus the one with the +1 attack counter on it as well. And it looks like we are adding to the pile.
Yeah.
Oh my, oh my,
This,
oh my.
this is, I mean, this is what you have to deal with when you have basically kind of given no respect to Aura Prism. And there's always conversation that Aura Prism is going to run the show. That's not true. Briar's out there to police this. Unfortunately, Briar sometime succumb to the Oldhams. And here we are. We have this new Triangle of Doom, and this is what you got to do. And this is a tear asunder into a Okanold, non-fused, but the tear asunder itself is good enough.
This is the build your own Okanold, right? This is the Okanold you ordered on Wish. That's what this is. You get there, but it is not the same quality.
Yeah. As somebody who has ordered stuff like from random websites to save $3, yeah. I do absolutely know that this Christmas sweater I ordered is made from like a pool cover material. Like, it's not actual cotton.
2 cards, twice the amount of pitch in order to play it, and I get 1 less attack, and the discard whatever is not at random.
This is basically can we have Okanold? We have Okanold at home, and that's basically fused Okanold. That's what that is. That's the meme. So you do what you got to do, but in order to actually come through with damage, I mean, look at this. It's the main concern, frankly, now is board space.
Well,
it's real estate.
There's actually a few other concerns here. I do want to point out that as much as this game looks in favor of the Prism, the health totals right now are 20 to 22.
Uh-huh.
And
Convince
if
me.
you are the Oldham player and you can continue to force those discards, you might be able to prevent Prism from activating the go again. Having all those auras doesn't matter if you can't turn on Luminaris. So we have a situation right now, for example, where you've got all these auras, but auras only 1 attack. Very manageable. Now, you had to build your own Okanold in order to get there, but if you can have a turn or 2 like that where you get the health total of Prism low enough, you'll take 1 blowback turn with all the auras, and then perhaps you could get in there, get the job done. Now, I know that what I'm saying is not likely. We're talking like 5% or less. However, if you are the Oldham player, you constantly have to think about what's my path to victory, and I do think that that is the way to consider going.
Yeah.
You're never going to clear these auras.
Listen, when it comes to turning on Luminaris, you can light a candle, put on some Berry White, or you can pitch a yellow. And frankly, one of those sounds a lot more doable in this scenario, which is just having a card in Soul and making it happen. What's the term that I was going to use? I don't say devoting. Donating. That's the card. Donating cards to a block and keeping a yellow just to pitch and create a Soul is not just a spectral shield. It's a spectral shield plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It would be 8 auras plus another Shimmer's attack. So for 1 pitch, you're blasting out probably 9 to 10 damage spread over 8 sources.
Absolutely. It is a nightmare. But again, you have to have the resources to do it. So discard might be the way to go. Or in this case, if you're watching at home and you don't know what that card is, that's a Righteous Cleansing. So you're coming in for 10 right now with a somewhat relevant on-hit effect of the Crush. This is when you reveal the top 4 cards, and then you're going to banish a bunch of copies of whatever is revealed. So if like 2 of the same card pop up, you can potentially get rid of both of them. But this is a hefty attack. It's very often something that old Showstopper used to include against Prism because big attack value to pop Phantasm. It's a yellow pitch, so back when she ran Library, that was a lot more relevant as well. But I think here, Oldham has realized, hey, I will never clear these auras, so now I just have to go face and pray. And a big 10 attack is one of the ways to get it there.
Yeah, if you're Dakota right now, you see, the engines are on fire, the pilot bailed. So what do? And unfortunately, throwing a Righteous Cleansing at him is just the equivalent of just seeing the plane go down and just, you're like, all right, I'm going to buckle my safety belt, and hopefully this is good enough.
Yeah, you went with the plane crash. I like to think of it as the end of Talladega Nights, where your cars exploded, but if you can foot race across the finish line before they get there, it still counts.
No,
right?
that's definitely one. I mean, you could jump out of the plane and flap your arms, and like you said, prayer might be your best out at this moment. But again, you got to play the game, and there's still options here. Running 2 pulverizes in the deck is one way to do it. We haven't seen any lightning strikes, command and conquers, things like that. There's still some gas that he can throw at the Prism player, the problem is, again, the go-agains. No time skippers that you can get extra action points. There's no lead the charge. It seems to me like in this case, Dakota has opted to just be a more aggressive build and try to get Prism to a situation where they might not be able to establish a board. Being at 17, I think that's good work right now for Dakota. I think that's not bad. But the deeper the game goes, the more it sort of shifts. The pendulum swings towards Prism.
Another thing that you have as a potential path to victory for Oldham, again, very small percentage, right? But if I'm the Oldham player and I'm trying to think what maybe buys me a little bit of breathing room, if you can pressure the Prism player, get them low, again, so that they're forced to even block a little bit, then landing a Channel Lake Frigid goes a long way as well, because you have to start paying for each Luminaris activation at that point. And so even if they can turn it on, they might not get all of them, right? You're just trying to find ways to, A, get damage, B, slow down the Prism player. It's requiring a lot to go your way, mind you, but it's not hopeless. It's just a low % chance.
Hey, we've seen crazier things occur. Again, sometimes it looks dire, but that's why these players are in the top 8, is because they've gone through the ringer. They've had these situations occur. They've probably won games that they maybe shouldn't have already. Again,
absolutely. I think that it's really important to note these things when you're at home, because if you're somebody who is trying to get better, just at card games in general, the number one thing you can do is always play to your outs. Things can feel hopeless, but the moment you give up mentally, you are 100% out of the game. So you have to play to your outs. You have to go through the motions, and even if you feel like it's unlikely, it doesn't matter. Sometimes you catch that break. Sometimes you roll that D20 and the nat 20 comes up. So again, right now, Prism is in the driver's seat. I mean, there's no question about it. If you're looking at this in any way, shape, or form, the analysis is Prism is massively ahead. But this is not unwinnable.
It's not unwinnable. Like you mentioned, the dominoes have to fall the right way. The wind has to blow in your direction. And basically, you got to be kissed by God. But who knows? We'll get there again. Pablo Pintor won the Pro Tour by starting the tournament 0-2. And if you can win Pro Tour after that kind of stumble out of the gates, anything's possible. So, but I mean, it looks quite dire as he's doing his best to block out. And you know, here comes the onslaught of these auras. Travis is doing, a good job of saying, all right, one at a time, just wants to cross the finish line. In the same regard that Dakota has to be playing optimally, playing smartly in order to potentially find a window to change the momentum of this game, Travis needs to also be very vigilant about how he's playing. No mistakes, play cleanly, everything's going your way. You have an absolutely devastating board state, so might as well just, take your time, go through with it, and just take nothing for granted, as it were, because frankly, when you're this far ahead, your own worst enemy is going to be yourself, and playing lazily or playing for shortcuts and such, you don't want to take anything for granted here. Travis is in a very strong position, and Dakota is looking for mistakes.
Yeah, and this is going to be a big swing turn because, as we can see, blocks have already went out, and there are still a number of auras left to attack. The Oldham player here just has one card left in hand, and so they're kind of trying to decide, do I block with this to try to mitigate some damage? Do I save it? Because now we know it was a pummel. That could potentially be a key card. Even after I use this to block, there's still a number of auras coming, and so now we can see that damage calculation getting done here. You could see the discussion, that kind of back and forth, as they were trying to figure out exactly how much damage this would result in. And like I said, big swing turn. So you went from above 20 down to 8. You're, again, way behind on board, but also you don't have a hand. And so ultimately, I think this will be the moment that Prism does close it out. I know I was mentioning ways you could get back into it, but once you go to this point where you have no cards in hand, you're never going to be able to block this out. This is pretty well wrapped up at this point.
Yeah, Dakota, he's got a smile on his face. I think he just enjoyed the journey, frankly, and that's a good thing in itself. I mean, getting to top 8 at a tournament of this caliber is a pretty big deal in itself, and let's be real. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to let you know, this is not a deck check. That is just merely Travis having a massive board state right now, and the first thing you do is you swing Genesis, you use the Genesis, you jam a card in Soul, and now we can go ahead, use the Tunic, pitch, go crazy. That's basically what's happening over here. It's all a formality.
Oh, and we're just going to add more Spectral Shields, Insult to Injury, Salt on the Wound, Shields on the face of Oldham. He wears a shield, and he's going to die by several shields. Rather ironic. in the end.
Well, it was a good game. Unfortunately, we were talking about this earlier about, and it was Brendan who mentioned it. It's like, some games are as close to unwinnable as they can get. This may be one of them. This is as 90-10 as you can kind of get, leaning one way or another. And I mean, this snapshot right here is basically why.
And even more so, again, as you look at the list, this was a list that very clearly just did not care about the action points, right? So not saying that makes a huge difference. It certainly makes it more winnable, but it's still very polarized in favor of Prism, even when you do have the lead the charges, when you do have the time skippers. But just kind of looking at this list and comparing it going in,
Nice.
that
And we got the intimate go again.
we got the intimate go again. Congratulations to Travis McDaniel. You're going to be moving on. This was, again, the 2-seed Prism player, and now we see why they were the 2-seed. That was an impressive victory. Started strong and then just really never let up.
No, the Prism plan has always been the same in the Aura build. It's you're going to take your licks early. Very rarely does it kind of shift away from that. We've seen strategies when Chain was in the meta that, you take out all the no blocks, your Genesis, your Ode to Wrath, your Merciful Retribution. You take all of that out and you just put in as many 3 blocks as you can. You load up and you try to fatigue. That used to be the way to go. That was like the major shift in typical strategy. Otherwise, the strategy with Prism was, okay, you just kind of decide what is important to block, if anything, and you try to jam out 2 auras a turn. It's, instant aura, blue aura, yellow aura, blue aura, yellow aura, blue aura. That was the way to do it, and that's kind of how it happened. The problem is that against a very slower deck like Oldhim, even though this one is this list was not a slow list. It had Zealous Beltings, it had Enlightened Strikes, Command and Conquers, Spinal Crushes, the whole 9 yards. But the thing about it was that it just seemed like there was just not enough pressure. It didn't get to a point where Prism was worried about life total, that they can just kind of absorb when necessary. When the hand was favorable to drop 2 auras, they did that, and they took their licks. And that was the result. The result was like 10 auras on the board by the end of the game.
Yeah, and as we saw, the hands were a little bit clunky as well for the Ultim player. I don't think we even saw Enlightened Strike come out. We never saw Channel Lake Frigid hit the board. There are some cards that can make things a little bit rougher for the Prism player. Channel Lake Frigid is a big one in my mind, right? Makes the auras more expensive to play. It makes Luminaris more expensive to activate. And so if you can get that and have it stick around for a turn or two, you can buy yourself a lot of time, especially in the early game. But the fact that we saw 0 of those played, none of the Enlightened Strikes, et cetera, it was just uphill from the very beginning of the game. And, again, that's Dakota falling here in the top 8, but it's still a great performance for them to make it this far. And Travis is moving on. Yeah,
Travis moving on to the top 4, which we'll be bringing to you very shortly. Again, we're in Ohio. This is the Realm Gaming 10K in Ashland, Ohio. Having a good time, man. This has been a lot of fun, not just because Brendan Patrick has made the transition to broadcaster, but because you and I get to pair up and have some fun. And part of that fun, ladies and gentlemen, is that Realm Gaming saw what we did with those Uprising packs and said, hey, why don't you throw some more stuff against the wall again? Why don't you just go ahead and disrespect...
That was not actually what they said.
No, they did not say that. But yeah, they gave us some packs to open. They said, hey, I'll give you a little bit of a grab bag. We've got Wraith, a history pack. We've got some Monarch and some Tales of Aria. So what are we opening first here?
Well, so here's the thing. We have one of each, and so this is going to be a battle of the sets. We're going to determine which set is the best simply by which pack has the best pull. So if you're in Twitch chat and you're watching, go ahead and let us know which one you think is going to be the winner. Do you think we're going to get better pulls from Welcome to Wrath, the History Pack, Tales of Aria, or Monarch? And then as you're getting those predictions in, let's just go chronologically. Let's start with Welcome to Wrath.
All right. This was the one that, again, threw it right against the wall behind us.
Yeah, it's got that hard to find all I hear.
I hear it does, and it's got a nice crease in the corner because of my silly stupidity. So here we go.
You know what? I think that makes it a collector's item. If it's literally one that was damaged because we yeeted it on a broadcast, that actually increases the value.
This isn't like, streamer bathwater.
We'll both sign it.
Okay. Why don't we just tear it in half? That might actually increase the value. So the first thing we do, where are the they're in the middle of the pack, right? For Wraith? Like there's where there's
they are somewhere in the pack, yes.
So Thank you for that. Wow. Derek GPS Oswald hitting us with the direct location.
Recalculating.
All right. Well, we've got a Wounded Bull. We've got a Nimblism. Barraging Bronhide. Oh, the Regurgitating Slog. A good card. I should probably show people here.
Barraging Bronhide. Listen, real quick. We're going to take a detour. If you're ever at home and you're arguing about whether Endless Winter triggers because of equipment that are blocking, because you don't know if they count as cards, remember this card. Because Barraging Bronhide here says very specifically 2 non-equipment cards. And if this is a specific call-out for non-equipment, then that means normally equipment do count as cards, and thus they do trigger on Endless Winter. And so now you can settle arguments with your friends. Remember Barraging Bronhide, because that will explain the rules.
Also, if you want to start arguments with your friends, you can bring up this card and talk to them about stuff as well. Regurgitating Slog. That's what we got here. We got regurgitating
That describes
slug.
last night.
Yes, absolutely. After eating that pasta, I felt like a regurgitating slug. Ooh, all right. Now we're getting to the fun part.
Iron Rot Helm to go with my Iron Rot Brain. Savage Feast.
I couldn't see it. It's glaring off the camera a little bit. Savage Feast.
There
and ooh,
Snatch.
Blue Snatch. Not the Snatch we want, but the Snatch we need. And finally, the good stuff
That's
is...
the Snatch starring
Ooh.
Brad Pitt.
Oh, is it? Yellow Foil and Movable. Fun. Foil and Movables look nice. We like those. Debilitate, Driving Blade, Pack Hunt, Red Head Jab, and Awakening Glow. So that's kind of the remainder of it. It wasn't...
All right, so we need to keep the important cards out because these are likely what we're going to judge each pack by, right?
You're
so
right.
the 2 rares and the foil, we'll set these aside. Welcome to Wrath. Not a strong start. I'm not going to lie.
No, not a strong start.
Not a strong start. And so chronologically, we have Monarch.
That
on
is
deck
correct.
Next.
Hit us with the good stuff, bucko.
This, I just want you to know, I am keeping the library from this.
Oh.
It is mine.
No.
I'm
I get half.
claiming it.
You will rip it in half for me. I'll take the front half.
Rest in peace, Galaxy Black. You were almost never played, and yet you have been retired
Yeah.
for being too powerful.
You know what that's like? That's like if you get traded to a team, play in mid-season, play most of it, like play 2 games, don't play a single game in the playoffs, your team wins the cup, and you get a ring, that's Galaxy Black. That's what this has done. That's basically Galaxy Black.
All right, so we had the Ray of Hope. We have Lunar Tide Plunderer. This is a great limited card because it helps pop the Phantasms.
Sure, I'll believe you.
Frontline Scout that I forget even exists. That's how powerful that is. Overload. We've actually got to see this on the broadcast.
Not a bad card. Honestly,
Not a
Red
bad card.
Overload's kind of looping into relevancy.
Yeah. Another Helm. This time it's Iron Hide.
So
though.
many hats. All the
A
hats.
little less rusty.
Yeah.
We have a Red Vexing Malice as well. This is the first of our rares. So, again, we're going to set this aside because we're judging these packs based on that. Plow Through is the other.
And the legendary is...
Adrenaline Rush is our foil. And honestly, this looks really good. It's probably not going to come through on the camera, but the foiling on the Fantasy Blood here, pretty solid. The rest, pretty standard Monarch stuff. Again, Riftbind, Herald, Deadwood, etc., etc. So,
Oh, Riftbind. Not a bad card once upon a time.
so next up for our set versus set brawl challenge, whatever you want to call it.
I
We're
want
gonna
to
have
call it
Tails
Steve.
here.
That's what I'm going to call it. Tales of Aria. Delicious. All right, let's rip this thing open before...
I have seen a lot of weird things on a
Really?
number of broadcasts throughout my career,
Uh-huh.
and none have disturbed me as much as that.
Tastes like legendary to me. All right, bust this bad boy open. Frankly, I remember when at the Tales of Aria premiere event where the first person who busted open the Korsham, like the cold
Oh
blow
yeah,
Korsham,
and there was just like
It
a
was-
shout and the uproar and
bedlam happened, and then some vendor bought it for like 4 Gs, and now you can get it for like a pack of M&Ms and a bus pass. So, which is a trade I'll make, frankly. All right, let's bust this open. All right, here we go.
Shiver for
Shiver.
the token.
Shiver's the token, and we got Gradfather. Good old Gradfather.
Gradfather.
Okay, what do we got here? Let's go with a blue Lightning Surge.
We've seen that
Throw that away.
on the broadcast today.
Cracker Jacks in the front.
I love a good Cracker Jacks.
Yeah,
I'm actually hungry now.
Honestly, drafting equipment early in this set was very good. Deep blue and all that other stuff. You wanted that icing
Oh, you
counter.
wanted the boots. Briar boots are so good and sealed.
You're a Briar Boots.
Draft.
Oh, this is the... No, that's a comment.
No,
Red Electrify. This pack's actually... So we have a blue ice card and a red Electrify. This is already not bad for a sealed pool. What do we got here?
We have a Rejuvenate.
Rejuvenate can pass. Not interested. No, thank you.
No, that card is...
The
Shelter.
Summerwood Shelter.
Yep.
And... Flash. How is Flash a rare card?
Well, you don't want to be flashed too commonly, so you need to have it at rare.
I don't know. Listen,
Summer Majestic.
we don't hang out with the same
Shelter,
crowds.
Summerwood Shelter was the other rare, so now we're on to the foil,
Ooh.
which is a thump, a
Red
red
thump.
You know, that was one of the things I wanted to ask Dunn about, is whether or not he has experimented with the pump and thump version of Oldhim, where you run cards like Earthlore Surge and some of the other boosts, Icequake as well, into thump if you're trying to generate even more discard effects, because it's a lot easier to pull off with Oldhim than it is, say, Showstopper. You have to go into generic non-attack actions, or I've actually played it with like lunging press, which is a bit weird, but nonetheless, so far,
I believe it is called a hot pile of organic free-range, free-trade garbage.
so far not great. So now we're gonna have to go to the history pack to make some history.
Yeah, let's get that Wizard Boots or Mask of Momentum. Let's get
Yeah.
that Mask of Momentum. I opened a Mask of Momentum in
All
history
right,
pack a
so
couple weeks
we're
ago.
gonna start with a whelming gust wave because I am
Yellow,
very,
the best one to
I'm-
have.
I'm very whelmed.
Yes.
by this pull.
Yes, it is a whelming pull wave.
Much like my casting career, this is emerging dominance.
Hold on a second. I can probably... oh, never mind.
Driving Blade. This is a fantastic pickup if you're ever playing Welcome to Wrath, sealed, mind you. 0 to 60.
Nice.
Yeah, I actually really do love the art on this, just for the record. And so if you ever get that in foil, it looks fantastic. But
No foils in this set.
none in this set.
Move
no.
on, buddy.
Reverberate, blue. Blood Spill Invocation. We're keeping it moving. Ravenous Rabble, but the blue version.
Oh, the best
so-
version. So when
you know.
Yeah, the zero go again.
Equipment, we now have a Robe of Rapture.
All right, this is the hot stuff now.
Staunch Response.
What color?
This is yellow. So
What
the
is it with
best.
these?
You know, you joke, but this was actually in the list we just saw. Oldhim had yellow Staunch Response. You can look it up. I
and
swear.
Hold on a second. Oh, you mean the Oldhim that lost? Okay.
Yes. Then we have Enchanting Melody.
Ah. These have all been bad.
I told you that if I am on a broadcast opening packs, it will go awful because I have the worst luck.
Yeah, no, that looks like to be the way. Like, what
right.
wins here?
So, Twitch chat, you got to tell us what wins. Again, welcome to Wrath. We'll remind you, our cards of importance. We have Snatch in blue, yellow unmovable,
Foil.
and then foil common.
All right. This was our Monarch pack.
Yep. Red Vexing Malice, Adrenaline Rush, that's the foil common, and then the run through, or plow through, excuse me, that one's a plow through.
You can run through, you can plow through, you can fly through.
Well, yeah, Warrior has a number of those cards.
Do whatever the hell you want.
Then we have Flash in yellow and a Summerwood Shelter blue.
Red Thump Foil is probably the best
Red
thing.
Thumb foil probably is the best. And then our history pack was really not making much history here. Yellow Staunch Response, red Enchanting Melody. So
Okay, so we
That
have,
is-
I believe this is called Kindling. You use this to start smaller fires that turn into bigger
no,
fires.
what you actually do is you save your extra bulk and you give it to your friends and family so that they go, who are you and why are you giving this to me? But maybe they're intrigued enough to play Flesh and Blood because ultimately we all love this game. We want to see more people playing the game, and so that's what I like to do. I like to give potential new players my extras.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the top 4 is going to be kicking off soon. We've had our fun, and we're going to be bringing you the top 4 matches shortly. We're just going to take a quick break. The players are catching their breath. They're going to be reseated shortly. And, yeah, don't go too far. This is the Realm Gaming 10K in Ashland, Ohio. Stay tuned.
Realm Gaming 10K Brawl here in Ashland, Ohio. I am once again Charmer. joined on the desk by Brendan, and we're in the top 4 now.
Yes, we
We're
are.
getting down to the nitty-gritty. There is big money on the line, and I cannot wait to see, hopefully, a more exciting matchup than what we saw last round. Health totals stayed close, but then the board state ran away. We saw a Prism victory. What do you think we're going to see going into this? What do you think is left?
So I'm not exactly sure who's sitting on the other side of the board, but Charles Dunn, we've seen him on stream already. He's got a very interesting Oldhim build, so they're actually not even running Crown of Seeds. They're
Skullcap.
Yep, a lot of big attack actions, things like Spinal Crush, Endless Winter, Oakenold, but that's kind of usual suspects. 9 pummels, which is definitely not. So looking to go tall, I know against Prism, they don't even clear auras. And that was, we did actually see him lose on stream, and that was probably why. that was why. But nevertheless, it's exciting. I think that he was facing a Prism that was very prepared for him. They had 12 defense reactions, which is quite atypical. But other than that, it's going to be quite different from a usual Oldhim game. Much more exciting, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm personally very excited because I am king of the rainbow pummels, as I call it, right? You run the full 9. I love making my opponent discard, so I want to see this in action. And I want to honestly see which of these players goes to the finals because, again, this is the top 4. So we've got Oldhim, we've got Briar. Normally you would say, okay, this is going to be about the fatigue game. This is going to be a very defensive Oldhim. But as you said, this is a different Oldhim with Charles. He's going to go on offense. This could be a very quick game.
Yeah, absolutely. So going up against Briar, it's interesting because I know Briar really can struggle into Oldhim fatigue, but this build is actually quite rough for Runeblades. A lot of disruption. The pummels, those are taking cards out of hand, but we're thinking things like Spinal Crush. We do have access to this Ice Hammer, etc. And it's tough for Runeblades, so I'm not super sure if the Briar is going to be favored or not because it's not Oldhim fatigue. But my guess would be is that I think Briar's going to struggle.
I would suspect that as well. So again, as somebody who has a lot of experience playing the 9 pummel version of Guardian, whether it's Showstopper, Oldhim, I even tried it with Starvo when it was first released because I was just dead set on I like to make my opponent's discard. The one thing that Briar doesn't like to do is to lose the opportunity to set up Thorn. And so with a key discard, you can maybe take that away. But the other thing specifically is with the changes to Briar, if you're trying to set up that big Channel Mount Heroic turn, if you can either take away the Earth card that allows them to keep it around, or you can disrupt one of the attacks, right? Nobody wants to play Channel Mount Heroic and only attack once. You want to follow it up with 2 or 3 of those kind of 0-cost 4 attack go-agains. If you can slow that down and make it less attractive, you can really stall a Briar. So I actually think that this discard-heavy version of Oldhim is at least 50-50, if not favored, into Briar.
So I have a question. You said you're a bit of a Guardian aficionado. This Guardian archetype has existed. Let's call it Tall Guardian, effectively. So why Oldhim? Why not Bravo Star of the Show?
Well, Star of the Show is not
Star of the Show.
But
I mean
Showstopper.
the other one.
So that's a fair
Showstopper,
question.
yeah.
So my personal preference is that I like Showstopper because I like having access to the on-demand dominate, right? Being able to dominate something and then ensure that your pummel will go over top and cause the discard is very attractive to me. However, if you're choosing Oldhim and you're saying, okay, I don't care as much about the dominate, I'm choosing Oldhim, it's not for the defensive abilities. That means you like either Winter's Wail, which is a fantastic card, or you like some of the Earth or Ice package as well. So Channel Lake Frigid does a lot of work, even if you're aggressive, does a lot of work against Briar, does a lot of work against Prism. It's just really good in this meta, and so it could just be a comfort thing, saying I like those elemental cards.
So there's one more permanent on the battlefield that I actually think might have influenced it, and that is Stalagmite. Stalagmite, in terms of like a tempo card, especially disrupting Runeblades in Prism, is super powerful. Like in Prism, that thing can block 7 to 11 damage sometimes when you have a big board. I think that might have been the motivation. Obviously, Winter's Wail, though. Winter's Wail, an incredible hammer that Oldhim has access to. But this Stalagmite, maybe that was the reason. And they also, I have seen him Earth react and Ice react and stuff like that. So, but yeah, I would have thought Bravo Showstopper.
Yeah, it's. I think, again, just a comfort thing. I personally have a lot of time on Bravo. I really like the access to the on-demand dominate, let you land those pummels. I also just really like Crippling Crush. Oakenold is fantastic, but it does require more setup. And when you're going aggressive, being able to just permanently have 3, blue cards. That means I dominate. I have my 7. I hit that crippling crush. I like that, but Oldhim has a great card pool. Those ice cards can be clutch. The hammer is fantastic as a weapon when you're coming in every round. And then, as you pointed out, the stalagmite can do a lot of work, especially with Prism if they don't have the pitch, against Briar, just kind of messing with their turns, et cetera, et cetera. The other nice thing about stalagmite, you don't have to pay to block. So when you're trying to be aggressive with Oldhim, being able to block but then not have to pitch a card, huge.
Yeah, speaking of huge, this is a big turn by a Briar already. We have a Bramble Spark fused into a Snatch, but Embodiment of Lightning before that. So Snatch coming in for 7 with Go Again already. We have 4 Seismic Surge tokens on the Oldhim side, so maybe he can afford to block with a few cards and still be able to play out a turn. But we do see Stalagmite used already. 2 cards in hand for Briar when the Stalagmite is used, but it's going to help him full block this Snatch.
Yeah, this is a great full block, and as you pointed out, those Seismic Surge tokens still there. You got a card in Arsenal, managed to keep a card in hand. This could still be a really big counterattack despite blocking out, so we'll have to wait and see what's in the Arsenal. I kind of got a peek at the hand there. I don't want to spoil it, but I think it's got to be something from the Arsenal if it's going to be spicy. One of the nice things about the Seismic tokens here is that you can play a bit of a mind game, too. You can play them and not have anything lined up, but your opponent has to respect it.
Yeah, and I think that our Briar player did pretty much all he could do that turn, right? The Stalagmite was actually an interesting block. I think he was more trying to stop the on-hit trigger because that the Frostbite was ultimately not very disruptive on that Snatch. And I find that a well-timed Stalagmite can shut down a lot of damage, a lot more than 2, which is kind of its base blocking value initially. Like you said, a little bit of a bait and switch, and we do just see a hammer for 4 here.
Yeah, now that is an icy hammer, so that will threaten the Frostbite. Pretty relevant on hit. And as you said, I do think that the block with the Stalagmite was about the on hit of the Snatch. Letting your opponent draw a card is generally pretty bad, especially on a Briar. So while it wasn't really preventing a lot with the Frostbite, the on hit was so threatening that I think that it was worth it. And right now, Briar kind of looking through the resources in their hand, this is where you kind of do math. You say, okay, if I block this, 1, do I have to fully stop the Frostbite or not to take my turn? Does look like that is the case. We got a Grasp and a Snatch out of it.
Early armor blocks. Yeah, so it's really interesting. I wonder what Charles was kind of reading there, because when he blocked out that Snatch, the Briar player actually had 2 cards in hand. So the effect of him drawing a card there is not so good, right? Especially he's used his Go Again. It really looks like he's going to use a sword. It's not like he's gaining an arsenal, right? It's just more replacement level at that point. Obviously, you could find another attack, something with Go Again, like a Ravenous Rabble. It gets a bit better. Nevertheless, I'm still surprised that he chose to block out that Snatch there when there's 2 cards in hand. We do see a Sonata and the old Whiskey on top of that.
Yeah, not a great look. You do still have the non-attack action played, so if you're really just doing this to get Thorn going, then perhaps that's a win. But you like it when Sonata replaces itself in terms of resources. You obviously like the free ping, so a little disappointed in the whiff there. Now we're going to have a Tome, so we're going to have the Embodiment of Lightning triggered as well. 2 cards still in hand and the Arsenal. Also have the Tunic at 3 counters, so plenty of resources here.
Yeah, we'll just have to see what he follows up in terms of attack action.
Wonder if there are no attack actions and that's why we were digging. That would be really awful.
I think if that was the case, you might want to extra pitch on the Sonata to dig for the 4th, because the likelihood that you find it in that case is just so much higher, and if you whiff and you get put in potentially one of these situations, it's so bad. That is a Crown of Seeds in Briar, actually. For some reason, I didn't see it. That is very interesting. We do find a Command and Conquer. Okay, I'm assuming that was drawn there too.
Yeah, it looked like that was the card drawn. So I think that there might have been no attack actions. If you didn't find one off of that Crown of Seeds draw, I think there might have been a case to be made about activating Grasp, leaving your Embodiment of Lightning up, and then just passing and trying to get into a better position. But ultimately does find the Command and Conquer, which is great because Oldhim is sitting on an Arsenal, and as we pointed out, this is not an Oldhim running their own crown. So this is a threatened Arsenal card.
What a funny situation we're in right now, where the Briar is using the Crown,
thinking the same thing.
and then the Oldham here is using a Skull Cap. Talk to me about Crown in Briar, because traditionally that has not been very popular. I know that the days of old where you had Plunder run, it would be crazy to run Crown. Does it make more sense now that we don't have those premier Arsenal targets?
I actually really like it in Channel Mount Heroic Briar because if you're trying to find those Earth cards to keep the Channel Mount Heroic around, that gets you a little bit deeper to find them, and it can sometimes smooth out those awkward turns like we just saw. So the benefit of the Crown can sometimes pay off, and when you're running, say, Skull Cap or something like that in its place, you're saying, okay, am I going to get essentially 3 healths worth of value out of this Crown? I think that you can, even in Briar. I think that, again, finding the Earth cards or finding some other key piece for a big turn can go a long way.
Really interesting. So we see a second block out of the Stalagmite. Was effectively blocking 4 damage because it was turning off the shield. I do think that our Briar player there had 2 resources floating and did not make a rune chant. He pitched a Force of Nature after that, and his blade cost 2, and he had 1 floating. So a little bit surprised there, but I could be misreading something. That being said, so we can just evaluate Stalagmite on what it effectively did there, right? Which was it blocked 2 the first time, didn't really do much, but on the second one, it did effectively block 5 because it blocked the 1 damage and stopped the sword without pitching another card, depending on how you evaluate that Arsenal card.
And now we have, looks like an Endless Winter coming. Very timely because I was just talking with Flake about barraging a Brawnhide and how you can use that to reference the weird rules for Endless Winter. It's a common debate when people block with equipment. They say, does that count as a card? Does it not? If you're watching at home, yes, equipment count as cards that are blocking Endless Winter for the triggers. But this is a big attack from Oldham, very threatening here. And we do still see the card in Arsenal as well. So this Oldham protected it. Must have really liked that card too, because they did go out of their way to protect it from the Command and Conquer. And then they still played this Endless Winter. And that's a huge block.
Triple block. I'm assuming his hand was it was not fused. So yeah, triple block. I'm assuming he had a bit of a not so great hand, and that's why he's going to choose to just Arsenal and pass here and move to his next 5-card hand. I wouldn't be surprised if our Oldham player is able to punish him with that. We still haven't seen a pummel, and we know there's 9 of those in the deck.
Yeah, we did see, I believe it was a pitched Tear Asunder there when they were paying for the Endless Winter. But yes, we haven't seen a played pummel. And a fistful of cards and the Arsenal that they've been sitting on for a while. That I think that's been the same one that was there pre-Seismic Surges when we thought that might be spicy. So whatever it is, the mystery is there, the plot thickens.
Really interesting to have Stalagmite be gone this early in the game. 35 to 33. I feel like Stalagmite is one of the most critical pieces against a Briar like this, especially when they're playing Channel Mount Heroic, right? Yeah. That's when you want to disrupt them. You know, I think you can get huge value out of it. So I feel like as the Oldham player, we opted to block with that a bit early in the game because it seems like we've got a lot of game to play here at 35 to 33. We got Charles just thinking on his turn here.
I do wonder if, because this is such an aggressive Oldham, perhaps the player is a bit more cavalier about their timing because they don't expect the game to go too long. If you're used to being aggressive, you're used to kind of racing. If you can even get medium value but get it consistently, maybe that is the game plan with the Stalagmite. You're just saying, I want to make sure I get something out of it, slow them down because I'm going to generate pressure. I don't know if that's the case, but I could see that being the mindset and might explain why they're not waiting for the really big value turns. Because as you pointed out, Stalagmite can be a real wrench against these aggressive decks.
Absolutely. And like CMH turns, you can block 7+ by turning off an attack action that might have come right after. It does opt to activate Tectonic Plating, it looks like. And we're just going to play an Icy Encounter. So a bit of a dud hand, but he can pummel this, and that's what it looks like.
Yes, so that is something that is worth noting. Because you're going with this over the hammer, if you pummel it, the discard triggers, and you're still donating the Frostbite. You also, because you paid for this card as opposed to hammer, get the plating as well. And yes, there it is. That's the pummel that was sitting down there. So very disruptive play here. You're going to get damage in. You're going to get the Frostbite token delivered and a card discarded. So if you're Briar, you're not happy. You basically just took a turn off blocking Endless Winter, and now you're going to take at least half of a turn off between the token and the discard here.
Yeah, so as the Briar player, I think I'm happy to see the first pummel. You really can't play around it when it's an icy encounter. It was face up. They know the deck list, they had time to review, so I feel like that pummel is pretty face up at this point. So he just has to accept that this is just, it's part of going to be part of his path to victory. Is going to be taking a few of these pummels to the face, getting the frostbite donation as a tip. That's probably not ideal, but we'll see if he can clap back and get a little bit of tempo.
Yeah, I think that's, to me, the thing that really stands out about that is that you have the frostbite and the discard, so you're really disrupted. But instead, is that an eye?
That's an Eye of Ophidia. We have an Eye of Ophidia Crown of Seeds Briar going on here. We got some interesting cards. Not that they're not effectively like wrong, incorrect or wrong. They have not been played in traditional lists. So that Eye of Ophidia, I can't imagine it stays in Runeblade mirrors. Some of these more aggressive linear mirrors where you're going to be really tight on blocking cards. That being said, if you think you're going up against an Oldhim that's maybe a bit slower, why not?
I was just about to say, I think if you're thinking, okay, I'm playing against a fatigue Oldhim, and I know I need these high-value Channel Mount heroic turns, maybe the opt to dig and set up your combo turns is worth it. I actually think that could be a really neat inclusion. Now, we know it's really a more aggressive Oldhim. It's not the traditional, but I do think that is potentially a really cheeky tech card.
Yeah, if I had to guess, I would probably say that the thesis behind both Crown of Seeds and Eye of Ophidia here is to dig as fast as possible to that Channel Mount heroic. Which I think is a cool heads-up play, right? Briar knows how it wins games. Briar's effectively fair Flesh and Blood now until it drops Channel Mount heroic, and then it's just a whole different game.
And so after all is said and done, it looks like the one arcane damage was going through. We saw the health total go down, and I think we're going to see a no block here, just going to take the rest from this burgeoning.
Yep. I wonder if we will see another pummel on the back of it. Obviously it could be something big like a pulverize, but these pummels, they are particularly good against Runeblades. You really hate to see the pummels when you're playing Runeblade, disrupting, taking a card out of your hand. Runeblades are one of those classes that I feel like don't exactly scale linearly as they get more cards in hand. Here we go, Spinal Crush, and we do have a pummel resources.
We have pummel resources, we have the card in hand and the one in arsenal. This is real nightmare fuel for a Briar because there's no good way to block this. You can't afford to let them just turn off your go again. You can't really afford to just eat 9. But also, assigning blocks, you know they're just going to pummel on top of it, so you're taking a turn off.
Yes, and if you do go ahead and overblock so that the pummel maybe doesn't trigger the Spinal Crush effect, it doesn't matter. And this has been kind of a concept that's existed in Flesh and Blood since Welcome to Race, since pummel was a card. It's that if you try to overblock and play around the pummel, they just hold it and pummel you next time.
Right. They don't have to play it. Yeah. And so that's just a rough position to be in, right? So you're staring at the resources. What do I do? The other interesting piece as well is that, as you said, you're kind of happy sometimes to see the pummels. Like, you don't want to be on the receiving end, but the more that are out of the way, the more that you can account for them.
You got to get through them, right?
Playing around it too much, being too conservative, means that they're just forever threatening.
Yeah, you have to get through them one way or another, and a lot of times it's going to be taken to the face. You just don't. The thing is you really just don't want to see it on your Channel Mount heroic turns. Outside of that, it's not ideal. If your life total's low, you might lose the game that way. But if you're playing a Channel Mount heroic and then you're getting spinal pummeled, that sucks.
And there's a fast discard, so
they
knew it was coming. We all knew. No surprises there. I believe that's a yellow one, though. So, again, this is the Rainbow Pummel, all 9. So it will be important to kind of keep track of which ones you see. But it feels like you never run out. Again, as somebody who's piloted at least the showstopper version of this, I've had plenty of people say, do you ever run out of pummels? Because they're just always there.
Like, there's a chance after 9 I might not have any more, but that's all theory.
But that's when the Terra Sunders and the Crippling Crushes come in, and you're just like,
Arcanite Crackle, nice one to keep in hand as sort of a 1-card swing back, the 1 Arcane and then 3 physical damage. Used to actually threaten 2 embodiment tokens, but nowadays, not so much.
Now it's just the 1. But 1 is good enough. We saw the blocks against Spinal Crush the previous turn there. They were impacted by Embodiment of Earth. That did help save some damage, even just the one extra goes a long way. And so making that again, this is actually one of those matches that I think is very relevant when you think about Old Briar versus New, because Old Briar would have a much better matchup here.
Oh, man.
And this current version is a lot more fair.
Oh, we are about to see a pulverize, I think. Yep.
Yeah, that is a pulverize.
Yep. So 14 damage and threatening to give you, is it -2?
It's -4.
-4.
Yes, and
Makes
it's
sense.
not a crush effect. It's just if a single damage gets through, that -4 on your first attack the next round will be active. So it is true to its name. It is very pulverizing. We see the crown so that they can dig and know what they're working with here, have some additional resources for blocking. Obviously, the floating kind of 1 damage shield helps a bit as well. But this is kind of what I was talking about when I said, whenever I'm piloting this into a Briar, you feel good because their turns are awkward, right? Whether it's making them discard, having relevant on-hit effects like Spinal Crush, in this case it's the Pulverize, and then even when you're connecting with stuff like Endless Winter, I know it wasn't fused earlier, but you just make the player who wants to go all-out aggro never have that option.
Absolutely. So when I play Runeblade, I'm happy when my opponents present damage. Like, I play Runeblade because it does more damage than any other class, pretty much. But when you start disrupting me, you take away my go again, you're taking cards out of hand, etc., that's when it gets tough. And we saw this back in the old Showstopper days. Maybe Showstopper didn't have a great time into Briar back when she could create 1 million embodiments and, had plunder runs and stuff. But nowadays, I think that not only is Bravo Showstopper probably very good against Briar, but also, as we can see, this Oldhim build, they're pretty similar archetypes.
Yeah, I mean, right now, much of what's powering this through has been standard Guardian stuff. Again, the Oldhim pick, likely because of a preference for Stalagmite. Winter's Wail is still an amazing weapon, and it's additional disruption that's kind of on demand. But yeah, this is what you want to do. You want to say, okay, all of my on-hits are scary. You have to account for them. I don't want you to ever take an optimal turn, right? I want you to make the best out of a 2-card hand or whatever the case may be. I like to call it defense through offense, right? I could just block out as Guardian, or I could get some chip damage in and still have you have a 2-card hand.
Yeah. All right, so we did just opt to Arsenal Pass on the Briar side. Didn't have much of a choice. But now we're going back to Charles here, and I think this is actually a pretty critical turn. Sitting pretty much at parity in life, 22 to 21. I think if he's able to disrupt the Briar player here again, I think he's got about 2 more of those disruptive turns to get through, and he's probably clear to win this game. That being said, this Contemplation makes me think he has a pretty average hand.
All right, we're going to see the Macho pitch. I will say, as somebody who's piloted a lot of Guardian, the real skill of the deck is figuring out what to do on your bad turns, right? How do you navigate the turns where maybe you draw 3 reds, or how do you navigate when you don't have the pummel, you don't have the disruption? That is the real skill tester. It's very easy to pilot a deck where you're making your opponent discard 1 to 2 cards every turn. But the moment that you're not, that's when things start to get real.
So the reason why this Frostfang is pretty funny is that I don't think that Charles has a pummel right now, but if our Briar player commits a piece of armor to this block and he gets responded with a pummel, that's a total blowout. Blocking the Frostfang, that's fine, but if it gets pummeled and you committed a piece of armor, that's really bad. So I think that's going to be a hard choice unless he has some sort of clear block. Maybe he has the embodiment and then is able to block with some sort of 3-block non-attack action in that Crown of Seeds. But actually a pretty tough puzzle for our Briar player here.
Yeah, this is that interesting position where you kind of have to respect it. Even just letting this go is bad because you either have to discard or pay.
So you actually just realize that because he has Crown of Seeds, and I've never seen Crown of Seeds played in Briar before, he pays for the Crown of Seeds, and if the Frostfang hits, the resources are actually floating.
Yeah, so you do have the resources, but you're still technically down a card, right? Because you essentially used your arsenal, right? But it does look like that is going to be the action here. No pummel this time around. The Frostfang connects, but they just pay the resources. And we're going to heave in a Quake. This is a little bit safer than a Pulverize, but it is still dangerous because once it's in there, it's in there. And so if you can't take advantage of it the next round, you don't get those tokens, then
Well,
this
that's
actually
one way to get it out.
This could be a blessing. You could also just lose it to Command and Conquer. But I've had games where I have heaved a Pulverize or even a Quake, and then the card got stuck there.
Yeah. Once those Size Sword goes, they can be pretty expensive. It's really the Pulverize that tend to get stuck. It's funny because it was a bit more confusing back right when Crown of Seeds came out, because I know a lot of Guardian players would heave these cards in, and they would try to crown them away, but Crown is actually not for face-up cards.
Crown very specifically says face down, and that matters obviously for the heave effect, but it does make me wonder if maybe in the future we're going to see some Earth Rangers, because that's very relevant with them as well. Who knows?
But crazy to think that we actually still haven't seen a Channel Mount Heroic. I haven't seen one pitched, blocked, or drawn. Is there a possibility that he's not playing Channel? I don't have the deck list in front of me.
I can't imagine that they were taken out, and I can't imagine with Bramble Sparks and Burgeonings, right, those Earth cards, that it's not in there. It is worth noting, though, that if he was trying to pitch deck for it, he did play the Sonata, and that forces a shuffle. So it's possible that they were on the bottom half, and then after the shuffle, they were back on the bottom half. But you're right, we haven't seen them yet. At some point, we are going to get to a channel turn. But for now, it's just Guardian Disruption, trying to slow things down.
Yeah, and we do see the armor block out of our Guardian player here, so makes me think he's got a, well, I can see it in his hand. He does have a pummel.
Absolutely. It's been a few turns since we've seen one, so you just have to assume that
they're always there
now.
right?
They're always there.
All right. So pretty innocuous, just damage here, but obviously he's got something to follow it up.
Well, I mean, you also say just damage, like it's not a pretty big attack here.
Especially when you're at 18.
Yeah, at 18 and you're threatening, I believe the blue is 8 base, so almost half of your health just by itself.
Yeah. How about 12, sir, and a discard?
Right.
If the pummel's red, but I do.
I don't think we've seen any red ones out yet, so it's very
there's two pummels.
Well,
there's the red one.
Yeah, so we see a pummel used to pay for a pummel. That is a lot of damage.
Yeah, that is 6 life
And
plus a
a card.
discard. That really feels a bit nail in the coffin-y.
Here's the interesting bit. We were just talking about how we haven't seen a channel Mount
I
Heroic.
think this is it.
I think that you ate that damage because you finally have it. Because otherwise, I can't imagine justifying a complete. I mean, this is a matador just waving on the bull, not even trying to dodge out of the way. You just took the gore, going all the way down to 6. So you have to be trying to set.
But now you have
up.
to discord. I don't think he was playing around the pummel. I think he was playing around the 8 damage. And
I think you have to respect the pummel, though. I think that either way, I think that we're going to see a channel. It was likely an Earth pitch to try to keep it around.
Yeah.
You have to pivot here. You don't have much choice.
100%. I'm a bit worried it's going to be a little bit underwhelming, and then, Charles can just start coming in with
there it is.
Charles can just start coming in with Spinals, by themselves, vanilla, and that's going to be plenty to disrupt this Briar's turns.
All right, so Channel Mount Heroic does come out of the arsenal, was paid for with the Earth pitch, so it will be sticking around. 2 cards left in hand. We're going to see the Enlightened Strike, and they go with the draw a card. And I like that. If you know you're realistically only going to get this one attack anyway, give yourself an arsenal, try to set yourself up for the next.
Because you're going to have Channel Mount Heroic, right? So your way out of this game is pretty much Charles not drawing a pretty bad hand. And then you going into your next hand with a 5-card hand, you have your arsenal from your E-Strike draw, and then you have Channel Mount Heroic active for that entire turn. We also have Spellbound Creepers available as well. So we have Tunic Crown too. So honestly, your risk at E-Strike drawing is literally 0.
No, this is the right play from the Briar. I'm just thinking about, if I'm the Oldham player, how do I get through this? What could I possibly... They're not blocking very quickly here, so they obviously have something to consider. I was thinking we haven't seen a Pulse that I remember, pitched or played.
Yep.
We haven't seen an Oakenold, so is this one of those situations where you're just going to eat the Enlightened Strike and then come in with something like that? Do you have, again, more pummels? Because we know you're running the gamut. What is your kind of counterplay here if you're only considering, a 1-card block, and it looks like that's the case?
Yeah, so what I think it comes down to is if your hand sucks, you block, and if your hand doesn't suck, then you don't block. Because if he can apply any pressure, he's going to disrupt that upcoming Channel Mount Heroic turn. If you can't, it's unfortunate, no, but you can gain some life at it, right? And I think that's what it looks like he's doing. Nevertheless, even swinging Icy Hammer is going to be relatively disruptive because you'll probably take a card in armor, which is significant on a big Channel Mount Heroic turn. He's also on 21, which is, Channel Mount Heroic can delete life pretty quickly. But that's healthy.
I was just gonna say, if you're on an Icy Hammer swing, I think that's an easy. You block 3, save your 1 for the hammer. But the deliberation that's going here says to me, this is at least a 6 damage attack or more they're trying to set up. Because if you're threatening lethal, they have to use resources, right? That's that, whether it's a pummel or not, that's that disruption you're looking for the Channel Mount Heroic turn. And if, again, the player is spending this much time thinking about it, that's got to be the case. So we see a block with a Macho Grande, going to be taking 5 as a result.
Yep, down to 16, and we have this 3-card hand.
And Embodiment of Earth going to be potentially relevant. Again, Channel Mount Heroic sticks around.
Oh, he has a pummel in hand.
Oh, yeah.
If he swung the hammer, well, yeah, he can't.
Oh,
so
no,
Yep, I think that's correct. I think you want to present lethal with the Cranial Crush. What were the other options? Let's look at this. So you had Macho Grande pummel. No, it would have been a little too expensive. So I think this is probably the correct play. Not opting to Arsenal. It's not a huge benefit with that.
So the interesting thing is if you opt to block with the pummel but save, because it looks like that's a blue card, and then you had the blue cranial, and they had the 1 seismic activating, you could have swung with Macho Grande, which also has the dominate.
Mm-hmm. Do you think the dominate matters here, though?
Well, so that's what I was about to say. On the one hand, when your opponent's at 6, it's very threatening.
Yeah.
But knowing that they're getting the embodiment, it's likely not lethal. And if you can't get to lethal, instead you want to bait your opponent into overblocking. So I actually really like that they didn't go with the Macho. They went with the cranial here. I think that it's one of those traps. If you can't actually finish them off with the dominate, just bait more cards out.
What's funny is that I think that the crush text on on Cradle Crush might actually be effective here. I'm pretty sure it's that you can't draw cards.
Yes.
Yes.
So it would turn off things like Snatch or Crown of Seeds during your own turn.
Force of Nature, which could be a way to win this game. Force of Nature fused on a Channel Mount Heroic turn. That can end games very quickly, so we'll see. But, yeah, I think the Cranial Crush is the correct play here.
Well, and we saw them go to a break point with the block to turn off the crush effect.
Yeah.
So I think that it was very, very relevant, and now we're going to see what they can do with this Channel Mount Heroic. They still have a decent amount of cards in hand, so we're going to start with the Ravenous Rabble.
That's a good way to start.
It's a great way to start when you're ripping off for just 7, go again for 0 pitch, no big deal.
Yeah, we're probably presenting lethal as the Briar player here, so forcing some sort of interaction. It's going to be hard to get full value to that skull cap as well, or at least get a 2-block out of it.
Yeah, because you've went all the way down to 3, and so at the point that that's going to be relevant with the 2-block, not likely. Yeah, the interesting thing here is that if the Briar player is just sitting on, 3 attacks that cost 0 and swing for 4, that's still,
we're taking cards.
So much damage that you're presenting. Yes, you use the Channel Mount Heroic, but at that point you've got Ultim on the back foot if they're not outright dead to begin with. Even with a 4-card hand that's all block 3s, if you are presenting essentially 21 damage, you're going to get the Ultim sub 10, and they'll have to take a whole turn off. So this is a very big deal.
This game has been such a showcase of the power of Channel Mount Heroic. I felt like our Briar player was getting heavily outvalued until the moment they dropped that card, and it's just like I feel like the tables have theoretically turned. We do have a Pulse in hand, by the way.
Yeah, I do see that there. I also want to point out that the real tale of this matchup is Channel Mount Heroic came down, and then the follow-up response was not any discard. This is a case where the Oldhim player, if they had an Oakenold, if they had a Terra Sunder, if they had even a Pummel, something to get that extra out, I think it's a wildly different spot. But
E-Strike go again.
E-Strike.
So E-Strike go again, I assume, coming in for 8 here, and then he can present lethal with the blade itself. Let's see if we can block it, right? So we have 1 block on the armor. We have 1 block on skull cap. We can effectively block for 2. We would take 6. We would go down to 3, and then we would die to Rosetta Thorn. So we are going to take a card, right?
Maybe. So one of the things we have to consider is we saw that Pulse in hand, and while you can't necessarily play that to much effect, you could use it for an Earth and an Ice. That's going to put the card back, which would turn off the Thorn because Tunic is not active.
Yes.
And get you some of that prevention.
And now you're still at 3. You're at parity on the 3. I really like that. That's now we asked the question at the beginning of this game: why Oldhim? Why not Bravo Showstopper?
Yeah.
Maybe for this winning this winning game scenario right here.
Yeah, that would be a very heads-up play. Obviously, still decisions to make. We know the Tectonic is going to go out in front. But the other thing that's interesting to me is that you have all those cards in your hand, and you're still taking this much time. That tells me that you might even have a spicy crackback.
Oh,
maybe
he is lethal for sure. Yeah.
I was going to say maybe it's the Okanold, and you're trying to figure out how to get around this without using that because that's an easy fuse. I could see being tempted by the greed. I've been in that position when you've got the Okanold ready to go.
Yep, so he's going to do that.
Yes.
His mannerisms told me he had a very clear lethal before the Briar basically told him, if you don't block, you're going to die. Yeah. Does he still have enough pressure with a 3-card hand? That's what we'll see. But I believe that was kind of the dynamic there. The Pulse coming in absolutely clutch, though, at that time.
Massive. It's so funny that you and I keep saying, hey, we haven't seen, the Channel Heroic. It shows up. Hey, we haven't seen the Pulse yet. It shows up. And at clutch moments, too. This is my favorite kind of flesh and blood. When you get down to this nitty-gritty, both of you are under 10, and everything feels kind of sloppy and back and forth. And so we have another Cranial Crush coming.
So it's going to be for 8. We have no arsenal to activate the Crown of Seeds. We have 1 block, but we do have an embodiment, right? So we could 2-card block this, potentially, and go to 1. It is possible that we would need to... I don't think there's a scenario where we 3-card block this if we could use 2 cards to do relevant amount of damage. So I think this embodiment is going to do some work. But, of course, we have 3 block on the armor, so I think that we're actually in a position, if we had a good enough hand, that we could 1-card block and then 3 pieces of armor.
Yeah, that's absolutely a pass, because if you think that you're getting to lethal, then, why not give up the boots, the tunic, etc. But 2 cards currently in the grip, maybe the hand's not super great. I think right now, if you've got either a non-attack into an attack, or even if it's just an attack and a card you want to arsenal, whether it's to set up Crown or a future turn, then it's fine to 2 black here as well.
Yeah. It's important to think about the Crown tempo here, right? So if let's say you attack with 1 card and you keep a card in arsenal, it's very likely that if you attack with just 1 card, you are dying on the next turn to this Guardian, in which case your Tunic and Crown will not sync up, which I think is a major downside, right? You're really going card for card at that point. You're not going to get the huge advantage of drawing an entirely another card in exchange for your arsenal. We do go ahead and see a 7 defense block, so going down to 2 here, and a 2-card hand. Interested to see if he can present lethal here. Yep, you strike for 7. I imagine can't imagine that being draw a card.
Yeah, and again, still lower health, so the Skullcap only a 1 block at the moment. This is likely to eat, I think, at least 2 cards, right?
Really? I think 1 card plus Skullcap, if he has the cards to back it up.
Yeah, if you got a clear path to lethal, then it might just be the 1 in the skull. I just feel like the danger zone is if you don't have 100%. Right, if you don't have 100% to lethal, going too low because of Thorn, and you only have the AB1, you're not running Crown, that is, a potential danger, right? So you've got to be very confident that if you're going to, 1 block this, you've got to finish it off. It's got to be a dominate attack.
Absolutely.
Something in that realm.
And I think that we're actually going to see a 2-card block and a 3 for 7, which is going to be Okanold on the way back. Yep, so we're going to see a full block there. This 3 for 7 is going to be pretty disruptive just from a raw damage standpoint because we have no embodiment of Earth. So we got to think about how we're going to block this. Let's say a relative block value of 2 of our cards is going to be 4 on the low end. We can get to 5. We can get to 6 and then live if we block with all of our armor, which would be pretty rough. Obviously, the inverse of that is if you do have some 3 blocks, it's going to make this a lot easier.
Yeah. I was just about to say, the end result, regardless, is you're getting at least 2 cards out of the hand.
Absolutely.
So If you're the Oldhim player, you're happy with giving them a 2-card hand with no arsenal. If you get some armor out of the way here, I think that's a net win. And this is the flesh and blood I love. When you are down to the nitty-gritty and neither player gets to play with an optimal hand anymore, you have to start making those tough decisions, those important sacrifices. This is a 3-block.
Yep.
So likely doesn't like what their hand is doing. Probably just going to see an arsenal pass. Sets up Crown. You'll have... oh, no, I was wrong. I thought you were going to set up Crown, do the Tunic and whatever, but this is threatening arcane damage.
Very interesting, to be honest, because, wow, so he had the option of playing a Snatch here and then keeping Crown plus Tunic to potentially draw off the Snatch, because our Oldhim player has no effective way to block the 4th damage of the Snatch, right? So you could have maybe had the Snatch hit, drawn a card, had Crown of Seeds plus Tunic for the arsenal. That being said, we are playing against Oldhim. Of course, he can D-react. He can also block with 2 cards, play another 3 for 7 with the 2 other cards. Or, the thing about when you get to these really grindy scenarios, it's hard to grind out Oldhim because Winter's Wail is like one of the best grindy weapons in the game. We have 3 for 4, right?
Yeah, the only reason I thought that we were going to see the arsenal there is because when you have Tunic and Crown ready to go, even if your arsenal card isn't great, you can go into the next round with like a 5-card hand. Yeah. So if you have to 2-block, right, that's still a 3-card hand. That's that like little bit of bonus. But instead here,
another 3 for 7.
We have another 3 for 7.
It's just tough to deal with when you're at 2. Luckily, he has the embodiment, but just 3 for 7 is enough to just. I mean, this really is kind of tit for tat flesh and blood. Like, this is a grindy flesh and blood. 3 for 7 is great value. 3 for 4 on your weapon is great value, and like things like Briar that have 2 blocks and they need to have these synergies to be able to swing their weapons, or they struggle.
This time around, embodiment is active because 1 damage got through from the Vexing Malice from before, right? That's going to be very relevant, and that's a full block because of the embodiment. Force of Nature is such good value off of embodiment.
And I remember when that used to block for 7 sometimes.
Yeah,
those are the days.
It used to be an unmovable.
Right?
It was force of unmovable. And so now we're again back to both of these players really just navigating this with essentially 2-card hands over and over again, right? And I think ultimately that's why I was defaulting mentally to, well, if you can give yourself a 3-card hand, even just 1 turn over a 2, maybe that's your window. But keeping the pressure also very relevant. The last thing you want to do is let Oldhim fuse.
Yeah, Oldhim had a few options to keep 3-card hands. I just don't think he's drawn something that was, had enough sort of synchronicity, synchronization, whatever that word is, in order to actually utilize that. That's why he's opted to block like this. That being said, Briar on 2-card hand I feel like it's significantly less scary than Oldhim on 2-card hand. So we're going to see a full block here, probably another weapon swing, maybe another 3 for 7, which would be a lot to deal with, because it comes down to that embodiment of Earth, right? If you don't have it, it's brutal.
I was going to say, I think what we're going to see is, I thought it was going to be a hammer and an arsenal, but I actually really love this.
Interesting, because we're going to go down the same play pattern, right? He's going to Crown of Seeds this, he's going to block with 1 card, and then he's going to take 1 damage. That's the ideal scenario, and then pay off with the floating resources, because let's say he pitches a blue. So I think that is a relatively good trade for what could have been bad. Another 3 for 7 would have been bad.
But counterpoint, 1, that requires the Briar to have a blue.
Yes.
That might not be the case because this is a Briar deck that doesn't run a lot. I mean, you run them for Channel and Heroic, but that could be a pitfall. The other reason that I really like this for the Oldhim players, you gave yourself a Seismic Surge, and in the back of my head, you were talking about when you want to go to that 3-card hand.
Yeah.
You want to do it when you have a Surge and you can find your Macho Grande with a Surge, right? Because it's 2 blues and Macho, and then that's just game. There's no coming back from that for the Briar player. So at least giving yourself the opportunity, right? Creating that window with the Surge is, I think, a really heads-up move here.
Yeah. I feel, as the Guardian player, I'm relatively scared of potentially a 3-card hand out of this Briar. Like, you could die, especially if you draw some pummels together. I know we pitched 2 together earlier, but there's definitely a few in the deck that we haven't seen quite yet, and that's what gets me scared, because Briar can really string a lot together. And, of course, you you just never want to see Rosetta Thorn in these endgame scenarios.
Oh, absolutely not. I will also point out, we've hit the point in the game where the Oldhim player is likely cycling through. Runeblade, a little bit tougher to navigate because of the Sonata. There was the shuffle earlier, but Oldhim, if they're not there, they're coming very close, and that also could be something that they are considering with the timing of the seismic. Maybe they know what is coming up here.
Yeah, so I have his stack relatively, I think, a track beat, but he's not turbos. Like, the thing is, like, without Crown of Seeds, it's I don't think he's there quite yet. I think he's about 3 hands away, actually. But I could be wrong. It's just with Skullcap, he's not progressing through the deck nearly as fast. So I think we're still going to be in an unknown density.
Sometimes I just mentally default to, well, they always have, Crown, so if it's a 5-card hand, it's X number of turns, but you're right, it's only been roughly 4 cards per turn, so likely not quite there yet, but it's coming up.
Absolutely. I think we're going to see a Channel Heroic blocked with here by our Briar player, but he does have a Sonata. Sonata could really bail him out of a bad situation.
Yeah, Sonata's actually a great pickup at this stage of the game, because if you don't whip like you did last time,
if you don't whip.
It's that free ping. It turns on potentially Thorn when you connect, because you're going to get that action card. So I like the idea of blocking with Channel, because it's a big block here, and let's be honest, at this stage, you're not likely going to have an opportunity to play it and get real value.
And you can't whiff, right? Lightning doesn't strike twice. You can't whiff 2 Sonatas in a game. Never happens.
Maybe to normal players. To me, I have absolutely whiffed on Sonatas. I've whiffed on Sonatas I paid for when it's like the second or third try. So
I've whiffed on a Scalata Sonata for like 20. No, I'm kidding. Can you imagine?
Yeah, that would just be painful. All right.
Interested to see this block, whether it'll be a 2-card block or we're going to do this Crown of Seeds play to pay the extra. It seems like he's been sort of pulling out 2 cards, one being Channel Mount Heroic, 2 block. Yep, so double block.
I was just going to say, I think it's going to be a 2, because I don't know that there's a blue. I think that the Crown was like you said, a great path if you had the blue, but there's a strong chance that we didn't have it in hand. We're going to see the Sonata. There's a Rabble, and a Sonata. So we do have the hit.
Kind of fascinating, though, because, I'm interested to see what that last card in hand is, because I do think it is a blue so tomorrow. So that makes me wonder what is in this arsenal that he can utilize the blue on.
Or maybe it was just insurance that he didn't know what he was going to pull from the Sonata, and he wanted to have flexibility. I could see that.
I feel like if that is a blue in hand, it obviously depends on the arsenal. Say you don't have an arsenal, I think you pay extra for Sonata because you can get 2 arcane damage, so definitely going to leak. And then you could potentially get 2 cards. Oh, what a grindy game between our Runeblade and our Guardian. Started off a lot of fireworks, and now we're
this is more traditional Briar versus Oldhim, but it certainly didn't start this way, and we are still, I think, waiting to see the resolution of the arcane damage. Trying to decide, are we going to pitch to Arcane Barrier, have stuff float, etc. You, I think, have to expect with this many cards in hand that you are probably going to have to pay to prevent some damage from Thorn at some point as well.
Absolutely. Well, you've seen the Ravenous Rabble now, so you're definitely expecting a Thorn on the end of this.
All right, so they do prevent at least the 1. I think that is necessary here. Very heads up. Now comes the Rabble. Ooh. Oh, and that...
Rabble for 2.
Yeah, but here's the thing. That was an Amulet of Earth.
Yep.
If you're watching at home, yes, that is an Amulet of Earth in a Briar deck running Crown of Seeds.
Yep. So they're playing the amulets now. So actually, I did the same double take earlier, but apparently it's relatively popular, mostly against Oldhim, to kind of get that extra reach when you're getting fatigued. But yeah, I remember when someone told me they were playing Amulet, I was like,
well, in the defense, right, it's blue pitch, helps with your Channel Mount Heroic.
Absolutely.
And it can be a non-attack for triggers, right? It's got the go again, so
well, the effect
I see the upside.
Yeah, the effect is pretty good too, getting that plus, I believe it's +1.
Yeah, it's just +1, but just +1 sometimes is the break point on a snatch or something.
Yeah, for sure. So we're going to block with a yellow pummel. And is it just going to be a Rosetta Thorn? I would be I'd be very surprised. If this is a blue in hand and this is just a Rosetta Thorn, I will be very surprised. Or if it's a Rune Chant Sword, not what I expect. I expect something in Arsenal to be relevant here.
Rune Chant Sword still just eats the floating pitch, essentially, because you can only use one on the two from the Thorn anyway.
Yeah, it's just really interesting. I felt like we would have dug deeper with the Sonata if that was the case. Oh, we're going to Crown of Seeds. So we're going to draw the blue amulet.
Yeah. Interesting because you know exactly what you're going to draw, but I do think that they were keeping it for the flexibility. So amulet means
Embodiment of Lightning, okay.
Just planning for the future, okay. You also have the amulet. Again, we were just talking about how that's relevant.
So I believe the +1 is on an attack. I mean, this is really interesting. I feel like if Charles has not drawn the dud hand, that he should be able to clap back, but no, he's just had to block, so this amulet is going to... I think this amulet is going to be relevant, to be honest, because it looks like Charles is going to swing his hammer and pass.
Yeah, this, has to be a hammer. Good news is it's an icy hammer, so even if they somehow let one damage through, the frostbite could be relevant.
Yeah.
They have to spend some resources on it because it's threatening not just lethal, but double lethal. We're down to the 2-2 stage of the game where things are really spicy.
Bad news is we still got armor for the Briar, and I think that, I think the advantage bar has heavily swayed into Briar's favor at this point. And that amulet has... When he crowned for that amulet, I was like, it did not seem very good. And now that it's sitting on the table and the opponent is at 2, and he's potentially going to be able to play a 3-card hand here, it looks pretty good.
Honestly, just the patience, holding onto that armor for so long is really going to pay off. And kind of forcing the Oldhim to get little to no value out of their own skull cap, I think went a long way. You did still get 2 cards from that hammer.
Interesting double block. Makes me wonder kind of what hand he drew there. If he has an amulet live, he has an embodiment. That's a good one.
Yeah, this is kind of a great one. These arcane shots for 2 are incredibly relevant when your opponent only has Arcane Barrier 1, and this is going to set it up so that all future Thorns will essentially threaten lethal.
Yeah, absolutely.
I do suppose we have the Oldhim defense reaction, right? If you can block for the 2 and then stack the
so you
react, assuming that they have an attack. I'm talking specifically for Thorn. Here you can't do it, right?
Yeah.
But for the Thorn activations, if you block out the physical and then still do the Earth D react to kind of float the damage prevention, you could use that to prevent the Thorn.
So I believe you have to do it on the attack before.
Yes, it has to be the attack before. That's what I'm saying. You can't do it here with this Malice, but if you're trying to dodge Thorn, you do still have an out specifically as Oldhim. Again, maybe talking about Oldhim versus Showstopper.
This is tough because, we're gonna have to pull up the amulet here.
Yeah, it is a +1 to the attack and defense, but you have to have fused.
So this actually applies to your entire turn as well. That's why it's... So, destroy Amulet of Earth, attack actions, cards you control, gain +1 and +1 defense this turn.
Right.
So that seems pretty good against Fatigue.
It does, and again, if you're on Channel Mount Heroic and you're trying to set up those turns where you're going to be swinging with 3 attacks on the CMH, well, this takes you even a step further, potentially, but here the Oldhim does go down to 1.
I think he's at his pitch after this turn, by the way. So that should be interesting. I don't really have the foresight on exactly what his first few cards that were pitched were. But another Icy Hammer. Wonder if we're going to finally get that piece of armor. If our Briar player ever fuses, that amulet is actually terrifying.
Yeah, I think this is where Briar potentially turns the corner because Embodiment is active. So one way or the other, you're staring at likely a 3-block and armor. Because Grasp only has the 1 token still, right?
Yep, I believe so. I'm going off memory, but I do believe it is just the 1 token.
Yeah. I can't remember it being used a second time, and so you could even still save your tunic if you're really attached to your shirt.
I can't imagine this game going three more turn cycles, but it could.
Very well could.
Because I probably would have bet against the amount of turns we've taken.
Oh, so we do get the single block.
So this got to tell us something,
Yes.
right? So he thinks he has lethal.
Frostbite goes. This is going to be a very important Oldhim hand.
Fascinating to not block with Tunic there, though. Really, 1-to-1. Maybe he was just like, I just absolutely don't need it, but that is so surprising. So it's gonna be Rattlebones for Swarming Gloomvale, I would assume. No, it's just this. Okay, yeah. So pretty clear on the Vexing Malice here. And There we go. That's gonna be a shake of the hands.
Again, properly identifying that the Thorn, right, gives them an out. They can kind of pre-stack, like we were saying, with the D-React ahead of time, but with Malice, just straight up nothing you can do about it. And honestly, Vexing Malice kind of an all-star in that matchup because I think it was played in total like 3 times, all very relevant. But what a game. Down to 1-to-1, nitty-gritty.
That was a
Fireworks
great game.
up front.
That was a great game.
Fireworks up front. Slugfest at the end. Just absolute pleasure to watch, pleasure to cast. And the Briar is moving on to the finals. So we're going to have to find out who the other opponent is. But
yeah,
that is a big win for them.
That's like peak Flesh and Blood, right? We had 2 very aggressive decks. I mean, that Oldhim deck with all of its pummels wanted to go tall, and it sort of devolved into this value game, right? And we actually saw Briar pull out in the end. And, I mean, I just want to come back to the play where we decided to crown in order to put the Amulet of Earth on the battlefield. Obviously, it didn't end up being super impactful, but, like, that's a play that, like, I wasn't even thinking about. And then when he did it, and I was like, and then getting the Vexing Malice. So the Vexing Malice taking him down for 1 because he can't do much about it at that point, and then gets the Rattlebones, and he's good to go. Yeah,
recognizing, again, Vexing Malice, nothing that you can really do when you're at AB1, and it's an Oldhim not running Crown. I also want to go back to the Channel Mount Heroic turn because you and I had talked about how that was where the game changed. You play Channel Mount Heroic, and traditionally these aggressive Guardians with all of the discard, that's your counterplay, right? You see them set up the Channel Mount Heroic, and then you say, okay, well, enjoy your 2-card hand with it. But there was no Pummels, no Terra Sunder, no Oakenolds, so they had a full kind of, here you go, turn with Channel Mount Heroic, and that drastically changed really the pace of the game at that point.
Yep, that was absolutely the pivot turn, was getting that Channel Mount Heroic. And like you said, he wasn't disrupted on the turn leading into it and was able to completely change the course of the game.
Well, we know there's a Briar in the finals. We don't know who else is going to be there, but this is, if this is just the game before the finals, I'm really excited for the finals. I have high hopes because this was my favorite game on the broadcast for today, for sure. I mean, just down to the wire, my favorite way to play Flesh and Blood. And with that, we're going to take a short break. We're going to be back with the finals. Don't go anywhere. Great Flesh and Blood when we return. And again, this is the Realm Games 10K here in Ashland, Ohio. We're going to crown a winner when we come back.
It is the finals here in Ohio. We're live in Ashland. It is Flank. It is Brendan Patrick. It is all she wrote here. That's it. That's all. It is Travis McDaniel versus Naib Mobasir for the big bucks. But not only that, there's some prizes to be won as well. Show off this bad boy right here.
So we have the champion playmat.
Beautiful. And check that out. This is like foiled out too. Like this is what you get after the rare slots, is this bad boy. Beautiful piece. And the special Realm Gaming first prize sleeves and second place sleeves as well. One of ones. You can't buy these. You can't get them. These are courtesy of Dragon Shield, who have provided these. And again, the playmat is just gorgeous.
Tanner, I gotta mention.
Wait, you just call me Tannen?
No, of course not.
Okay, perfect. Let's not go down that route. It's been a long day.
Anyway, jackets off. We're in the finals. What happened?
Well, listen. I have been inspired. I've followed you on Twitter for a while now. Yeah. You know, how can I not follow the Haydendale?
Yeah.
So
did you just call me Haydendale?
Exactly. But I mean, pop out the gun show real quick. Give
cannot.
them what they want. I just figured like it's time to just kind of bust it up. But yeah, jackets off. We're getting nitty, we're getting gritty, and we're getting to the finals.
I love it. Yeah, I'm super excited. We do have a Briar versus Prism here, which is, I mean, we've seen this throughout the day, right? And I said it. I think it was round 1. This is the story of the tournament. Is, you know, everybody thinks Prism is the bad. You know, Prism's the sort of boogeyman on the block.
Yeah.
But Prism is very targetable.
Sure.
And Briar does target Prism. So you might come here to beat up on Oldham's, but might meet a Briar in the finals as well. Doesn't mean you can't win this Prism? Absolutely not. So let's look at a few things in terms of this Prism list. Do we have... We do not have the Vestige of Soul and Halo Luminaris. That doesn't mean it's not necessarily good against Briar, but it doesn't have that high roll potential. We're not going to see the Tome of Divinities. We do have defense reactions. That's particularly interesting. We have 3 Sink Below, 2 Fade Foreseen, 3 Command and Conquer, which is actually going to be quite effective versus Briar.
Yeah, those are going to be good. And again, the fact that you won't have access to those Vestiges of Soul, those big explosive turns. We saw them in the past where you want to chain together a pitch 1 card, pitch a blue, or use the Halo, you pitch a blue, you go ahead, play Tome, draw 3, and hopefully you can chain that into some explosive turns. That is the one sort of reprieve that Prism may have to kind of match that kind of explosive burst potential, those bigger turns that Briar's going to try to be piecing together, but ultimately, Briar is essentially out there to hunt down Prisms. And here we are in the final, Briar versus Prism. It is basically all the money on the line here. It is $4,500 to the winner and the playmat. Lots of cash, lots of scratch to be had here. Anything else kind of just catching your attention on the Prism, or should we just go straight to Briar?
In the Prism, it does look pretty... I mean, it's looking very stock standard here, to be honest. It's really the 5 defense reactions and the 3 Command and Conquers that stand out. Other than that, exactly what you expect. We got 16 reds, 39 yellows, 18 blues.
And moving on to the Briar list, again, some very, very innovative deck building over here. Just when you thought that everything's kind of sorted, again, we are in that little no man's land between bans and new cards, but here we are with some very unique deck building choices. Corsham in Briar, cards like Belittle and Minnowism. There's, Rattlebones. There's so many fascinating choices in here, including, like you mentioned, Amulet of Earth and all kinds of great Earth pieces.
Yeah, I mean, there's also an Eye of Ophidia. Someone's got to sell that one to me, I'm not going to lie. So, maybe versus Fatigue Oldham, you can play the Eye of Ophidia, but I don't know. Against other Briars, maybe Rune Blades, it seems it's a tough sell, but against Prism, I guess it's already good. But you're pretty favored anyway. So, seriously, someone DM me about that Eye of Ophidia. I got to see it. We got 2 Exude Confidences, and just really stock standard stuff in here in terms of the attacks. Belittle Minnowism package is there. Other than that, nothing is really standing out. So we got the 3 red Vexing Malice. We saw that Vexing Malice, kind of a VIP, not a VIP, but an MVP.
MVP. Could
last
be the VIP
match
as well, yeah.
Yeah, so that's an interesting one that's really coming in here. We also have 2 red Rites of Replenishment. I'm not sure if those are poppers or if they're actually going to be played, but looks like we're very well equipped to deal with Prism in this list.
Definitely well equipped, and if you're looking at the Prism list, Null Rune Gloves is basically your only way to go ahead and mitigate some of that arcane damage. You're going to be relying a lot on other pieces like Spectral Shields, possibly, but we're well underway here and starting off really tight there.
You know how this works, right? With the Force of Nature and the Amulet of Earth, it's basically a build your old sort of draw engine potentially. So you can activate the Amulet of Earth at instant speed. It does apply for your entire turn. But since you fuse the Force of Nature, if you ever hit, you will actually draw a card. So you can kind of chain that together. Same thing happens with Channel Mount Heroic, but your Amulet of Earth is sort of that on a stick.
So as it is already, you can see the Briar player is just starting off pretty hot. As I believe that's a Shimmers of Silver that has already been played on the board. And a quick block over here. You do what you got to do. And again, making the embodiment of lightning just gives cards like, it makes for easier choices when you're playing with a card like E-Strike.
Yeah, absolutely. So I assume we're going to just see... I actually don't think we'll see... Maybe we won't see Rosetta Stone. We'll see him opt to Arsenal here. But he's got to clear... Yeah, it clears, right?
Yeah,
creates a rune chant, clears the...
Yeah,
Shimmers.
you got the blue, and you can kind of, exactly like you mentioned, you can at least, hang on to that rune chant. And the fact that you're targeting a card with Spectra, with weapon, again, new sort of fangled rules from CR 2.0 is that if you attack a Spectra with a weapon, you maintain your rune chants.
Yep, absolutely. All right, starting off with a Herald of Protection in blue, it looks like, while pitching the Herald of Ravages. So it does have go again.
And it's intimate.
So we actually have 2 instances of Arcane Barrier here. We have the Crown of Reflection and the Null Rune Gloves. Crown of Reflection, obviously a temporary form in case you pop it, but has opted for the gloves as well. Traditionally you'd play the Crown of Reflection for Arcane Barrier, but then at the same time, you'd play a more, I can't say more impactful gloves, but a different kind, maybe a Goliath Gauntlet or an Ironhide Gauntlet, something like that.
So that is going to get blocked out. And again, the name of the game here is to establish auras. That's what the build is for this Prism list, as it's only rocking 16 reds, 18 blues, and 39 yellows. That's kind of where you want to be with this. And, you know, if you're the Briar player, you're basically in the driver's seat here. You want to be pushing up as much, as much tempo as possible. And, yeah, taking a look over there.
See a double channel, not heroic, plus I think it was a So tomorrow. Not really what you want to see, because obviously now they're getting shuffled. You would have loved to draw that. Maybe not them together, but it's better than not drawing them at all. We actually saw this Briar player basically not draw any channel mount heroics last game until the very end, and then he drew one, had one flow counter it, and just absolutely pivoted and won the game.
So, you know, when you're blocking out, when Prism's blocking out against a slower deck like, when Briar's blocking out against a slower deck like Prism, you have to believe that the hand is just kind of so-so.
Yeah, definitely. And I just want to note that this is the first Sonata of the game, and he also missed his other first Sonata of last game. So really rolling hot over here. Apparently doesn't need it in order to get his win.
So that is I believe it's an Arcanic Crackle, if I'm not mistaken, that's on the board right there.
Absolutely, yeah. So that arcane damage actually threatens an embodiment of Earth, and it's coming in for 3 as well. It's funny as this card used to actually threaten 2 embodiments. The Amulet of Earth here did go into the graveyard mistakenly as he was cleaning up his board. I'm not sure the exact sort of ruling on that, whether it stays in the graveyard or not. I know in the past I've had issues with that with my opponent basically turning over their piece of armor when they only had 1 counter on it, and they just flipped it back over.
Yeah, this is fascinating. Again, this is going to essentially be to the judge to see what the story is over here, to make sure that that's everything's on the level and such. But the judges will sort that out. It looks like it's just going to maintain on the board, and he just kind of tucks it away next to his crown of seeds to know that you're not going to scoop this away again in case. But yeah, an embodiment of Earth. Anytime any attack action is going to deal damage, whether it be through the physical damage or the associated arcane, you will create that. So it's hard for the Prism player to block both. But hey, let's just drop a sink below and just soak up the rest.
Yep. Bit of a low value sink below, but that's probably due to the nature of the hands. You're 0 for 4 blocking the 3 physical of a Arcanite Crackle, but it looks like he's going to drop an Ode to Wrath here. Hopefully he follows it up with a 0-cost aura, but doesn't really look like it might be that. Double Auring is good for Prism no matter who you're playing against.
Oh, absolutely. Again, presenting 2 situations where your opponent needs to generate not a go again, but an extra action point can be problematic here, as it's Naib here is without Arsenal, and I think that's probably going to get sorted through as soon. This is like the second, I think this is the second consecutive turn where he's playing without an Arsenal. Is there a situation here where he might have take a shorter turn or a less impactful turn in order to maintain an Arsenal?
To be honest, I watched him play for, I think, an hour and a half right before this, and he does not play with Arsenals very often. You would think because he has Crown of Seeds, he does tend to line one up when he does have Crown of Seeds Tunic, but tends to kind of go 4-card hand to 4-card hand. Maybe that was just how the cards were drawn and how the situation was drawn up. But we saw sort of the preference to play that Arsenal card when he got the Channel Mount Heroic, right? Which is really where it matters. That being said, I'm not too sure. I'm not sure if the days of old where Briar would play around his 5-card hands and would play these sort of middling turns in order to set up 5-card hands that go over the top, if that's still sort of the meta, per se.
Sure. All right, here's comes another Sonata. Let's see if this one's a little bit better.
You can't, lightning doesn't strike twice, as I said last time. You can't miss 2 of them.
We'll find out. He's actually pitching to it.
It helps when you pay 4 extra. So he's going to be looking at, I believe, 5 cards here.
All right, let's see what he gets off the top.
Ooh,
CMH and a Vexing. So he's already way ahead. A Snatch and a Runic and another CMH.
Wait, that's crazy, because his first Sonata saw 2 CMHs and his second Sonata sees another 2 CMHs. Luckily, he is going to get 2 attack actions here. They're not the most exciting attack actions. Yeah, I'm assuming you take Runic plus, I think, Snatch.
Snatch is most likely what I'm thinking here. If he can chain together, create an embodiment of lightning, a Snatch is a really good card to pair up with that. But the Runic Reclamation is just an auto grab here. It does so much work, and he's running, if I'm not mistaken, 23 blues in the entire list. So we'll see how many of those actually translate to main deck here in this particular matchup. But paying for Runic Reclamation shouldn't be too much of an issue. Not to mention, I believe it's also a popper.
Yep, it is a popper. He's really been getting teased with these Channel Mount Heroics. I don't think I've ever played a game where I've seen 4 before I could play block or Arsenal one of them, but that's just how it is. So yeah, we do get the Runic Reclamation plus the Snatch.
That Sonata's going to be banished. That's the second one that he's played, but he did get 2 out of it, and picking up, I believe, it was the Snatch and the Runic Reclamation. Now, with the what is the follow-up here? What else was in hand? But he did pitch 2 to play that, so I think there's one mystery card left in that hand that we're not sure of what that is.
Yeah, I think he might actually just be playing Runic Reclamation here because he doesn't have anything to get an embodiment of lightning. And obviously, Snatch and Runic Reclamation do not have Go again, so it takes Rosetta Thorn off the table, unfortunately.
And what's good over here as well is that it's going to take 3 cards that block out of Travis's hand in order to really defend against this Runic Reclamation. Because if you think about it, even if it's 3 2s that are in there, that's going to be dangerous. But with the amount of instant speed auras that block for 0, this Runic Reclamation with a 3-card hand is not a sure thing to block.
He does have the 0-for-4 D-React, so that could make it 2 cards. So I'm a big anti-0-for-4 D-React and Prism kind of guy, but I think we're about to see.
Yeah, you got it.
Good.
You got it. Definitely nice efficient block, giving the the Wartune Herald and a Fate Foreseen. Takes a peek at the top card, likes it where it is, and off we go. And that's basically the threat. Now there's the arsenal. So Naib has an arsenal. So does Travis. Not sure what's in each, but Naib's just taking another peek here, and we haven't really seen the fireworks that Briar needs to bring here. So we're gonna open, pitch with a Herald of Erudition, come in with a 6 attack, go again. Oh, it's intimate, I'm telling you. I love that he's dropping it in there.
He does drop it, wow. Already, that early into the game, we're getting intimate. I feel like that's more of a when you have an incredible advantage and you just go ahead and drop the intimate keyword on your opponent. So I think we know that the card in Arsenal is not a 0-cost aura, because I believe you would have played it last turn when he dropped the Ode to Wrath. Ode to Wrath staying on the board, though, which is a big deal. Didn't get cleared last turn.
Yeah, that's one of those that really, that adds up over time.
That's tempo, right? If he can do that a few times, stack up that persistent board state, it's very good. I do expect it to clear this turn, though.
All right, so he's just having a look here. He did go ahead and, I believe he recycled some of those cards and cycled through. That Herald of Protection didn't really get the job done, but it's now back to Naib, who is opting for a red Ravenous Rabble, peeling off the top.
That is a blue, sir. That is down to 2 here.
Yeah, you don't want to see that, but that's the dangerous game you play with Ravenous Rabble and just having those blues float around. Gone are the days, man, where it was almost a sure thing, or, peeling a Gorganian Tome. I think, did that happen to you on stream?
Which one?
Was it at Pro Tour? Did it happen against you? I knew you were on Kano.
Oh, no. So, yeah, I was playing Kano. I had Lethal, but I had to kind of go for it because I was playing against an aggressive dash, and then my Sonic Boom hit a E-Pot.
Oh, yeah, so everyone loves those peels off the top, just completely blind. Embodiment of Earth is made. We're going to go ahead and pitch towards a Rune Chant as well. So this is this just a setup? Like, what's the follow-up here? You
got to clear the Ode to Wrath here. Maybe, yeah, he's got another attack action. He's going to go face with this, but he's going to clear the Ode on the follow-up to that.
2 auras were made, one being the Embodiment of Earth, the Rune Chant as well. So that's going to be a 4 attack, go again off the Swarming Gloomveil with a Rune Chant Chaser as well.
You were saying something pretty fun earlier. Gone are the days. Gone are the days. I feel like that is the sort of keynote phrase for my Flesh and Blood career. It's always gone to the good days.
Yeah.
You got to realize that you're in the good ones when you're living.
Yeah,
now.
We're in the good times now, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is it. Like, we're in the good old days, as it were.
And I agree with you, but they could bring back Chains and Seeds of Agony and all that.
Were those really good days?
Those are the best days.
It feels like it, man. Just going through a tournament fight. Like when I was just young and naive and bringing Katsu to a tournament and thinking that I had the spicy tech by trying to hit Zen State against Chain. I was like, yeah, I'm going to get there. I'm gonna catch somebody off guard. And
So we're really cruising through these 0-4s. We got 5 in the deck. We've actually played 3. So we're gonna pull Soul Shield off the top here, off of the ability. Clears the Ode to Wrath like we expected. See if we can. Okay, so I think that Arsenal is a Herald.
That's a Herald. That is definitely a Herald. All right, so yeah, pitching the Soul Shield, we're going to go through Wartune Herald Blue, if I'm not mistaken. So that's going to come in for...
that looks like a yellow, sir.
Yellow. I apologize. But it is Intimate.
Intimate, yeah. He's really... See, I feel like throwing down the Intimate trigger, you got to be ready to, back it up. And I think it's a little casual for me. It's not aggressive enough.
Yeah, it's the old, Tinder Herald, just coming through, swiping right on that attack. So this block with the embodiment is that should be the block of 6.
We're just gonna plop down a passing Mirage as a result. This is one of those ones that you gotta clear. Removing Phantasm. He's got a lot of poppers, but you get heralded out if you don't break that one.
What's funny is like every time that you kind of evaluate all the auras that are on the board, it's like you got to clear this, but you also got to clear this, and you got to clear this. At the end of the day, man, I think it's just like you got to clear everything. Like that's how you win, and it's sometimes very enticing when you gotta there's one kind of just lowly aura on the board. You can go and swing for 2 and 2 with Rosetta's Thorn at the end, but you got to be vigilant. You got to be disciplined in this case, and just clear those bad boys out.
Yeah, unless you drop a Channel Mount Heroic and you're about to hit for 35 and you defend 2 and descend to blow up 2 auras.
That's a different story.
That's
absolutely.
a different story.
Oh, we love seeing that. That's for sure.
Okay, so he's going to re-put the Right Side of Replenishment on the bottom of the deck, which is actually just functionally a popper in this deck. He could grab something else with the rights itself, but he used it as a popper, so I assume that's what it's for. So just increasing his density to be able to pop these auras. There's our first Channel Mount Heroic. So.
All right, and we see how this goes. And you have pitched Earth here. You're going to create an embodiment of lightning. This is probably a setup turn. You don't necessarily. What is that in there? Oh, he's going for it. Arcanic Crackle, go again.
I really thought he might arsenal that and just pop with the sword, but I get it's totally fine doing it this way. Opts to not go for the arsenal.
Okay, so it's 6 and 1. Again, it's Arcanic Crackle's a natural 3, but it's getting the boost from the Channel Mount Heroic. It is intimate.
This is definitely intimate. I mean, he should put it on the CMH, but still.
So, you pour a glass of wine.
We need to have an etiquette class on what is intimate and what is not.
Absolutely.
Channel Mount Heroic is intimate.
We're gonna do an Arsenal Pass Instant Speed podcast collab talking about what the most intimate cards and interactions are in Flesh and Blood, because frankly, you're at the final table of a 10K. It doesn't get more intimate than that. You and I, shirts off, guns out.
Oh
intimate.
Yeah, that's crazy. Is that they can't even see us right now? But you took off the jacket, but the shirt came off real quick once the camera switched.
Oh boy, pants are next. Okay, so
there we go. Clear. By the way, there's only one more 0 for 4 D-React left in the deck. Just important to note because he's really thrown them. I shouldn't say thrown them away. He's used them quite quick. So we see our first Arclight Sentinel. 2 more left. Arclight Sentinel, interesting card, right? Good. Temples your opponent, but Spellbound Creepers sometimes can get around it.
Yeah.
In this situation, it's not going to. It's actually a fantastic Arclight Sentinel because it's going to just wreck this Channel Mount Heroic turn.
Well, that's the thing. The timing on this, sometimes you think of I'm going to put this right before they swing with Rosetta and maybe preserve my other aura, but doing it at the end means that the next attack has to be at the Arclight Sentinel, and if you cannot pitch to maintain the Channel Mount Heroic, you might be in trouble.
By the way, I just got to put this out here, even though it's not going to come to pass. If he didn't Arclight Sentinel here, it would have been a Force of Nature fused on this channel with this Channel Mount Heroic out. Yeah.
Well, good timing on the Arclight Sentinel over here, just absolutely stuffing the turn. He's just going to go ahead and drop in and play a card and block it out, no problem. He doesn't like his hand because Naib knows that his turn is not going to be that big of a deal. So just block out the damage where you can, pitch to create a rune chant, and then just swing and kill it. There goes the Channel Mount Heroic, unfortunately.
That is absolute. I'm not saying the game is over, but that is a game-winning level Arclight Sentinel. That is. I can't believe he had the Force of Nature with the Earth Fuse as well. That would have been devastating.
It's one of those situations where everything lines up and you're like, everything's good to go. You got the reservations at the restaurant. You dress to the nines. Everyone looks good, and the card doesn't start. That's basically what happened.
You get to the restaurant, just fine. But then some nerd is out there playing Prism.
Yeah,
what's good? Come on.
Yeah, and then your waiter is 10 and Grace.
Oh,
you're like, damn it.
What are you doing playing Arclight Sentinels? I mean, it's like, you see I've got Force of Nature on this. I'm about to draw 50 cards.
It's free breadstick night, 2-for-1 wings. And the guy next to you is Dalen Mack, and just,
God, they got none left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and
First
recycle
Crown
a
of
card.
Seeds, by the way. Wait until that gets removed with Mr. Providence. But, yeah, Tunic Crown of Seeds in Briar. I think we were talking about it earlier. I think the sort of thesis behind this is this and Eye of Ophidia is to dig Descent Channel Mount Heroic as fast as possible.
Sure. No, that's a good idea. I mean, if that's your bread and butter, if that's how you're going to win, especially against a slow grind deck like Prism, that's going to be playing fairly defensively. But now you've got a Shimmers and you have a Merciful Retribution. That's a pretty nasty 1-2 punch. I mean, dropping a Haze Bending is just, going to be even on top of that, and this is where it piles up. You don't really have a way to get any more action points. I'm trying to look here. There's no lead the charges. There's none of that going on.
Excuse me, but did we just snatch? I think we just have a rune chant and we snatched and we have 3 cards in hand. That's particularly interesting. It's
Creeper's territory, baby.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it looks like, right?
Yeah, you can do it. Now, for those who are unaware, the utilization of Creepers to go ahead and put a non-attack action in between the damage phase and basically your Snatch will inherit a Go Again. The Go Again that comes from the non-attack action will be sort of wedged in between the attack and the resolution of the attack, meaning that Go Again is in effect. So it's a kind of a way for an attack that doesn't naturally have Go Again to inherit it off the non-attack. So that is possibly what we're looking at here, but obviously Travis would smell that a mile away, but there's not much that you can really do about it.
Yeah, it's combat chain resolution, baby. So in the pitch 0 in the reds, there's actually something interesting I did just notice. That is hilarious, by the way, is whatever that sound is behind us.
So that is a wedding, ladies and gentlemen. So mazel tov to, I think it's Abigail and I believe it was Dylan are getting married.
I cannot believe you know their names.
I do know it.
So, there is no lightning presses in this list, actually. Really important to note is we see a lot of those in just traditional Briar lists.
Okay, so he's sneaking in a...
He's cheeked in a Channel Mount Heroic.
Absolutely.
And wow, congratulations to them over there.
Yeah, Abigail, you know why I knew it because I read it because after this we're crashing it. So we need to know, if we don't know their names, Brendan, like what are we supposed to do?
Can someone have Abigail turn it up? I really can't hear it.
Yeah, it sounds like DJ Khaled is like running a concert next door, but we're all good here because that's a Ravenous Rabble.
Ravenous Rabble. Wheels of Red off the Channel Mount Heroic. Very nice. So we are now coming in for 7, sir.
All right, here we go. Ravenous Rabble for 7. It's going to hit. And the arcane damage is very important here because of the Creeper situation.
Absolutely. Very important. Prism is at 23, so we're reasonably into the game, right? So the worst thing that can happen to you as Briar is like your Creepers get destroyed super early and you're like, oh, God, I have no counterplay to like some of these things that Prism will do to me. Prism's already at 16. Our Briar's at 37. I need to mention that. We're at 37.
Yeah.
We do have to deal with 2 auras. That's a big deal. But there's a threshold here, Flake, where you stop hitting auras.
Definitely. I think we've crossed it. You can see right now. Yeah, I mean, Naib looked at Merciful Retribution, and he said, okay, how much is this going to be very problematic to me? Am I really in a state where I need to worry about taking random arcane damage off of these auras, or can I just continue to push? Not only that, Brendan, but I'm pretty sure this Channel Man Heroic is going to stick around next turn as well.
Oh, absolutely. I believe that he has 2 pitched, actually. So this is definitely, he's thinking about it. Oh, what a disciplined play.
That's what I was going to, yeah.
I think if that was another blue aura, maybe another Shimmers, maybe another Haste, we go face. But
definitely.
That's okay. He does play the Genesis. I think we're cool as the Briar player here, no problem. Genesis, I feel like Genesis is a very good light aura, but it looks a bit scarier than it is sometimes, especially when you when you pressure their life total. Genesis can be quite weak. It can do almost nothing.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, at the beginning of your turn, you can go ahead and play Genesis or use the Genesis ability, maybe create a Spectral Shield that's a little bit of a cushion. That's exactly what's happening here.
He drew Corsham. He's at, I thought the Corsham was tech, right?
Yeah.
He's got Corsham in his hand. That's crazy. But I do think that our Briar player might be, somewhat likely be presenting lethal this coming turn. As soon as he finds his Force of Nature and he fuses anything, he's teeing off, especially with something like a CMH. I mean, he doesn't even need to use the amulet, but the amulet's there. That sucks. Again. Again, he gets him again with this.
Yeah, no, I mean, let's just be real. That came out of nowhere. The Arclight Sentinel just shows up. And check it out. Even the players are bumping to the music. Again, congratulations to Abigail and Dylan.
Congratulations to Abigail and Dylan, indeed. Talk about being an underdog and playing to your house with these double Arclight Sentinels hitting these Channel Mount Heroics when they get their 1 flow counter on it. This time we don't have the arsenal, but wow, that is timely.
That's a second Arclight Sentinel that just absolutely dunks on a Channel Mount Heroic. It looked like Naib was in a position here where, hey, I'll let you build your auras because I'm going to be going hunting for lethal and it's not going to do anything. But now, man, this is where you wish you had a way to get another action point. And, earlier on, just talking about the importance of arcane damage, those Null Rune Gloves absorbed the Rune Chant, which meant that those Spellbound Creepers were not able to stay on board. And that could be massive.
I have a question, Flake. Do you believe in silver linings?
Listen, only the playbooks. Yes.
Okay. So, you know what I figured out? The louder they play the music, the louder we can talk because they can't hear us anymore.
Wicked cool. That's true.
Nobody gets tips over there anymore.
Hey, where the hell are the judges going next door and telling them to shut the F up?
You know, me and Naib, we're actually splitting the finals because I'm going to talk so loud. No,
there's no collaboration going on here, no collusion.
Yeah, but to be honest, triple aura on the field, that's pretty dangerous. 16 health though, I feel like we can maybe punch through that, but there is a dance that Naib needs to do here where he can't let them get too out of control, right? That can happen.
Yeah.
In Miraging Metamorph, don't recommend popping this and doubling the Genesis, but, you know, some have done it in the past. That's intimate, okay?
That's intimate. Apparently it's dominated, too. We're just putting all the random keywords on this bad boy. I don't know how the hell this became dominated, but I think that he's just saying, he's like, you know what? Screw it. We got the papers. Let's use them. I
think he's referring to his previous play where he played Arclight Sentinel, so he's dominating him.
You're right. He's adding closed captioning to the play, which is okay.
It's kind of weird when it's intimate dominate. But
yeah, you have to pay extra for that on certain websites, but in this case, a 7, you just absorb this bad boy. There's nothing wrong with it. You're at 36. You're dunking down to 29. You're in a great spot. I think that Naib is still in an okay spot, but you're right. You're at a juncture here where you just ignore the auras. You have to go.
You think so? So I actually think I agree with you, but I do think it's starting to get to a point where you might want to clear them. I don't know if you clear the 0 cost ones, but I might clear. I would trade a blade for a Genesis here because there's 3. There's too many, and I think that there's a fine line where you can go face, but you really just need the damage. And if you get it wrong, like you can be looking at 5 auras and you die in like 2 turns. Especially with something like an Ode to Wrath or something like you can die in like 2 turns.
Yeah, that can be problematic as we just saw the life total go from 36 to 23 in a heartbeat. And yeah, I kind of agree with you. It may be a situation where you maybe pick and choose, but if you've got the hand.
Yeah, you slap that third CMH, take it to the bank.
Yeah, can't wait to slap that down right into another Arclight Sentinel.
Oh my God.
Just why not? That seems to be where this game is going. And you know what's funny? It's like we were chatting earlier about this and, you know, discussing about the finals match and I you know, talking with Dalen. Dalen's like, you know what, if I'm Briar, I would tell him, like, you know what, let's play for all of it. I'm so confident on Briar against Prism. I would ask for all of it.
It's so funny. That's funny to slightly detract from this really quickly. So I don't take prize splits, and when people ask me to split, I'll say 100% let's do it. And they're like, okay, cool, so we'll do like half-half. I was like, no, if you lose, you give me all of it.
Yeah. yeah. Split your pride with the money. You take that, I'll take the money. But and it seems like ultimately that this game is going to be a lot closer than, you know, what
it's a very close game. I think that honestly, I'm getting a little scared as Briar here. I think you just gotta punch 16 damage right now. You gotta present lethal as soon as possible.
Yeah. Well,
so you gotta find a hand that does that.
I mean, we've seen it against it was I believe against Charles Dunn, his Guardian against Prism. It was the Prism player blocked out, but essentially started dropping the 0 cost auras on the board. And if that's the strategy that Travis wants to take, I think he's okay with that because eventually Briar might run out of gas. And if you can just, you know, absorb the damage, eventually you find one yellow pitch. You finish the turn with one yellow pitch and it is off to the races.
That's it. Yeah, I think if the Briar stumbles 2 turns in a row here, I don't think it comes back. I think it's that tight right now. Obviously, you can always swing the blade to break an aura, but and we flipped quickly. Yeah. We were at 37.
We were.
Briar play. We were at 37. We were looking good. We had a CMH on board with a flow counter.
Yeah. Except every time you like playing a CMH is like summoning an Arclight Sentinel.
It's got a CMH in hand.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens. Now, Naib just went ahead and sort of cycled through Travis's graveyard. What was he looking for there? Is he counting D-reacts? What is he counting?
I mean, I think he's just like,
how many Arclight Sentinels?
He's counting Arclight Sentinels because he's got the same. He probably actually did count the Arclight Sentinels. Somehow it hasn't been seared into his brain as he got totally blown out by the first 2, and he's like, okay, let's make sure there's not like 5 in here or something.
Yeah. So that is a Bramble Spark non-fused, if I'm not mistaken, and it's going to be...
he strikes
8? Oh, I guess it's 7 plus an arcane.
Or is it fused and it was E-Strike Go again?
Oh, maybe it was fused. Maybe we missed the fuse. It could be E-Strike Go again. That's totally fine. That's
could have fused it with the CMH, right?
Yeah.
Yep, and he's going to blade the aura here. most likely.
So does he go back to full aura cleansing kind of thing? Is
Not
that-
full aura cleansing, but your blade, that's 4 damage, right? I think I would trade 4 damage for a Genesis at this point. We're 23 to 15. It's relatively close. The Shimmers, they're annoying. Actually, particularly annoying in duos, but I mean, beggars can't be choosers. You got to pick an aura.
Yeah, and it's got to be Genesis, I
Yeah.
think. I mean,
Just
just
it makes the shield. It's really bad for you, yeah.
yeah. No, absolutely. So that Soul Shield did soak up 6. It's going to go to the Soul as well. That Soul is locked and loaded, man.
CMH and Arsenal. I mean, he literally could draw an Arclight Sentinel. He could.
And I like how now
Now he's looking for the arc. He's looking for the
CMH
CMH.
is-
He just fuses it, so he has it. He's like, all right, let's just make sure.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that I absolutely dunked on you twice and make sure that that's the case. So again, just going through it. Now the other thing is that both players know each other's deck lists. That was
Yep.
that was well versed. So just checking through what did you play, what did you what haven't I seen, what's possibly sided out, sided in, things like that. So here comes. Just we're gonna just go again. No go again yet.
Yep. Diversifying the counter is probably going to give go again at Chain Link Resolution. Very common for a Prism player. You do not need to banish preemptively. You can do it here right on Chain Link Resolution. Boom, you get go again. While it's not particularly a surprise because we all make this play, it's always better to give less information rather than more.
No, that's a very good point. Much like if you're playing the new Icelander, let one thing resolve so maybe they don't quell it, knowing that you're not going to follow up with a wand. Less information is always best. That's just it. Even if it might feel obvious, you don't know that. So the less you give your opponent, be it life, be it anything, information is just as valuable sometimes.
Well, playing at instant speed, I do consider Prism to be a budget wizard, and I think any wizard values information
Yeah.
and the lack thereof that you present to your opponent very highly. There is our Eye of Ophidia before a Sonata, so looks pretty good in this scenario, Flake.
No, this is definitely kind of how you want to pair this up, right? You're going to opt to see what you want, put one on the bottom, put one on the top, do what you want to think, just set it up so that the Sonata does not whiff. And I like how you called Prism like a diet wizard.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just, sure, it's Wizard Light, no problem. So Sonata here, again, it's X plus 3 and peel 3 cards off the top, and for every... All right, so we're going
You
to...
paid an extra 2, so we're just going to get the...
Two belittles.
2 belittles, and we're packing the Minnowism back. Belittle Minnowism. Such an interesting set of cards in this game. I think it actually kind of fundamentally breaks the tenets.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Now, what if I told you, okay? What if I told you, belittle, busted, absolutely
It's busted.
broken. And
But
if
it's
you
not busted without Minnowism.
no, well, you need the. If you're playing,
You said belittle.
Sorry, if you're playing belittle without minnowism,
That's like the tick without the toe.
yeah, screw the tack. You don't
It's
even
like
need
the
it.
fly without poo. What do you mean, bro?
Okay, so you got 2 belittles. One's gonna play into the other one, which is fine. You have the, I think you've got one floating off of the eye that was pitched.
Yep, you have Ophidia, so you're going to go fetch that Minnowism. Imagine playing a card and go grabbing an entirely other card, which can be a resource card or a pump
Yeah,
card.
it's like, hey, you saw this.
Yeah.
No information.
It's
So
like, wait, what did you fuse with?
just shows. So there is one blue minnowism in the deck, but I don't think he needs the resources in this case. I think it's just going to go ahead and flash out the red, supercharged on the attacks. That's exactly what he does. So it's going to be the red minnowism, which makes an attack that I believe is base strength 3 or less go +3, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it's a blue.
Is he going for the blue?
This is going to be a great contest of who's more colorblind.
Dude, it's,
Yeah.
I know it's a minnowism.
Yeah, that's true.
Knowing is half the battle. I mean, in the meantime here, is the strategy for Travis just to weather the storm and swing, or are you thinking that there is a potential
So
scenario?
he's got the CMH, right? And the Arsenal. It's really interesting. So the Prism's at 15.
He
My
just
goodness.
puts it in there. Don't forget the intimidate or the
All right.
intimate.
You got to do a test. Wait, I need you to answer this. 'cause
Yes,
you-
sir.
Is belittle intimate? Probably, right? It's broken.
It's definitely intimate for some people. I know. I mean, Matt Folks would say it's intimate. Absolutely.
I think Matt Folks plays 9.
he would if he could. There'd be 10. Yeah. If there
If he
was.
could play 10, he would.
Oh, for sure. You know what? There's gonna be a Matt Folks specialization. It's a 4th intimate. It's a 4th 0 pitch belittle, like Gorganian Tome.
This is particularly nice, by the way. This is really a great turn. Imagine if there was a CMH on this combat chain. The game would be over. But There's not. And we do have a Parable of Humility actually doing a lot of work here.
Sure.
I don't think the Parable... Which one is going to get cleared? This is interesting because you're at 19 health. I think you clear the Humility because you're more concerned with him dying rather than you dying. So you can let 2 more Shimmer triggers, bump that up to 4, whatever. It's 6 damage on the board. Not great, not terrible. I think you take the Humility here.
I think you got to stack one of those auras as high as it can go. If you're getting 1 swing a turn, you have to sort of put your eggs in one basket and go. If you can swing as like a 5 with 1 aura for free, 5 for nothing. But he's going to go ahead and
Shimmers.
goodbye. There's 2 of them.
Oh, my goodness.
You thought the Parable was going to go?
Oh, 100%, because he's at 19, his opponent's at 11, he's got CMH and Arsenal, he's killing his opponent, right? That Parable of Humility can block, it already blocked 2.
Yeah.
It's probably going to block 3 more on a CMH turn. This thing can block for 5. You got to get rid of that. He's at 19. If these Shimmers are silver, they effectively represent 6 damage. You can take 6 damage if you can get that dub, right? Because you got CMH.
But CMH, he doesn't know what he's pitching for, right? So it might not be the turn that he's going to be actually connecting with CMH. It might be the turn after. So maybe he's taking the opportunity to clean up one of those auras, set up the CMH, and then go ham the next turn. In which case, that's where Travis is just going to say, hey, Arclight Sentinel ×3, baby. I play 3.
Yeah, it could be correct. If we go 2 more turn cycles, it's probably correct. But this Humility is really blocking a lot of damage, especially if he's got a good clap back.
So just evaluating turns here. What does he have in hand on both players? There's a baby in the other room auditioning for American Idol, apparently. But that's
No, she's giving a speech. It's...
Oh, is that what it is? Okay. No, again, congratulations, Abigail and Dylan.
That's actually an adult giving a speech.
But yeah, I should not say. We've all been there. Okay, so that's how I sound when I try to cast a wizard match, is basically like that. So a go again is associated with this attack. Again, it is intimate, ladies and gentlemen, as frankly, right now, Brendan, Patrick, and I are holding hands. So we're in this together as we're going to continue to swing. They have go again off the pitch, well-timed during the combat chain. And now this is a juncture, again, where, Briar's looking to block.
I like he took it off because Parable of Humility is not intimate.
Okay, so that's a non-intimate card.
Well, yeah, I mean, he put it on, but then he realized that was blasphemous, and he took it off. Because, I mean, come on, you're playing Arclight Sentinels on CMHs, that's intimate.
That's intimate. That's
There's
intimate.
nothing intimate about a little Parable of Humility.
Hashtag intimate.
Let's go. So here we go. This is the 3rd Channel Mount Heroic. Oh, my God.
No,
oh, my God.
Told you.
Did that just happen?
I told you.
Oh, my God.
So let me ask you this. Is there
You can't even draw it up better.
Well, is there an opportunity, or, I mean, you could pitch an Earth to create a rune chant with your gloves. You can also pitch an Earth to swing Rosetta, and then you can maintain your... You're
actually kind of still chilling here. Here's what you do. You arsenal a relevant card, you pop the Arclight Sentinel, you get a flow counter because he already pitched it. It's actually not that bad. The other ones are way worse because he already had a flow counter. So this is going to let him put a card in arsenal and play a 5-card hand. It's still just like borderline hilarious.
Yeah, the fact that every time, man.
It's just if it was the turn after this, it would have been brutal. But
that's intimate.
Did he not do it?
He did not. We're gonna have to have like an intervention after an intimate intervention.
Yeah, Travis.
McDaniel, McDisappointment.
Yeah, we're gonna have a talk with you. How do you play your 3rd Arclight Sentinel on the 3rd CMH?
But every time that phone rang, he answered it every single time. All right, swinging for 2. There's that non-intimate Parable of Humility. I guess he has to put the counter on it, right? He's already committed it. There we go from the Shimmers. So that's a 3 attack. No go again yet. He's eating it.
Taking it.
I like this though.
He's like, I've got the juice.
Here it comes, another 3. He's gonna say, "Yeah,
Yep,
send me the
another
bill,
2.
boy."
He's like, "Yeah, send me the bill."
Dude, Travis didn't even
put it on the card.
Yeah, but Travis didn't even show the other attacks. He just brought him immediately down to 8.
Put it on the card.
Yeah, been there, done that, no problem. Charge it.
Charge it, Johnny. Force of nature.
Fused.
Oh, he's like, how do you you like playing Arclight Sentinel? You like it?
Yeah. You got a 4/3 buck out? No dice. That's a minnowism.
My God.
All right, this is going to get tall.
+7.
It's going to get nasty. There's a go again. How many cards left in hand? I believe there's 3.
Yeah, +7.
Just a casual +7.
Oh, it's a snatch. Oh.
Yeah. Just like what we used to say, I'm not going to say it.
Johnny, swipe the Amex. We got snatch.
Charge it, Johnny. We got snatch with go again.
Oh, my God.
Get in the car, Johnny. We got snatch. All right.
What is coming for? This is so much Why does he have 8 on there?
That seems like more. No, because the minnowism doesn't affect it.
True. Good call.
You're
Snatch
welcome.
for 8 still not too bad.
Not too bad. And the minnowism is going to be, I guess, affecting whatever the next
You
attack
know what
is.
happens if Snatch hits? How many cards you drawing?
Oh, you're drawing
It's
2.
not 1.
You're drawing 2.
That's 2, baby.
You're drawing 2, Johnny. Apologies to anyone named Johnny in the chat.
Yeah, apologize to anybody from the greater New York area. That's
All of Boston hates us. You didn't know I'm from Southie, did you? Me and Johnny in the car.
Oh God.
Yeah, -1 for the.
Parable of
I
humility.
love that. I love it how it's not even. He didn't even tell him. He's just like, yeah, I'm just gonna put this down. I'll help you out here, Bucko. It's
Cheat
no
that
problem.
down.
All right, so
This looks like the beginning of the end.
go again. No, it's not dominated there. Yeah,
If you
look
put-
for it.
If he played a 4th Arclight Sentinel, I would laugh.
Well, I mean, in which case the game's over
True.
because of rules and such. But we don't worry about
It's
rules.
gonna be a full block.
So that's
He gets him. He gets him because he fused the force of nature, and he just he's gonna make a shield. But I think that he kind of wasn't expecting that. Maybe it was, but like, I guess he had a wait. What did he pitch? Sorry. Okay, so he had the 2 floating, so he was ready for that. But good activation, forcing the pitch. I think if he has another go again attack, and that can draw a card, we're in business.
So here's what we're gonna do.
Oh, it's an exude confidence.
That's a great one. How do you block that?
It's kind of just okay, right? Because he's gonna draw the card, but it doesn't do anything because he's got a card in hand.
Yeah.
But he can pitch to bump it. But still, I mean, there's better things that
Sure.
were possible.
So what we're gonna do is right after this match resolves, we're gonna go out there and
You're gonna have to put your pants on first, bro, right?
You're correct, absolutely. Before or after we go crash that wedding?
We got a wedding to crash.
We do have a wedding to crash.
You can't-
Absolutely.
Abigail can't blast music behind my
Hell no. I gotta go talk
my
to
booth and think I'm not crashing her wedding.
I gotta go talk to that baby who got on this mic earlier. And I'm not talking about Charmer. We're gonna go and yoink those intimate things, and we're gonna give them away.
Oh wow.
We're gonna do a little giveaway with those intimate tags. So that's a fat one right there. Why not? This is attack for 9. Prism saying sure, charge it, Johnny.
On the card. You're 2.
Damn, doses, baby, doses. He's taking it. And is there a follow-up? We're going to take in
Nah, no follow-up.
nothing after that, but that's fine. Look where you're at. You're at also, so Naib's at 8. A card left in hand.
My sort of my idea, not my idea. I'm trying to find something more like a stronger word for when I told you that Parable Humility was going to block a ridiculous amount of damage and it was not worth.
Oh.
I think I was correct
You were-
because he would be dead.
No, he would absolutely be dead. That did do some work. No, good call on that one. Absolutely. All right. Well, here we're at a situation where he's swinging in for 3. There's a card in hand. It's got to be a yellow pitch. That's the only way. But here's the other thing.
Thinking about blocking it, he must have drawn a dud because I would have been like, dodge it.
Charge it, Johnny. But here's the deal. He's running out of cards in Soul to generate go-agains off of those auras.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it's definitely a resource. And I think that, to be honest, Travis has played that soul resource really well so far. But once you go down to 0, you go down to 0. We do see a Crown of Seeds activation.
Yeah. Pitching the snatch for that one.
And he finds an exude confidence. Too bad there's no D-reacts left in Travis's deck here. But still, exude confidence is going to make him ask a harder question. Sometimes we are going to banish. It's gone. No more soul. This is it. What's on board is what we're dealing with. I think you might actually. So if you don't have an incredible hand, I think you can clear an aura potentially in the next turn while presenting lethal and ripping cards.
But here you are. You're basically bringing the Briar player down to 1. If Naib likes his hand, he just eats this, goes to 1, and hopefully.
If Knight beats this, he wins the game.
Yeah. I mean,
Is there? There's merciful retribution left in the deck, right?
that is absolutely
There's
true.
one in the banish, definitely.
So how do you mitigate that? You have to have a card in Arsenal to maybe get around it with like Crown of Seeds, maybe to soak that damage.
It's not going to kill you. That's the thing. It's like it's kind of scary.
Yeah.
But alone, a merciful retribution on this board state won't kill you.
It wouldn't have. I mean, if Naim goes to 1, he could sneak
Yeah,
it out,
exactly.
and that would kill him.
Yes. So if he had gone to 1, so heads up, this is 2 cards in hand and a reasonably scary exude confidence. This Parable of
3.
Humility has blocked so much damage.
Oh my God. Does this guy work for the Southie Construction
Yeah.
Company? Because he's doing work. He's doing work, Johnny.
Look at that. He doesn't even have to, he's blocking with he's not even using a card right now. Obviously, he's going to pitch, but wow. Parable of Humility, definitely an all-star. What happens here? This is actually bad for Briar, right? You're not clearing that. You're not clearing the Humility. You're not clearing the Shimmers of Silver, which has these things have 3 and 2 counters on it.
And how do you gain go again off this? How do you have an extra action? You don't, and there's no lightning press. There's no surprises on top of
Yeah,
this.
the only surprise is the ability. He's gonna play around it. Was he not gonna? Like, you're gonna play around that ability.
Yeah.
What is it? It's either pay 2 or pay 3.
And nothing connects here because the Spectral Shield is going to soak the rest.
Absolutely, but he's gonna overblock it. I think. I mean, you got to. You literally have to, or you could die. But
yeah, you could absolutely. You know when someone says, like, well, what's the worst that can happen? Death. Death is always the answer to that question. What's the worst that can happen? A meteor can fall out of the sky and crush your face.
I'm just gonna review this list real quick to see if we literally have anything. I think without the boots, there should be. What happened to that Corsham, by the way? Did he block with it?
Yeah, no, we saw it in hand, didn't we? It was nice. Exactly. He went to the vendor and sold it.
What happened?
Yeah, it's like, wow, there's a Corsham in the final table. Prices just went up.
Wow, this is so crazy.
This is nasty. I like this. This is like those kind of high decision plays. We don't know what's in Naib's hand. We don't know how many blues, what he can pump it by.
Yeah, I would honestly. I think in this situation, I might want to be on.
Oh my god!
Did he just? Oh my god! It blocks. Yo, I was gonna say I would take the Prism here, but I'm taking the Briar now.
Yeah, that's a little bit. That is aggressive, but you got to do what you got to do. But you're giving the Briar turn an opportunity to
2 blues. Yeah, I mean, God, if you have to do it. But like, you can't. I feel like if you put yourself in this situation and he gets an Arsenal, like, this is the thing. This is where there's potentially no objectively correct play. What is lower variance? Him having 2 blues or you dying to a 5-card hand at 2? It's like probably him having 2 blues is less likely.
Yeah.
Like,
so there's a Bramble Spark in hand. What else do we see in there?
What can he draw to gas? Okay, so he's just presenting lethal with this thing, but we have Tunic plus Grasp, by the way. We can block for 2. This is coming in for 5. We can survive. We can go to 1. We die to Merciful Retribution. We do this. So I think he's going to draw a card. Yeah, sorry, when I say draw a card, I think he's going to take a card out of hand. Yeah. So that's good. It's good. You know, it's a big Shimmers.
Look, talk me through it, Brendan.
It's a big
convince me, baby.
It's a big Shimmers, but I think if you take 1 card, unless he's drawn the really bad hand, I think Briar can.
Dude, I just came up with a great new nickname for Dalen Mack. Big Shimmers.
Big Shimmers.
What's up, Big Shimmers?
He's like that was his nickname in high school. He had Tunic Crown. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Yeah, we're gonna be in the fucking ESPN. It's gonna be Dalen Mack gets like tossed off a team because he body slammed me through a table at a wedding.
Yeah,
Abigail and Dylan's wedding ruined by NFL player Dalen Mack tombstoning a Canadian through a table.
You gotta pay if you're gonna blast music next to this
Listen,
booth.
Hey, we were here first. Just saying. Yeah, Flesh and Blood tournament or the best day of 2 people's lives? Pretty equal, frankly.
I'm going to ask Dylan if it's the best day of his life. I don't believe it.
Dylan, how do you feel? Save me. Yeah. Imagine he's a Flesh and Blood player. He just finds out there's a tournament right next door.
I could have gone to this Flesh and Blood tournament, but I had to do my freaking wedding. So we just see a full armor block with the Crown of Seeds here. This is really good. We have a full, we have a 5-card hand here. Literally a 5-card hand, by the way. Not one of those pseudo 5-card hands where you have a card in Arsenal. And we're blasting into a Prism at 2 life. Can we die to Merciful Retribution?
Nothing in Soul, so you can't generate another Spectral Shield. There's Prismatic Shield.
I don't think he's playing him. I think he cut him.
Okay, then
that is a Bramble Spark, sir.
Oh no, so that's a +6, 2 Arcane coming through. This is gonna get greasy.
That's got to be it.
It has to be. I mean, so that card, I think that's an Earthlore Surge.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Read the card. Find out exactly how you die, buddy. Yeah, this is tough, man. Frankly, Bramble, Fuse.
Explosive Growth, Fuse.
Yeah. All right. So it's an Arcane. That's an Arcane.
If you're ever gonna put an Intimate trigger on something, like put it on this. So it's 3 Arcane, yeah.
Oh man. Okay.
Plus a cheeky
8. 3 Arcane.
Let's go again. You're dead.
And frankly, unfortunately, if you have the gloves, what do? Do you pitch like a blue here to absorb? You just possibly just die.
You extend the hand. I think that's unless we have the 4th Arclight Sentinel, which wouldn't do anything.
No, it wouldn't do anything but raise a lot of questions in terms of the integrity of this match. We just ran through a whole bunch of deck checks and judge calls and stuff like that, and here we are with a 4th Arclight Sentinel that creeped through.
Okay, blocks all the arcane. How you gonna deal with the 8?
Oh,
Here, I got a spoiler for you.
hit me.
You're not.
You're not, Johnny. Get in the car. We're going home. All right. Well, he's thinking about it, and so he's got a card. It looks like he's probably gonna pitch. It's got maybe probably a Soul Shield. There's a way to do this. That is absolutely intimate.
Yeah. There we go. I wonder if they could hear us because the music went down a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. The party's over at the Abigail Dillon Union.
So Soul Shield is like reasonable here. I just don't know if there's any like.
Yeah.
It's been a long time. People were blasting music in my ears, and there was a speech by I think a toddler.
It was a toddler.
Yeah.
It was either a toddler or someone like really sucking down the helium. Yeah. All right. This is absolutely intimate. Again, if there's a way out of this.
Okay.
3 block it, and then it's...
Give me a hand.
What's in there? Pitching?
Give me the hand.
Going.
There
and
it is.
that's it. Handshakes all around. What
right.
a match.
Naib is our champion.
Naib is our champion. He is going to be the proud winner of not only the 45 hundo, my friend, but let's just talk about this one right here. Ooh la la. That is the champions match, where they will be awarding after this wonderful, wonderful little post-game analysis that we've got.
Post-game analysis. Channel Mount Heroic and Arclight Sentinel. Wow.
Yeah.
What a just tornado of emotions.
Yeah, no, every single time. It was like a little peanut butter and jelly action. Every time you show one, it's just like, no, no, no. Every time. But ultimately, the Briar player got there. Naib managed to cross the finish line, and
We had everything in that match. We had intimacy. We had music. We had speeches.
Speeches, just the absolute sheer radiating love coming from right over there, literally.
It's somebody's best day of their life, and it's definitely not theirs.
No, Naib. It is absolutely Naib.
I was going to say it was mine, but
Oh, because you're casting with me? Or?
Yeah.
Oh, you sly fox, you. Honestly, frankly, when you're looking back on your life, are you ever going to remember your wedding? I don't think so.
We have to say, though, terrific event, Realm Games. I mean, trailblazing, right? This is a completely third-party tournament. They set it up all themselves. We flew all the way out to Ohio to play this. Some of the best players in the world. We had Hamilton versus Michael Fang. We had Yuanji Lee. That's like 3 calling champions, but they've won 4 callings or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy field. Like it's so awesome. I hope that they keep doing it. I hope that other, potentially other stores and organizations get involved.
It's not done yet, though, because tomorrow we'll be broadcasting the team-sealed Uprising event, which is you're going to be playing in that, I think.
Yeah. I mean, somebody's going to win the event.
Yeah, someone's got to get in there. I mean, if we're going to talk about intimacy, let's be real here. I think
slapping those triggers. Or those
Are you? Who are you with? Are you with Big Shimmers?
No, so I am with Michael Fang and Yongji.
Okay, so you have a chance then.
I have a chance.
Yeah,
Okay.
just want to make sure. Yeah. No, dude, honestly, all in all, this event has been awesome. You have been just crushing it on the microphone, buddy. It has been solid to be here with you. I mean, first of all, it's just awesome to talk to you outside of the bathroom, which is,
unusual, but I think we can get used to it.
No, I think so. The acoustics in there are, they're so-so, but, it's like, when can you have your own little office?
It's nice when the community chimes in.
Yeah, it's just like, what do you think about this, Brendan? And then you're just a gigantic, just dump tap.
Some dude will be next to us. He's like, oh, I heard you guys like to meet in here.
Yeah, exactly. When the community knows about our little intimate hiding spot, ultimately. But big ups to Realm Games and to Naib Mobasir for winning the 10K.
Champ. I mean, I honestly, I don't think I've been to callings that had easier fields than this. So I think winning this tournament, it's effectively like winning a calling. I mean, you had Michael Hamilton, Michael Fang, Yuan G. Like, there were so many trophies in this room, all of which I did not have one of them. But good players. Like, it was a great tournament.
Dude, you're a legend already, so you don't need trophies.
So, Flake,
yes.
I think we got a wedding to crash.
We do have a wedding to crash. So, friends, thank you so much out there for tuning in, for just watching, and for supporting this. Be back tomorrow morning. We will be here for the team-sealed Uprising. Flake, Brendan Patrick, Charmers on the side there, getting the drinks ready to go at the Dylan and Abigail wedding. And, friends, again, be kind to one another. We'll see you next time.